Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6LC. Chapter 177 Sukuna's Plan. Sukuna opened his arms. Mei Mei understood immediately and quickly put the robe on him. He could have restored his original appearance, but he chose to be like Fushiguro Megumi. Firstly, although Fushiguro Megumi's body was completely taken over by himself, this tenacious little ghost still retained a trace of will. He wants to use this body and Fushiguro Megumi's original technique to kill his sister. This caused Fushiguro Megumi to completely collapse. From now on, there is no Fushiguro Megumi, only Sukuna. Secondly, although he was reluctant to admit it, Fushiguro Megumi's face might give him an advantage in the upcoming battle. For example, Gojo Satoru who is about to reappear, or restricting that damn Xia Liu. Soon after, with the help of Mei, Sukuna walked out of the blood pond and came to Sendai City. The first thing he had to do was to find Fushiguro Megumi's sister, Fushiguro Megumi. Mei told him that at this moment, Fushiguro Sume has been possessed by the ancient magician, Wan. Along the way, the terrifying aura of the Cursed King instantly enveloped the entire Shantai. Wulu Hengxi, who was hiding in the dark, opened his eyes wide and covered his mouth in fear. What a terrifying aura! Is this the legendary Cursed King? This aura is still frightening even after 1,000 years. The murderous intent that surged into the sky frightened the other magicians and cursed spirits so much that they all fled for their lives. The former captain of the Sun Moon Star team was so frightened by Sukuna's aura that he dared not even breathe, let alone show up to challenge him. However, Shi Lulong, who also felt the power, stood in front of Sukuna without knowing his own limitations. Although the death and destruction journey has ended, the killing will never stop. Although Xia Liu and Okatsuju had spared his life, he still couldn't suppress his desire to challenge the strong. The moment the two pairs of eyes met each other, Shi Lulong instantly looked away, cold sweat already oozing out of his head. This feeling of being stared at by the god of death made him tremble all over. So strong. The strength of Sukuna Hikaru's aura had already exceeded his expectations. Even from the genius Okatsuju Deo with whom he had fought before, he had never experienced such a feeling. This made him think of the helper that Okatsuju called, Xia Liu. Perhaps he is the only one who can look the devil in the eye calmly. While thinking, Sukuna had already arrived in front of Shi Lulong and spoken differently. Go away, or not. Now he just wants to find Fushiguro Miki as soon as possible before Gojo Satoru breaks the seal. No time to play house with these bastards. However, Shi Lulong, who was also proud of himself, suppressed his fear and gritted his teeth. Fight with me, let me feel the true power of the Cursed King. Before he could finish his words, an invisible slash as fast as lightning swept across. The extremely sharp slash cut through the stone dragon's body. The entire incision was cut diagonally, extending from his shoulder to his thigh. The belated blood spurted out, reflecting Shi Lulong's face full of fear. He retreated at high speed, his eyes fixed on Sukuna who was standing there motionless. What a quick strike. I had absolutely no time to react. Just one encounter made him realize the huge gap in strength. Is this the Cursed King who slayed the Cursed World thousands of years ago? Wulu Hengxi, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and completely gave up the idea of a sneak attack. The strength displayed by Sukuna has completely surpassed the category of a special grade sorcerer. Even so, Sukuna laughed out loud and looked at Shi Lulong opposite with interest. So you're not the kind of scum that can be killed instantly with one strike. I wanted to cut you into 3 pieces, but I didn't expect to finish even one piece. At the same time, he felt relieved. It seems that after 1,000 years, my sword has not slowed down. Only Xia Liu can dodge my attack with his speed. However, it is absolutely impossible now. The stone dragon on the opposite side widened his eyes. He knew that in a battle with a strong man of this level, life and death were often just a matter of a second. Without any hesitation, he accelerated suddenly and approached Sukuna's body at a high speed. At the same time, the cursed spiritual power cannon above his head was secretly charging. He wants to reduce the distance of the cursed shockwave to give Sukuna a big surprise. Even a warrior of his level would be seriously injured if he took a direct hit from me. Granted a shockwave, a terrifying beam of light instantly gathered above the stone dragon's head, ready to go. However, the next second, a black afterimage passed by. Sukuna had already circled behind him, and Shi Lulong widened his eyes in disbelief. A low, hoarse voice fell into my ears. You are too slow. Cursed spirit cannon. Oink oink. The invisible slash broke through the air. The moment the two crossed paths, Shi Lulong's head was already split into 3 pieces. With a plop, the body fell down. The master who had dominated Shantai for 400 years died at the hands of Sukuna in just the second round. If Lu Hu was present, he would sigh. Not everyone is qualified to play in the peak competition. Ah, Wulu Hengxi, who was hiding in the dark, cried out in shock, and quickly tore open the curtain of the 2-dimensional space and fled in panic. Sukuna, who had already noticed it, ignored it. These special grade ones are quite easy to kill, Sukuna said involuntarily. This made him think more and more that the only people in this world who could rival him were Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu. And he will rely on his powerful strength to crush and kill these 2 opponents. Without further delay, Sukuna quickly found his old enemy, Wan. The moment Wan, who occupied Fushiguro Sumiki's body, saw Sukuna, he could no longer hide the crazy love in his eyes. Really, are you finally willing to come see me? Thousands of years ago, from the moment she saw this devil, she decided that he was her other half. But at this moment, the corners of Sukuna's mouth rose unconsciously. Because he could feel that when he saw Wan, for the first time, the last bit of stubborn will in Fushiguro Megumi's body had a violent fluctuation. This is exactly the effect he wanted. But similarly, even after 1,000 years, Wan still deeply loves this demon who kills without blinking an eye. The abnormal love made her excited to issue a declaration of war love letter. Let's fight, Sukuna. Either you kill me or I kill you. This is the outcome I long for. But what will you promise me if I win? Facing Wan's expectant eyes, Sukuna raised his chin and blurted out without hesitation, all. This kind of question is nothing for him to think about. No matter who said this, he would agree without hesitation. Because, in his dictionary, there is only killing, and there is no word, lose, at all. All. Wan was extremely excited, and Sukuna's answer made her think a lot. Does the whole meaning include marriage? It's really embarrassing. Chapter 178. You know nothing. Looking at the infatuated Wan, a hint of impatience flashed in Sukuna's eyes. This ancient magician named Wan is also an old acquaintance. But so what? Did he, the king of curses, have to play love games with her? Whatever you say, just do it. Crazy Wan's eyes lit up. After receiving the promise from the Curse King, it proved that he had signed the contract with him that he had dreamed of for thousands of years. The achievement of this bond means that I have a chance to marry Sukuna. Although she knew that the chances of defeating Sukuna were extremely slim, she was still extremely excited. Some strange images have already begun to appear in her mind. If it wasn't for the purpose, Sukuna wouldn't even bother to look at Wan, but he always kept his eyes on the other party. The reason is simple, just to constantly stimulate the Fushiguro Megumi in the body. Thinking of this, Sukuna formed seals with both hands, Jade Dog. As the 10 shadow spells unfold, 2 huge dog-shaped gods appear beside Sukuna. The originally cute Paw Patrol, under the influence of Sukuna, turned into hellhounds with black flames burning all over their bodies. Tear her apart. As Sukuna finished speaking, the 2 terrifying beasts roared wildly and rushed towards Wan. Haha, you 2 wild dogs want to hinder my dream. Wan's figure moved like a ghost, dodging the Jade Dog's attack. He waved his hands suddenly, like a dancer waving a ribbon, and released his liquid metal technique. The crisscrossing black metal net instantly shot towards the Jade Dog that was running towards him again. Boom. The next second, the liquid metal and the Shikigami collided violently like ink. After the terrifying explosion, the 2 Jade Dogs disappeared, leaving only a dark liquid metal circle that tightly surrounded Sukuna. At this moment, a sharp roar appeared in the sky. Wan looked up and found a huge owl-shaped god, hovering in the sky. Looking at these strange animals, she asked Sukuna in confusion. What are these strange-looking animals? Could they be the Shikigami of that little Fushiguro? Their attack power has been geometrically multiplied in your hands. At this point, Wan's expression suddenly changed, and he asked unhappily, where is your imperial chef? I want you to deploy the domain, demon subduing and cooking. However, Sukuna's contemptuous words reached her eardrums. I don't need to use my domain to deal with people like you. What? Sukuna's arrogant words petrified Wan instantly. She stared at Sukuna who was standing opposite her with her eyes wide open. How dare he look down on himself like this? Looking at Wan's increasingly ferocious expression due to anger, Sukuna smiled sinisterly. That's what I want. He wants to use Fushiguro Megumi's body and use only 10 shadow spells to kill Fushigiro's sister Sumiki. Only in this way can Fushiguro Megumi's consciousness be completely plunged into the abyss, beyond redemption. Feeling the violent fluctuations of emotions in his body, Sukuna grinned. The bigger the reaction, the closer you are to your final goal. Ah, how can this be possible? Wan could no longer bear Sukuna's contempt, and his angry face was filled with rage towards his lover. Do you really think you can defeat me without opening your domain? After she finished speaking, her body suddenly changed, and liquid metal kept clinging to her body like armor. Her technique is similar to that of Zen and Mei, both are extremely rare construction techniques in the world of spells. She can materialize the substances she recognizes. After a long period of precipitation, she can use metal to simulate the body shape of living things to strengthen herself. Looking at Wan who was in the form of a queen bee in front of him, Sukuna's expression became a little more serious. He felt the oppressive feeling that only top-class magicians possessed. Facing the strongest form, the violent Wan, he knew that apart from his own technique, only that Shikigami could kill her. He is no longer the same person he was before. The spell that once frightened him, the ladder of evil and regret, can no longer kill him easily. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air. Sukuna did not directly summon Mokuro to help him fight, but used this crazy woman in front of him to hone his adaptability ability. The wheel ring on the top of the head is ready to turn at any time. Once Xia Liu touches the ground, she can freeze it into an ice sculpture. This damn guy, why does he always ruin his plans? She was seriously injured, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of resentment. Sukuna, alerted, suddenly looked up. The holy light emanating from his hands was dazzling. She ignored the blood on her face and her eyes were full of crazy love. The moment he saw that pair of golden hair, Sukuna tensed up. You know nothing. The last time he underwent an angel's evolution ritual, Sukuna looked down at her and said calmly, your love is nothing more than this. A vortex appeared above the two of them without anyone noticing. In other words, the current, evil way to regret heaven ladder, has already been discounted in front of him. Facing Wan's crazy roar, Sukuna was stunned at first, and then suddenly burst into laughter. However, despite being ridiculed like this, Wan still did not give up his goal. Because he could feel the will of Fushiguro Megumi in his body shouting madly. This little kid was about to see something that would make him completely collapse. With the terrifying adaptability of the horror ring, Wan's attacks quickly lost their effect on Sukuna. Moreover, he has been on guard against someone. Sukuna could tell at a glance that this was not the evil ladder to regret, but just a simple evolutionary technique. However, the person that came into her sight was not Xia Liu, but the angel Lizaihua, who made her even more afraid. Only I understand your loneliness, only I understand your loneliness at the top. Only I can understand what love that spans 1,000 years is. Seeing this, Mei Mei, who was waiting in the distance, also pressed his hands on the ground, ready to cast the ice spell at any time. As time passed, the horrific battle finally ended. After Sukuna performed a series of combos including escape from the rabbit, piercing the bull, and barbarian elephant, Wan finally collapsed in the deep pit. That abnormally strong love drove her to stand up again and prepare for the last fight. Sukuna, give Xiaohui back to me. Lakesua flapped his wings and flew towards Sukuna. That's Xia Liu. The voice just now must have come from him. This vortex was very familiar to him, and he had suffered many losses from this trick. Although he had just subdued the demon Shu Luo at that time, it still had an adaptable effect. A metal ring appeared out of thin air above Sukuna's head, emitting a strange aura. The unique mobilization gesture of Moxu Luo has formed a hand seal. Chapter 179, Unbroken 5 Enlightenment. The angel Lizaihua was getting closer and closer to him, but that damn Xia Liu didn't show up yet. A hint of impatience appeared on Sukuna's face. Roll. A slashing blow cut towards the angel Lasua's head. However, the vortex reappeared and Lakesua disappeared into the black hole. Suddenly, a playful voice sounded from behind. Tsukuyomi. Master, close your eyes. Mei Mei exclaimed from a distance. Sukuna closed his eyes reluctantly. He, the king of curses, had never felt so aggrieved before. However, the illusion of Tsukuyomi did not appear, but Xia Liu's fist took its place. Bang! The punch filled with chakra distorted Sukuna's face, and he flew backwards. Sukuna stopped with his hands on the ground and stared at Xia Liu fiercely. You lied to me. In just a moment, he realized that Xia Liu just said yes and had no intention of performing an illusion. The cursed king who had dominated for 1,000 years was actually fooled by a little devil. Xia Liu laughed and said, you are quite obedient. You just follow my instructions. Without waiting for Sukuna's answer, Wan, who had just spoken boldly and was ready to fight to the death, became furious. What did you just say? I don't understand a thing. How can someone like you understand true love? Xia Liu looked at the crazy Wan, as if he were a fool. In his eyes, Wan was just a clown who was killed by Sukuna with a casual sword 1,000 years ago. Now he is alive in the flesh, but he still has not learned his lesson. Sukuna didn't even consider her as a human being, he was just moving himself the whole time. If I remember correctly, in the plot, Sukuna's heart was calm until her death. From the beginning to the end, she was just a tool used by Sukuna to make Fushiguro Megumi collapse. When it comes to bootlickers, Mei Mei ranks first, and Wan is second. Fushiguro Megumi's sister is unlucky enough to have such a crazy woman. Fortunately, Sukuna is an emotionless demon. If he directly agreed to marry Wan, wouldn't it be murderous and heartbreaking for Fushiguro Megumi? Fushiguro Megumi is a sister complex, she is bound to collapse on the spot, the kind that cannot be saved. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet shook. Click. The ground froze instantly, and then the ice shattered, and an extremely sharp ice spike rose from the ground. However, Xia Liu was not pierced, the ice spikes went straight through his body. It's this weird ability to become virtual again. Sukuna thought to himself, trouble. Xia Liu waved his hand and the vortex appeared again, but this time it appeared behind Wan. A golden holy light shot out from the vortex. The Wan, who occupied Fushiguro Miki's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. It must be said that the angel's purification spells can also have a very good effect on this kind of evil sorcerer who lives in flesh and occupies other people's bodies. Seeing this scene, Sukuna snorted in disdain. He knew his plan had failed. Mei Mei, let's retreat. Sukuna did not hesitate at all. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it would be difficult for him to kill Xia Liu with his 16 fingers strength. The most important thing is that the angels on the side are still watching her closely, and no one knows when her spell, Evil Ladder to Regret, will cool down. And Gojo Satoru is expected to be unsealed soon, so he needs to devour the remaining 4 fingers. By then, it will be the end of these high-level professionals. Xiao Wei, Angel Lacey shouted as she watched Sukuna leave carrying the new. Looking at Sukuna going away, Xia Liu did not chase after him, but said loudly, Fushiguro, your sister will not die, just have a good sleep and relax. Sukuna flying in the sky roared, emitting a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Rimeri next to him immediately knelt on one knee and lowered his head. The reason why Sukuna was angry was that he could clearly feel that the will of Fushiguro Megumi in his body suddenly stabilized. I put in all kinds of efforts and tried every way to stimulate him, but Xia Liu's words stabilized his emotions. Just wait, he will cut Xia Liu into pieces one day. The crying angel Li Zihua suddenly raised her head, with endless murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Xia Liu, let's go and unlock Gojo Satoru. Now, immediately, release Gojo Satoru and kill Sukuna. 3 days later, in the mine at the 4th training ground of Saitama Prefecture Jujutsu High School. Xia Liu held the prison gate with his left hand and the prison gate with his right hand, looking around at the scene. I didn't expect that the technical college actually had such a spacious training ground, and he didn't even know about it. Itadori, Ding Qi, Yi Chengwei and others surrounded Xia Liu, their eyes were fixed on the prison gate in his hand. Shoko leaned in Mei Mei's arms and blew out a smoke ring with great enjoyment. The death and destruction journey finally ended, and everyone's tense nerves relaxed. And now Gojo Satoru is about to reappear, and they have one more trump card to use against Sukuna. When they laughed to this point, many people looked at Xia Liu with gratitude. If it weren't for him, the conspiracy launched by Susanoo would have dealt a fatal blow to the High Commissioner. Then the entire technical college might not be enough for him to afford. Xia Liu was speechless as she watched the lively atmosphere that was like visiting a vegetable market. Even Hyokanji and Kujuku Yuki, these two fighting maniacs, still have some expectations. At this time, Ding Qi Yi Chengwei, who pursued a sense of ritual, suddenly said, "Wait, should we prepare some kind of welcoming ceremony with flower leis?" Mei Mei joked. "Fighting poison with poison." Shoko said coquettishly, "Yes, I have it under control. If Gojo is mentally disturbed after realizing it, let him use genjutsu on him immediately." Shoko took a deep breath of mosquito coils, looked at Xia Liu with soft eyes, and smiled. "I have to say, this is indeed a terrible thing." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even the strongest and omnipotent Gojo Satoru in the world probably can't do it. Itadori laughed and agreed, "That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Gojo Satoru must be very lonely in there." The angel Li Zihua standing by didn't quite understand their focus. She believes that the most important thing now is to pay attention to Gojo Satoru's mental state. The mentally deranged Gojo Satoru is indeed an extremely dangerous existence. You mean, even though it's only been 19 days since the Shibuya incident? Ah, what should I do? Itadori held his head with both hands and exclaimed, what if Gojo Satoru goes insane and goes crazy? For a moment, everyone happily started discussing how to arrange the welcome ceremony. This is bad. If it is the latter, then we are in big trouble. Actually, there's no need to worry. Why not let Xia Liu release it? So, you have to be mentally prepared. Isn't this scene, which is comparable to a vegetable market, atmospheric enough? In the end, everyone adopted Shoko's opinion. In fact, he recommended not to release Gojo Satoru, because after the release, their Gojo Satoru teacher would become Gojo Satoru corpse. The eldest brother Cheng Jinchi, who was standing with his girlfriend Shinkiluo Luo, understood Angel's concerns. Well, let me give you some general knowledge. There is no concept of time in the prison gate. He will not starve to death, nor will he age. For a moment, everyone present had sweat on their foreheads, and they began to unconsciously imagine Gojo Satoru going crazy in their minds. They don't want to add another Sukuna to the world of sorcery. We have to make him feel the warm atmosphere. Nobara Kugasaki even laughed out loud, but then realized that it was a little inappropriate to the situation and immediately covered her mouth in frustration. No one can guarantee that in this long period of time, mental disorder will not occur. Upon hearing this, everyone except Xia Liu's expression suddenly froze. But for Gojo Satoru who was in the prison gate, these 19 days may be just a moment, or they may be 100 years, or even 1,000 years. After all, here, only Liu can compete with Gojo Satoru. Chapter 180, still the familiar Gojo Satoru. Yumenjong, this small cube affects the direction of the entire world of magic. Everyone felt a little emotional. Although Gojo Satoru was unfortunately sealed, fortunately there is still Xia Liu. Otherwise, the Shibuya incident, the death and rebirth, these unprecedented disasters, who knows what consequences they will bring to the world. Xia Liu did not reject everyone's opinions. Because he knew that although Gojo Satoru was living a miserable life in there, he would not go crazy. He held his breath in his heart until he found and killed the noose that occupied Geto Suguru's body. Soon after, Xia Liu went to the center of the venue. All the high school students hid behind the sand pile, fearing that Gojo Satoru, who had escaped from the prison gate, would go crazy. They all stared at the cube in Xia Liu's hand as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Guan even held an extra-large loudspeaker to prevent any accidents. Angel Lacey floats in the air, flapping her wings. She raised one hand high, and a small trumpet appeared out of thin air in her hand, and she shouted loudly to Xia Liu below. Are you ready? I'm coming. Xia Liu raised the prison gate high, signaling the angel to start quickly. Guan held the trumpet tightly and said nervously, Salmon. After receiving the signal, Lai Shiwaguo's eyes were determined, and he really activated the technique that had just been cooled down. The evil way to regret the ladder to heaven. Boom. Just like he almost killed Sukuna before. A huge halo appeared in the sky, and a strong beam of light shone directly on the cube in Xia Liu's hand, submerging Xia Liu himself. Under the baptism of the beam of light, Xia Liu Faden did not feel uncomfortable, but felt a little comfortable. The dazzling light illuminated the earth, making it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Itadori, Nobara Kugasaki couldn't help but cover her eyes. Rika suddenly appeared and stood in front of Okatsu. Shoko and Mei Mei were well prepared, wearing sunglasses and facing the holy light. Soon after, as the beam of light slowly dissipated, everyone excitedly ran towards the center. Itadori even called out to teacher Gojo Satoru excitedly. Some people are ready to subdue Gojo Satoru who might go crazy. However, when they reached the bottom of the mine, they found that apart from Xia Liu who was intact, there was no sign of Gojo Satoru. Even the prison gate has completely disappeared. For a moment, everyone stayed where they were. I expected that Gojo would go crazy when he figured it out, but what was going on right now? Yuman Zhang and Gojo Satoru were completely gone. Itadori seemed to have thought of something terrible, and asked the angel, Lakesua, what is going on? Where is teacher Gojo Satoru? You won't purify him in the prison gate. Facing Itadori's questioning, Lakesua curled his lips and couldn't help but want to defend himself. My technique will never go wrong. Gojo Satoru must be a demon like Sukuna, otherwise how could he disappear? Yes, that's it. You must have been deceived by Gojo Satoru's appearance before. I am doing this to help the people get rid of this evil. You won't blame me, right? Ha ha ha. At the same time, her heart was still shouting madly to the angel. What is going on? Come out and give an explanation. However, 3 black lines appeared on everyone's forehead, and they stared at the angel Lacihua with a look that said, I don't believe you. Seeing this, Lizihua became anxious and quickly pointed to Xia Liu beside him and said, If you don't believe me, just look at Liu. He is definitely a kind and upright person. The fact that, evil way to regret's ladder, is ineffective against him is perfect proof. Mei Mei frowned slightly and asked with concern, Xia Liu, are you feeling unwell? Xia Liu shook her head and smiled. No, it feels pretty good, I even want to have a few more shots. As he spoke, he also turned his gaze to the angel Lacihua. The latter was speechless. What does this guy think of her most powerful technique, evil ladder of regret? ... For a moment, everyone was speechless. Xia Liu is indeed fine, but is he a kind and upright person? The 4 trembling natural disasters hiding in the distance were the first to disagree. Itadori underestimated. Sure enough, women are all the same. She actually made the mistake. Shoko didn't find it strange. I think that with Gojo Satoru's personality, he has the potential to become a great devil. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice of dissatisfaction came. How dare you evaluate me like this? My young heart has been deeply traumatized. An extremely familiar voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. They all looked behind Xia Liu, and saw a black vortex appearing out of nowhere. Gojo Satoru put one hand in his pocket and walked out with a smile on his face. The moth didn't fly into the flame, did it? He was still the same cheerful Gojo Satoru as before, but the smile on his lips concealed a subtle sadness. Teacher Gojo Satoru, you haven't turned into a madman. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened in surprise. It's great that everyone is here. Everyone also surrounded Gojo Satoru and asked him about his experience in the prison gate. Long time no see. In response to this, Gojo Satoru just said stubbornly that it was more comfortable than a vacation. However, the scene was silent and no one responded. Mei Mei, you are a layperson who pays extra, don't you want to go? There are a lot of benefits to be gained from the higher-ups. Hyayinchi, you are a gambler who was forcibly fired by the top management, don't you want to go? Gojo Satoru, he had a feeling that if he fought inside, he might not even be Xia Liu's opponent. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that this guy had nothing to do at all, and had planned with Xia Liu to play a trick on them. Then he pulled down the black eye mask, and his pale blue 6 eyes were full of murderous intent. Who was willing to go to the upper floors with me? Just as Gojo Satoru was full of confusion, Itadori slowly raised his hands. In that mighty space, he couldn't even sense the slightest curse power. He did not see Masamike the night goose. After some warm greetings, Gojo Satoru finally became serious and looked at Xia Liu anxiously and said. Itadori, who was extremely excited at the back, rushed forward and knocked Gojo Satoru to the ground. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're okay. Only Xia Liu's spatial ability could deceive their eyes in such a short time. He had heard that Xia Liu's space could pull people in, and now he saw it and found it was indeed extremely mysterious. Gojo Satoru chuckled and waved hello to the stunned crowd. It was as if the 1,000 years of torture within the prison gate had no effect on this man. Fortunately, none of the things he was most worried about happened. In his opinion, there are many people here who hate the top management to the core. Mr. Gojo Satoru, the top brass is gone. Xia Liu. No, I was beaten by Lao Deng from Layan Temple and I am recovering in the infirmary. What the hell? No one is willing. Is it that what I expressed was not clear enough? And Xia Liu is like the king among them. Chapter 181 Sukuna's Declaration of War. After a brief moment of confusion, he looked at Xia Liu and said with a smile. Well, you don't even wait for me to do this. He was thinking that the first thing he would do after getting out would be to kill all the top brass, so as to vent his anger on those old corrupt men. Tell me what happened. Afterwards, the enthusiastic Itadori explained the origin of the matter and also briefly told the story of the death that did not return. What a good use of waste. Gojo Satoru looked at Liu with admiration. He actually threw the high-level players into the death and destruction game and turned them into points. The era of sinister and corrupt spells has finally come to an end. Shoko said calmly. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. I seriously suspect that there may be something wrong with your mental health. Go to the infirmary for a checkup first. Everyone agreed with Shoko's words. Although Gojo Satoru doesn't seem to be in any serious condition, it's still better to check him out. Finally, the reluctant Gojo Satoru was forcibly carried to the infirmary by Itadori and Okatsu. At this time, Juju Yuki, who was walking in front, deliberately slowed down his pace. She stood level with Xia Liu, winked and smiled softly, and said charmingly, "How can I repay you, my lifesaver?" As he spoke, his hand intentionally or unintentionally pressed against Xia Liu. Xia Liu raised the corner of his mouth. Let's talk about it later. Looking at Xia Liu's figure, Juju Yuki paused for a moment, then smiled softly. Will you tell me later? This guy has something to say. At the same time, in a secluded house of the Zen family. The atmosphere in the quaint room was solemn. Mei Mei crawled on the ground and held the 3 dried fingers on her hands. Sorry, sir, I collected 3 fingers, but I couldn't find the last one no matter how hard I tried. Mei Mei, I am willing to accept any punishment. Looking at Mei Mei kneeling on the ground respectfully, Susanoo was not angry but said calmly, it's okay. The last finger is probably carried by Gojo Satoru himself, so there's no need to waste time looking for it. Just a few minutes ago, he had sensed an extremely powerful aura in the world of spells that made him happy. There is no need to think about it, it must be Gojo Satoru who came out from the prison gate. Haha, what the hell is the strongest in the contemporary world? Isn't it because he is afraid of his own strength that he carries the last finger with him? He just didn't dare to face himself in his prime. Hearing that Sukuna had no intention of punishing her, Mei Mei was not happy at all, but felt a little disappointed. Sir, this time it's all Xia Liu's fault, that damn troublemaker, for disrupting our plans. When she thought of this guy who had done this again and again, she couldn't help but feel angry. But I can't beat him. Even Sukuna-sama seems to be unable to do anything to him for a short time. And I don't know what method this guy used, but he managed to survive under the rules he set. Even if she racked her brains, she couldn't figure out what method Xia Liu used. Now that Gojo Satoru has reappeared in the world, there's one more sorcerer who can threaten Lord Sukuna. If you can't gather the last crucial finger, there may be a lot of trouble. But it was just a nuisance. Even though there were only 19 fingers, she never thought that Sukuna would lose. Because this is simply impossible to happen. Just when Sukuna and Mei Mei were worried about the last finger, a black portal appeared. Mei Mei turned back suddenly, and sharp ice blades had already condensed on his fingertips. Don't let the floods wash away the Dragon King Temple. Noose slowly walked out of the portal, squinting his eyes and smiling, with his hands raised high in a gesture of surrender. Mei Mei looked at the noose with vigilance. Sir, this man is as cunning as Xia Liu. No need to be on guard. Sukuna, leaning back in his chair, glanced at the noose indifferently. He had known this cunning old fox thousands of years ago. Maybe those idiots at the technical college were extremely afraid of him, but in his eyes, the noose posed no threat at all. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick will be useless. Looking at the extremely respectful noose below, Sukuna asked, have you found the thing? Of course, Luosuo quickly replied. The instant Buddha that you left behind when you passed away has been prepared for you and you can take it anytime. Quote, having said that, Zuosuo let out a long sigh in his heart. Now he was completely down and out, even that idiot with a missing cerebellum like Mei Mei could bully him. But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. What's more, he failed to assimilate Tengen, and Gojo Satoru had already broken free from the seal of the prison gate. With Gojo Satoru's feelings for Geto Suguru, he would probably target me and settle accounts with me soon. Therefore, at present, relying on Sukuna and seeking his protection is the best and only option. As long as you are still alive, everything can still be turned around. By then, no matter the Cursed King or the Son of Destiny of 6 Eyes, they will not be able to escape his plan. Sukuna's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the noose. Lead the way. Soon after, under the guidance of Noso, Sukuna came to a dilapidated abandoned temple. In the weed-covered backyard of the temple, there sat a shrunken corpse. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Sukuna couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I never thought that after 1,000 years, my body had not decayed yet and was still emitting a cursed black aura. The rope took 2 steps back, bowed and smiled. Even without the last finger, this noble body is enough to make up for your last flaw. Mei Mei was extremely shocked. It turns out that the Buddha in this body, mentioned by Nozomi is the real Sukuna from 1,000 years ago. As expected of Master Sukuna's body, even after 1,000 years, it still hasn't dissipated. This faint smell of curse still makes her extremely fascinated. She snorted in her heart and glanced unhappily at Nosuku who was trying to please Sukuna. Such a good achievement was snatched away by this cunning old fox. It would be great if she could personally deliver this body to Sukuna. Sukuna gently broke off the head of the instant Buddha, and said with a smile, how ironic. He has to rely on devouring his own corpse to restore his full strength. As he said this, Sukuna opened his mouth wide and swallowed the mummy's head into his stomach. Boom! The breath of the violent wind emanates from Sukuna's body. The entire temple was instantly enveloped by a curse that was almost condensed into substance. At this point, the missing last finger of the Cursed King has been completely made up. The Cursed King Sukuna has recovered 100% of his strength. In addition, Fushiguro Megumi's 10 shadow spells can help him in Mikoro as his ultimate trump card. There is no doubt that no one in this world can be his opponent. Xia Liu can't do it, and Gojo Satoru can't do it either. Seeing this, Mei Mei knelt on one knee and bowed slightly. Congratulations, you have regained your own power. Sukuna closed his eyes and felt the surge of curse power in his body, and said calmly, tell me what day is today. Mei Mei answered quickly, November 19th. Sukuna grinned evilly. Notify Gojo Satoru, I will be waiting for him in Shinjuku for the final battle, the time is up to him. There can only be one strongest person in this world. Therefore, he planned to kill the self-righteous Gojo Satoru first, and then cut Xia Liu into pieces. Chapter 182, Shinjuku Decisive Battle. The atmosphere in the hall of the college was extremely solemn. Itadori, Kugasaki, Panda, Okatsu and others gathered together and were discussing something. Just a while ago, the challenge sent by Sukuna made Itadori and others, who had just relaxed, tense up again. After learning that Noso had joined Sukuna, Gojo Satoru accepted Sukuna's challenge without any hesitation and set the date for December 24th, which is today. He wants to destroy the noose and give Shayuji the final piece. The panda waved his fists and said angrily, if I were Gojo Satoru, I would not bother to fight Sukuna one-on-one. Wouldn't it be better to just call Xia Liu and the others to fight together? After saying that, the panda cautiously glanced at Lu Zion who was leaning alone in the corner with his arms folded. Since this martial arts fanatic learned that he was going to fight Sukuna, both his eyes and body have been shaking like crazy. Even from a distance, one could sense the fiery fighting spirit emanating from him. Kyojinji glanced at the panda with contempt. Why do you think Gojo Satoru is so powerful? How could he do this when he has the heart of a strong man? This is no longer a simple decisive battle, but a fight to the death for the title of the strongest. The panda sighed. Then let's think of some words to cheer us up. Okatsu said without hesitation, come on. Chang Jinchi said calmly, just don't die. Itadori, who was squatting on the ground, said, come on, don't die. These words feel redundant. Gojo Satoru is the strongest, there's no need to worry about him or cheer him up, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the tense atmosphere in the hall was instantly relieved. Yes, Gojo Satoru is recognized as the strongest, no one thought he would lose. Maybe that guy didn't take this decisive battle seriously at all, and he might even be shouting. Of course I will win, you don't need to worry about me. A few caring students were discussing this, and Gojo Satoru and his companions walked down the stairs. After a series of examinations, apart from some mild depression, there was nothing serious wrong with him. At this moment, his mind was filled with the noose, so his eyes were rarely filled with murderous intent. Everyone turned their eyes to Gojo Satoru. The atmosphere was not as relaxed as they had expected. Gojo Satoru's seriousness made them stand there in a daze, feeling a little overwhelmed. Is it because Sukuna put too much pressure on me? Only Itadori didn't care about Gojo Satoru's condition at all. He waved his hands and shouted, Teacher, your shamelessness is too much of a hindrance. I can't even touch you if I want to hit you. Everyone's breathing stagnated and they looked at Itadori in amazement. Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? Didn't you see that Gojo Satoru was in a bad mood? However, familiar words suddenly fell into his ears, and Gojo Satoru seemed to wake up from a dream. The corners of his mouth rose again, returning to his usual sly smile. He raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, posing like a Superman, and said with a grin, haha, come on, I'm very durable. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Itadori rushed over without hesitation and slapped Gojo Satoru on the shoulder. This extremely familiar feeling came back, and everyone watched the scene in front of them happily. Gojo Satoru took off his coat, revealing the same black tights as Fushiguro Shiori, and walked confidently in the middle of the crowd, heading out of the hall. The panda and dog following behind him couldn't help but leave shoe prints on his butt. Juju Yuki, Xia Liu and others also came to the hall. Hurry up, you idiot with an eye patch. If you can't win, let Xia Liu launch a sneak attack and kill that damn Cursed King. Don't forget I'm here, Lu Zion said coldly. Tisk, Gojo Satoru sneered. I am enough to deal with Sukuna, just wait and see. Looking at Gojo Satoru's figure, Xia Liu complained in her heart, this black tights is not suitable to wear. Meanwhile, in Shinjuku, 3 terrifying figures stood on the roof of the skyscraper. Koso said respectfully, don't worry, I will keep an eye on the other people from the academy during the final battle between you and Gojo Satoru, and will not let them launch a sneak attack. Sukuna ignored the noose. In his eyes, apart from Gojo Satoru, Xia Liu is the only one who can threaten him, and the noose is definitely not able to stop Xia Liu. So these words are just bullshit. Mei Mei, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore when she saw that Luo Suo had snatched her words away again. You annoying old fox, get out of here now, and don't affect Master Sukuna's condition. Facing Mei Mei's scolding, Zisuo's didn't care at all, but laughed lightly and said, what can I do? Gojo Satoru is trying every possible way to kill me now. He already had his own ideas in his mind. This period before the war is the most dangerous time when he is most likely to be killed instantly by Gojo Satoru. The best option is to stay with Sukuna shamelessly. As long as the battle starts, he will have no more worries. He has sinister plans to resurface again. If Gojo Satoru loses this century-long battle, the high-end combat forces led by Xia Liu will definitely encircle and suppress Sukuna without hesitation. Because Sukuna must have been in a very weak state at that time. When these powerful men have no time to take care of him, he can implement his great plan without any scruples. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Susanoo quickly changed the subject. Haha, I didn't expect Gojo Satoru to be so romantic that he actually decided to schedule the date on Christmas Eve. Do you want us grown men to go on a date together? Or do you want to use this day to remember the deceased Geto Suguru? That's ridiculous, the servant Mei Mei angrily said. Don't use your dirty thoughts to influence Master Sukuna. Luosuo raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted his eyes and smiled, cursing in his heart. You are a fool who relies on the power of others. In Shibuya and Harajuku, Gojo Satoru and Ijichi walked on the devastated land. Looking at the ground beneath his feet, Gojo Satoru sighed. Why do I feel like I haven't been here for a long time? Ijichi chuckled. What is it like to be in the prison gate? When Gojo Satoru heard the words, prison gate border, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. How should I put it? It's like being so busy at work, but never being able to stop, and it feels endless. That's still really bad, Ijichi murmured. Thank you for your hard work. As an assistant supervisor, the mere fact that he was overwhelmed with work made him feel terrified. Speaking of Shibuya, Gojo Satoru suddenly remembered something. After all, his concept of time was still stuck in the subway station. The words that worried him the most finally came out. How are the people on the 5th underground floor now? Do they have any sequelae of the infinite void? For example, brain collapse, turning into a vegetable. The 0.2-second limit field unfolded, which was the bet between him and Nozomi. Even he himself didn't know whether the brains of humans enveloped by the infinite void would be overwhelmed by junk information. Not at all, Ijichi said happily. They have now all returned to their normal lives after treatment. Hearing this, Gojo Satoru stretched himself and breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, from the perspective of protecting humanity, I win. Chapter 183,200% virtual form. Here, while they were talking, the two had already reached the top of the tall building. What comes to mind is the long-prepared Utahime and Rakuganji temple. Together with Ijichi who came with Gojo Satoru, the three of them are the best support. With the powerful assistance of these three people, Gojo Satoru's cursed power output can be increased by 20%. Boom. The cursed power instantly enveloped Gojo Satoru, and the strongest nurse, Utahime's technique, Solo Forbidden Zone, was officially activated. Utahime looked serious and said, Hey, remember to beat Sukuna up for me. Don't worry. Gojo Satoru laughed and began to recite the amplification spell that belonged only to the Gojo family. 9 nets, skylight, crows and declarations, the gap between inside and outside. Quote, without skipping any steps, he slowly took off the blindfold, and the pale blue six eyes seemed like an extension of the sky. He stretched out one hand in the gesture of shooting a marble, aiming at a point 1,000 meters away. 200% virtual form. Here, will be the gunshot that kicks off this epic battle. The dazzling light reflected Gojo Satoru's determined gaze, and a huge purple sphere appeared in front of him, with an extremely terrifying pressure sweeping around. Gojo Satoru raised his lips and said, Ryomen Sukuna, I wonder if you can accept this great gift from me. ZZ. As soon as the words fell, the purple energy that dimmed the entire world pressed towards the top of the building beyond the field of vision. 3 kilometers away, Sukuna, standing on the roof, looked slightly condensed, and his expression gradually became serious. He has already felt the powerful spell power in the distance. It was like the sun shining on the whole earth. It was as if a scorching sun had locked onto my position. He knew that this was Gojo Satoru's long-range attack. Sukuna's lips curled up slightly, and he praised, Gojo Satoru, your reputation is well deserved. The pride in his heart made him open his arms, ready to withstand this attack. However, he suddenly widened his eyes. The ball of light that was far away a second ago is now right in front of my face. The dazzling light plunged the entire building into a brief polar day. Sukuna still underestimated the power and speed of this 200% hollow style. Before the hand that had just been stretched out had time to gather the magic power, a violent explosion had already sounded around it. Boom. Just like the little boy, the virtual form hit the rooftop where Sukuna was accurately. In an instant, the house was shattered, and all the steel and concrete turned into tofu dregs. The entire building collapsed from top to bottom like a domino. The violent impact caused all the surrounding buildings to collapse, as if they were experiencing an earthquake disaster. In just a short moment, the skyscraper disappeared flat on the ground. Noose, who was hiding far away, only felt a chill on his back. It seems that seeking refuge in Sukuna was the right choice. If it were me, I would have gone to atone for my sins to Geto Suguru. Mei Mei still said proudly and calmly, with such a small attack, it can't even scratch Sukuna-sama's skin. The aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided and the billowing smoke gradually dissipated. The sound of rustling footsteps reached my eardrums. The two strongest finally met on the streets of Shinjuku. Sukuna grinned evilly, with a thick black aura emanating from his body, and his arm was already charred black from the injuries. But for him, this is harmless. Soon, the pre-war verbal battle officially began. Gojo Satoru looked at Sukuna with a mocking look. Isn't that blow just now enough to kill you? As if thinking of something, Gojo Satoru raised a finger and added, "Let me make it clear first, in this battle, you are the challenger." Gojo Satoru's frivolous words made Sukuna look unhappy. "Challenger? An ignorant brat, is it the success of the sneak attack that gave you this ridiculous self-confidence? In my eyes, you are nothing more than a grasshopper that can jump a little bit, a piece of fish on the chopping board. The only difference is that you jump more happily. I don't take you seriously at all." During the conversation, Sukuna's damaged arm has been completely repaired by the reverse curse technique. The Curse King bent his legs slightly and assumed a fighting stance, gathering the curse power in his hands, ready to strike. For a moment, someone couldn't help laughing out loud. The way he dressed had two meanings. At the same time, this strongest decisive battle was also being broadcast live nationwide by Mei Mei using crows. "Do you think you can restrain me, or do you want me to show mercy?" Wow, the fight has started. The fight has started. He must devote all his energy to observing Sukuna's techniques and combat habits. Although I am extremely puzzled as to why Xia Liu can resurrect the dead, the most important thing for now is to deal with Sukuna first. The reason is to earn investment money for the future construction of the college. Secondly, I beat my son as a father, so he wouldn't instinctively show mercy. If you ignore his face, Gojo Satoru, who is also in a fighting stance, looks almost identical to Fushiguro Shinobu back then. It can even be said that Fushiguro Shiga's sword opened up Gojo Satoru's two meridians. The reason why so many screens are set up is so that they can watch the battle between Gojo Satoru and Sukuna from all angles. Even Sukuna in his prime couldn't break through this limitless absolute defense with physical skills alone. A knee strike containing cursed power instantly stopped on the outside of Gojo Satoru's abdomen. "Gojo Satoru, give Sukuna a good slap on the face. It would be best if his nose is crooked and his jaw is dislocated." Fushiguro standing by said angrily, "The one who was hit was Sukuna, but the one who was hurt was my son." In the conference room of the High Commissioner, everyone stared at the more than 10 large screens in front of them. This was the decision he made after asking Fushiguro Shinjiro, who had returned from the dead, before the war. "I hope Gojo Satoru doesn't gossip. If he dares to disfigure my son, I'll stab him again." At this moment, Itadori suddenly exclaimed, "Gojo Satoru's bottom line seems to have broken. Firstly, I hope to stimulate Fushiguro Megumi in my body so that he can influence Sukuna's performance." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Phew, it can be said that the powerful Gojo Satoru today cannot do without Shinji's sword. Of all the people here, only Xia Liu, who resurrected him, could subdue this ruthless tyrant. Itadori danced and waved his fists, shouting excitedly. Relying on their numbers, the pandas took the opportunity to scold Liu Xian. "Oh, really?" Gojo Satoru stretched his body and continued to sneer. "Then why did you use Fushiguro Megumi's face to fight me? Are you afraid of me? Hey, you with the bald head, why are you so excited? Your face is almost pressed against the screen. It's not you who's typing." Knowing the situation, it was hard for them to refute. After all, this guy had certainly done something that they could never even think of. The time for pre-war tirade is over. In the blink of an eye, Sukuna's attack was already approaching Gojo Satoru. Liu Xian just glanced at the panda with a look of rubbish, and continued to watch the game with his face pressed against the screen. Xia Liu reminded mercilessly, "Now is now, then was then, someone like you probably can't break Gojo Satoru's defense." Chapter 184 The Strongest in Different Eras. What? How could the limitless limit break? Everyone turned their eyes to the screen. Sukuna failed to hit him with his knee, so he threw a punch filled with cursed power. The limitless figure in front of Gojo Satoru actually sank like a piece of paper. Sure enough, it is not so easy to break the limit, but at least the method given by the noose is still effective. Although 2 consecutive fierce attacks failed to work, Sukuna was not disappointed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he becomes. Without giving Sukuna time to react, Gojo Satoru suddenly punched Sukuna in the head. However, Sukuna, who had anticipated this, completely blocked it. Sukuna's playful expression shows how at ease he is at the moment. Even though he knew that his opponent had no limits, he still fought tirelessly with Gojo Satoru in physical skills. He has regained his full strength, and his strength has already increased exponentially. Boom! Sukuna found the right moment and used compressed cursed power to throw a swing punch, but it missed perfectly. "Is this all you have?" Gojo Satoru's mocking words came from beneath his feet. Just a moment ago, in order to avoid Sukuna's tricky attack, Gojo Satoru actually fell flat at Sukuna's feet. With a playful expression, he was staring sarcastically at Sukuna whose attack had failed. He was enjoying the process of fighting. The long and boring life in the prison gate for 1,000 years did not make his fighting skills lag behind at all. This scene was naturally seen by the people watching the game. They couldn't help but exclaim, "This kind of incredible operation is probably something only he can do." Gojo Satoru, who was lying at Sukuna's feet, stretched out his index finger and gently pointed it at Sukuna. Boom! A limitless spell that can interfere with the atomic level and control space is cast instantly. The powerful curse from the air caused Sukuna's body to crash uncontrollably into the building behind him. Sukuna widened his eyes in confusion, and at this moment he only felt as if a pair of invisible hands were pressing him tightly. Moreover, the output of the cursed force on his body continued to increase. Feeling the increasing pressure, Sukuna's face was distorted beyond recognition, and the wall behind him was covered with spider-like cracks. If this continues, he might be crushed to death. In the conference room of the high school, Yu, who was watching the game, couldn't help but shiver. That's it. Back then, in the Shibuya subway, it was crushed alive by Gojo Satoru's move, leaving only a pool of blood. Luwu seemed to sense Yu's fear, and patted his friend on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't panic, we are friendly forces now. Seeing that Gojo Satoru was gaining the upper hand, Itadori asked excitedly, is Gojo Satoru going to win? Others' eyes lit up too. Could it be that this strongest battle will come to an end so soon? Although they haven't seen enough, it's good to win. At this time, the Jewish Okatsu beside him said in a deep voice, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Pay attention to Sukuna's hand. In the picture, Sukuna grinned, and his 5 fingers formed into claws and dug into the wall. Slash. 8. Instantly, the wall behind Sukuna was cut and shattered. Without the wall to block him, Sukuna's body was also blasted backwards by the strange force. Gojo Satoru was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Sukuna to choose this way to resolve the crisis. Sure enough, the Cursed King from 1,000 years ago was also extremely experienced in combat. Sukuna, who was blown away by Wu Shixian, flew out of the wall and continued to fly, breaking all the stone pillars along the way. Although he resolved the crisis, this incredible manipulation of the curse power caused him to suffer a great loss right from the start. Stop. Sukuna exerted force with his palm, and his sharp black claws dug into the ground, creating sparks. He barely managed to stop himself and knelt on one knee, calming the turbulent waves in his body. However, before he could recover from the shock, his pupils suddenly contracted. The sense of crisis swept in like a gust of wind. The Cursed King is really thick-skinned. Gojo Satoru's ghostly figure is approaching at a very fast speed. Bang! As soon as Sukuna raised his head, Gojo Satoru's shoe prints filled his entire field of vision. Faced with the sudden change, Gojo Satoru just suddenly widened his eyes. There were no humans around, no teammates to hold him back, so he could just unleash all his strength and fight violently. Gojo Satoru laughed, excitement flashed in his eyes, and disappeared on the spot. The two looked into each other's eyes, their bodies almost parallel at this moment. A whisper like a judgment of death came from his ear, slash. Release. However, Sukuna's low voice reached his ears. His spell power has long gone beyond the comprehension of most sorcerers. He wanted to let the violent impact crush the Sukuna in the middle, completing a hamburger with Sukuna steak. Swing it out suddenly like hitting a volleyball. The bridge suddenly hit the wall of the building, creating a huge shock wave and sending debris flying. The moment he leapt up, he met Gojo Satoru in the air again. No grass grew wherever he passed, and conspicuous footprints appeared behind him. However, Sukuna was like a loach, and he shot out from the gap at the last moment. The broken bridge weighing more than 10 tons was actually flipped over and smashed towards the building behind. The contemptuous smile on his face seemed to tell Gojo Satoru that this level of attack was nothing more than a child's play to him. The next second, boom. However, Sukuna was well prepared. He held his arm with one hand, charging up the power of the spell, and suddenly launched the spell with the other hand. After saying this, Sukuna clung to the broken bridge like a gecko. The powerful left kick hit Sukuna's face hard. Sukuna's operation was smooth and flowing, from dodging to launching attacks, all completed in a flash. Looking at Sukuna standing on the broken bridge, Gojo Satoru dropped his hand. Under this blow, the entire bridge broke into 2 halves. Looking at Sukuna who was still flying backwards in front of him, Gojo Satoru grinned and suddenly raised his foot and stomped hard on the bridge. Although he also couldn't find Gojo Satoru's exact location, he locked onto the other party's position with great confidence. The kick, which contained a strong cursed force, was like a football, and sent Sukuna flying, smashing towards the bridge in the distance. Chasing his prey, he trampled a deep dent in the bridge. As we all know, Gojo Satoru is at his strongest when he fights alone. Boom! The huge broken bridge actually stopped falling and rose into the air against gravity under his control. What a savage fellow, but that's all you can do. The bridge continued to fall with Sukuna's body, while Gojo Satoru, who had flown into the air in advance, waved his arms at him from above. In the meeting room of the High Commissioner, everyone held their breath and stared at the big screen nervously. With the help of the natural barrier of smoke and dust, Sukuna ran towards Gojo Satoru at full speed without any hesitation. Chapter 185 Actively lifting the no limit. Is this the full power of the Cursed King? The broken bridge collided with the building wall, and both sides should have lost their vision. But how did Sukuna know the exact location of Gojo Satoru? Is it just relying on intuition? Is this the confidence that a strong person has in his prediction? You know, in this situation without vision, if Sukuna makes a wrong prediction, the attack will miss. That short gap will be seized by Gojo Satoru who is at the same level and attacked madly. Sukuna, how dare he? However, Itadori's voice shocked everyone again. Did you hit it off target? Everyone looked on in amazement. In the picture, Gojo Satoru's unlimited was not shattered by the slash, but a huge slash mark was formed on the building behind him. Everyone's eyes widened. How is this possible? Sukuna's attack actually missed the target. Across the screen, everyone can feel a breath of conspiracy. The careful Okatsuju noticed something was wrong. With an attack of Sukuna's level, normally the building should have been cut in half. But Sukuna didn't do that. The powerful curse whizzed past Gojo Satoru's ears, and at the same time filled him with surprise and confusion. I was surprised by the power of Sukuna's attack, but I was puzzled as to why he deliberately misplaced the technique. You know, a strong man of this level will definitely hit the target the moment he locks on. Unless it's intentional, it's very difficult to mess up the technique. However, Gojo Satoru's dazed look played right into Sukuna's hands. While Gojo Satoru was distracted, Sukuna's fist was already in front of him. Although Gojo Satoru has unlimited defense, he still instinctively uses his hands to block. Bang bang bang. The sound of the air-breaking bombardment continued endlessly. Two powerful men floating in the air are fighting to the death. The building behind him began to shake after being slashed by Sukuna. At this moment, the stalemate in the physical battle between the two sides suddenly changed. Sukuna's fist actually broke through the limitless defense. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened. Combining the previous attack, he instantly understood Sukuna's little trick. I see, this guy is using field extension. That was the trick that the two natural disasters, Rokuro and Hanami, used against him during the Shibuya Incident. It must be admitted that at that time, Luhuhuayu's move did have a significant impact on his bottom line. And now the opponent who performs this technique has become the powerful Sukuna. It goes without saying that Nozomi must have told Sukuna this method privately. This way, Sukuna's deliberate slashing move just now can be explained. This guy deliberately slashed the building in a crooked way in order to attract his attention so that he could fight with him in close combat. If he breaks through his limit, coupled with the collapsing building behind him, he will be in extreme danger. Sukuna seemed to see Gojo Satoru's worry and smiled sinisterly. You're pretty quick-witted. You realized my plan so quickly. But, it's too late. I have put a lot of thought into fighting you. Die contentedly, Gojo Satoru. Sukuna's mocking words fell into Gojo Satoru's ears. However, Gojo Satoru's expression suddenly changed, and he smiled lightly. Oh my, I didn't expect that the Curse King would take it so seriously. Since you've tried so hard to break my bottom line, I'll just do as you wish. After saying that, Gojo Satoru suddenly grabbed Sukuna's hands and crossed his fingers with theirs. This sudden action made Sukuna's eyes widen in confusion. He never expected that the other party would take the initiative to remove the unlimited defense that he was so proud of. Gojo Satoru held onto Sukuno's hand tightly and laughed wildly. Keep playing the music and dancing. The next second, the crisp sound of glass shattering suddenly rang out. Gojo Satoru pulled Sukuna into the slowly collapsing building. The two people floated in the space of the building, allowing their bodies to fall freely. Both of them are looking for a chance to deal a fatal blow to each other. Not long after, the two of them ran into an office at the same time. The tilted building, desks in the office, and other objects smashed the glass, and a large amount of white paper documents flew in the air. Suddenly, a desk floated right between the two of them. Sukuna and Gojo Satoru stared at each other. Experts fight, and they understand each other tacitly. At the moment when they couldn't see each other's eyes, they both launched the attack decisively at the same time. Sukuna lowered his waist and sat on his hips, raised his right fist high, and accumulated full power of the curse. Gojo Satoru slightly bent his body and clenched his fists, as if he was also planning some powerful move. For a moment, the powerful curse instantly enveloped half of the collapsed and tilted building. The time in the office seemed to stop quietly at this moment. The moment the desk falls, there will be a fatal shot. Boom. The desk fell down, and the strong men looked at each other, as if they had guessed each other's tricks. Inside the High Commissioner's meeting room, Sister Mei Mei, hurry up. Let the crows fly in and see how the battle is going. Shoko urged Mei Mei urgently. Ever since Gojo Satoru and Sukuna crashed into the building, there has been no more scenes of fighting. Mei Mei put out the cigarette in Shoko's hand and scolded with a smile. Why are you in such a hurry? The building is collapsing. Wouldn't it be a death sentence for Crow to go in? In order to continue the live broadcast later, she might take this risk. At this moment, the high-rise building that was originally shaky finally collapsed, accompanied by a terrifying fluctuation of curse power. Gojo Satoru and Sukuna competed head-on, and when they collided, the terrifying power far exceeding that of a thermal weapon resounded through the sky. The battle had just begun for a short while when another building disappeared. Two figures gradually emerged in the smoke and dust. The two strongest men from different eras were unharmed, and they looked at the ruins ahead calmly. Gojo Satoru even joked and pushed all the responsibility onto Ryuman Sukuna. Okay, you don't care about the environment. You destroyed all these buildings. The flowers and plants that were smashed, as well as the countless dead ants and insects, are all your fault. Get out of Fushiguro Megumi's body and kneel down to atone for your sins. Facing Gojo Satoru's dirty talk, Sukuna didn't get angry but laughed. How dare you say such things? The building, the broken bridge, which one was not caused by you? In terms of shamelessness, I, Sukuna, admit that you are the strongest. At this moment, Gojo Satoru suddenly slapped his head and shouted, not good. He just now remembered a serious problem. Mei Mei is now broadcasting live to the whole world. Now, I have definitely become the culprit for destroying the city. In the conference room of the technical college, everyone was shocked by Sukuna's incredible move that almost broke Gojo Satoru's infinite defense technique. They had never dared to think about it before, but Sukuna actually did it. Doesn't that mean that something as unbelievable as defeating Gojo Satoru is possible? After all, Sukuna is breaking the impossible again and again, and it can be clearly seen that Sukuna must have done his homework before the battle. Okatsu said, I watched the video of the Shibuya Incident. This technique is a perfect solution for the teacher. Isn't that right, Wayuluhu? For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Luhu Wayu. The latter raised his head proudly, not afraid of their gazes at all. Don't the country bumpkins in the technical college know about field extension? Chapter 186, Wuliangkongchu vs. Fumo Yuchuzi. To put it simply, domain extension is a refined and enhanced version of the simple domain. It can neutralize the opponent's spells and thus erode them step by step. If it were Hanamika and I, it might take a long time, but if it's Sukuna who's performing the spell, I'm afraid it would only take one chance. But your Gojo Satoru seems to be even more ruthless. He actually took the initiative to contact Wu Boji. Look how scared Sukuna is. Lu Hu's explanation caused everyone in the academy to fall into silence. Their expressions were extremely serious. Angel Lacey said what everyone was unwilling to say. If that's the case, the situation is very unfavorable for Gojo Satoru. Sukuna has already tied with Gojo Satoru without using any techniques. If he uses other means to pursue him, and Gojo Satoru doesn't find a way to deal with it in time. Lu Zion crossed his arms and said indifferently, he will lose. Then it was my turn. As he said this, he looked at Xia Liu, indicating that this is what you promised. Xia Liu naturally knew that Lu Zion had already lost control and felt speechless. Has this guy always been this confident? If nothing unexpected happens, once Lu Zion goes up to fight Sukuna, he will not only be killed instantly but also lose face. His killer move, Phantom Beast Amber, that he has been holding back for 400 years is also a piece of. Although Lu Zion's words were very straightforward and unpleasant to hear, no one refuted them. At this time, Itadori suddenly said, if that's the case, why don't you open the field? He believes that Gojo Satoru's domain can be said to have a bug. If the domain is opened, Sukuna won't be able to play any tricks. At that time, the two of them will return to a fair starting point again. Itadori-san, you think it's too simple? Juju Yuki smiled and said, I'm afraid Gojo Satoru's domain cannot compete with Sukuna's domain. This is not about strength or weakness, but the nature of the domain itself. Combined with the Shibuya Incident and Tengen's confused explanation, it can be basically confirmed that Sukuna's territory is open. In Hongqing Palace, she personally fought against Luosuo and was nearly killed by Tianyuan, so she has a lot to say. Even though his own domain was fully open at that time, he still could not escape and was destroyed from the outside by the open domain of the noose. If even the noose can do this, the cursed King Sukuna will be even more terrifying. Open field. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Lu Zion, Yi Ji Yu Yud, Cheng Jinchi, and other masters reacted instantly and realized what this meant. The scrap of spellcraft standing in the corner, Kasumi Miwa, was a little confused. Ah, what is an open field? I've never heard of it before. For a moment, no one could give a specific answer. Juju Yuki blinked and looked at Xia Liu with a half smile. I'm afraid no one knows more about open fields than Xia Liu. Xia Liu knows. Everyone turned their eyes to him. Xia Liu smiled and gave an analogy. You can think of this realm as being able to hold liquid without a container, paint without a canvas, and flowers and fruits without roots. You mean, the open domain doesn't have the shell of the bound domain? How is this possible? It totally defies common sense. Sadness appeared on everyone's face. In this case, can Gojo Satoru's domain really win? Miwa Kasumi said in self-abandonment. Alas. Even such a heaven-defying behavior as the open field exists, but I only know the simple, new, yin flow. Quote, Xia Liu, simple, new yin flow, is not simple at all. Quote, whether it was Kujuku Yuki using Hongshingmia to buy time, or Gojo Satoru's subsequent escape from a desperate situation, they were all inseparable from the Shinkage Ryu. Sanlin Sha just thought that Lu was just trying to comfort her out of kindness. At this time, Nishimiya Dao, who was riding on a magic broom, asked curiously, after all this talk, what will happen if Gojo Satoru's domain collides with Sukuna? Itadori's eyes suddenly widened. Through the screen, he felt something strange in his hands and shouted, it's coming. The two strongest realms collided at this moment, and neither was willing to retreat. In a sense, in this domain confrontation, Gojo Satoru was actually the better one. The infinite void and the enchanted chef spread out instantly. The dark shell of the infinite space radiates a dazzling light. The voices of the two powerful men sounded almost at the same time. At that time, the opponent's territory will not hesitate to launch endless crazy attacks. The demon-subduing chef was like a canvas, savagely taking root and growing inside the infinite space. Get rid of the evil Sukuna, save Fushiguro Megumi, make up for the mistakes he made in the Shibuya Incident, and free Geto Suguru's body. Especially for those who have experienced it themselves, you should know that the open field can completely defeat the closed field. Gojo Satoru, who should have been cautious, suddenly increased his own cursed energy output, and a huge amount of cursed energy rushed towards Sukuna like it was free. Some people couldn't believe that Gojo Satoru's closed domain could actually compete with the open domain. The moment the sorcerer unfolds his domain, it often symbolizes that the outcome of the battle is about to take place. They expanded their own fields in an extremely tacit manner. When everyone was wondering whether their hands would open up a domain, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna seemed to have heard their thoughts. On top of the huge shrine, Sukuna made hand seals with an evil smile on his face. The majestic figure appears extremely resolute through the screen. However, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but show excitement on his face. No one would have thought that the two would compete in such a brutal and violent way. You know, once something goes wrong, the domain will be shattered. But it's an open field, so there's no need to worry too much. The longer it takes, the bigger the loss for Gojo Satoru. He had a great time fighting with Sukuna. Boom. In the dark storm, Gojo Satoru formed a seal with one hand, and his expression was no longer relaxed as before, but full of determination. Although his domain's display speed was about 0.02 seconds slower than Gojo Satoru's, it was displayed inside Gojo Satoru's domain. He has so much to do. Boom. Such a brutal confrontation in the field has already stunned the spectators. In such a terrifying field confrontation, if you relax even a little, you will fall into a critical moment from which there is no return. Some people are surprised that Sukuna's domain can actually fight against the almost invincible, infinite space. Field expands. Sukuna was not to be outdone, and a steady stream of black energy rushed over like a flood and a beast. This level of battle is exactly what he has been pursuing all his life. The party whose domain is broken will fall into the embarrassing situation of the spell being broken. They are evenly matched. Itadori was stunned. It seemed as if the black curse aura from hell was madly confronting the guaranteed hit effect of the infinite void. Chapter 187 The Infinite Void is broken. The four natural disasters standing behind Xia Liu also widened their eyes. This time they have gained a lot of knowledge and their eyes have been opened. Looking at Xia Liu's indifferent smile, they still had a doubt. This guy has been keeping a calm smile since the moment Gojo Satoru and Sukuna started fighting. It was as relaxing as watching a movie. Two invincible realms collided head-on at the same time, but he didn't even feel nervous. So what is the scope of his field? From the beginning to the end, Luhu and others never saw Xia Liu open his domain. At this moment, Okatsu suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "It's cracked." Everyone stopped thinking and stared at the big screen. On the demon-suppressing shrine, Sukuna looked like a demon god descended to the earth, while Gojo Satoru continued to form seals with one hand, continuously outputting his cursed power. This is a protracted war. Both sides are extremely clear about the consequences of having their territory breached. However, this clash of the strongest fields did not last long. The black shell of the infinite void began to tremble constantly, and even tiny cracks appeared. Thanks to the open domain, the domain of the demon subduing and cooking master has spread to the outside of the infinite void. Although the interior of the closed area is extremely strong, the exterior is very fragile. At this moment, the advantages of the open field are fully demonstrated. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped up, and they even forgot to breathe. Itadori clenched his fists and stared at the screen. It can be seen that after the tiny cracks appeared in Gojo Satoru's domain, it began to shatter at a degree visible to the naked eye. Jujuyuki shook his head. Gojo Satoru is already very impressive to be able to fight against the open field for so long. It's a pity that the mechanism is so powerful that the infinite void may not be able to hold out for too long. The next second, snap. The black domain shell shattered. Like broken eggshells, they flew everywhere. Without the covering of the black domain shell, the demon-suppressing shrine stood firmly in the center. And it's still expanding recklessly. Ryum and Sukuna stood high on the shrine, looking very proud. This is the gap between us. Gojo Satoru did not respond. He just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. He had never thought about such a thing as a domain being shattered, and this was the first time he encountered it. This sudden change made him quickly review the cause, and soon came to a conclusion. The main reason was that I ignored the external erosion of the other party's territory, which allowed Sukuna to take advantage of the loophole. However, Sukuna will not give Gojo Satoru a chance to catch his breath. Swish. The invisible wind blade swept past in an instant. A deep cut was left on Gojo Satoru's neck. The splattered blood reflected the astonishment in Gojo Satoru's eyes. This was without Sukuna making any moves, which was clearly a guaranteed hit from the opponent's domain. His domain had just been shattered and he had already entered the awkward spell fuse period. His unlimited defense can no longer be activated. Gojo Satoru reached out and touched the wound on his neck, while looking at the huge mouth of the abyss in the center of the demon-suppressing shrine in front of him. Swish. Before he could come to his senses, bright red blood spurted out from his neck again. The wound that had not yet healed deepened again. "Teacher!" Itadori in front of the screen shouted in worry. At this moment, everyone stood up, worried about Gojo Satoru's situation. The technique is broken. Even someone as strong as Gojo Satoru cannot escape this restriction. How can he defend against Sukuna's next crazy attack when he can't use defensive techniques? Just when everyone was worried, white steam suddenly came out from Gojo Satoru's neck. The originally shocking wound was repaired in the blink of an eye. Itadori seemed to see hope. It's the reverse curse technique. Gojo Satoru-sensei was able to perform the reverse curse technique to heal his body during the spell's fuse. In this case, can he use his reverse curse technique to survive the time when the technique is disconnected? Jujuyuki, Okatsu Jude and other masters shook their heads. Reverse curse technique is just a delaying tactic. As long as he is still within Sukuna's territory, he will continue to endure crazy attacks from all directions. I would like to ask, whose reverse curse technique can be as effective as Sukuna's endless slash? Countless tiny blood lines splashed. You are still standing, so let the storm come even harder. Even if Gojo Satoru could do it, the amount of cursed energy consumed would be extremely terrifying. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the pain Gojo Satoru was going through at the moment. In the blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru had turned into a blood gourd. The overwhelming slashing blows were repeatedly cutting his face, and blood kept splattering. Bang! Itadori punched the wall and said angrily, "So, Once the unlimited technique cannot be used, many of Gojo Satoru's techniques will be banned. Sukuna, who had completely gained the upper hand, showed a sinister smile on his face. Everyone had no choice but to continue looking at the screen in silence. On the other side, Gojo Satoru's handsome face had already been completely changed. Okatsu explained, "It's not that the teacher doesn't want to escape, but he can't escape at all. He should be able to escape easily, right? Not one to sit still and wait for death." Gojo Satoru suddenly leapt toward the side of the shrine. "If it really doesn't work, I still have Xia Liu as my trump card, so what's there to be afraid of? I can't fight him, and I can't escape him. What should I do?" But Gojo Satoru doesn't look like such a stubborn person, does he? The technique melted his bottom line, and his Kang was opened up based on the bottom line. Quote, at this time, Zhang Shang, who had been silent the whole time, asked in confusion, "Since Sukuna's domain is open and has no closed barrier, why doesn't Gojo Satoru escape from the range?" Sukuna laughed sarcastically and said, "How about this baptism of my slashing? Are you satisfied with it?" Because of the performance of the domain and the technique, Gojo Satoru has been completely suppressed. Only the remaining 6 eyes had its eyes wide open. They believed that Gojo Satoru would not surrender and that he must have other ways to deal with it. His entire face had been completely cut up and no longer looked like a human being. It was impossible to tell what expression he had. He now wished he could go on the field to take Gojo Satoru's place and withstand Sukuna's attack. The dense knife scars on his face are shocking. The scene changed. If Gojo Satoru doesn't get treatment, he will be chopped to death, but treatment will consume a lot of magic power, so the disadvantage in subsequent battles will become greater and greater. What we need to do now is to stay as far away from Sukuna's attack range as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the overwhelming slashing attacks landed indiscriminately on Gojo Satoru's entire body. Bang! Even if Sukuna's domain can cover the entire Shibuya, Gojo Satoru should be able to use Aoi's teleportation to escape, right? Could it be that the pride of a strong man does not allow him to escape? The overwhelming invisible slash completely enveloped Gojo Satoru. The situation is still very embarrassing. Chapter 188. So, the strongest domain is the Nuyen flow. Even without the teleportation blessing of Kang, Gojo Satoru's speed is still very fast. But who would have thought that Sukuna, who was standing on the demon-suppressing shrine just now, disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, he stood in front of Gojo Satoru. "Gojo Satoru, do you think I will let you go? Remember, if you dare to compete with me in the field, you will be defeated." Bang! After saying that, he threw a heavy punch and swung it out. Gojo Satoru, exhausted from resisting the slash, still dodged sideways. But in this way, his idea of escaping from Sukuna's territory was completely shattered. Facing the dying Gojo Satoru, Sukuna would never give him any chance to breathe. A whip kick filled with curse power suddenly kicked out. However, Gojo Satoru, whose body was covered with cuts, crossed his arms and blocked Sukuna's attack again. After the dull sound of flesh, Gojo Satoru's bloody face once again revealed a crazy smile. He took advantage of the situation and hugged Sukuna's calf, supporting his severely injured body, and punched with all his strength. What we need to do now is to delay the time as much as possible and get out of the dangerous situation of the spell being melted. However, Sukuna seemed to have anticipated what Gojo Satoru was thinking. He leaned forward at high speed, bent over and hugged Gojo Satoru's thigh, then fell to the ground, rolled suddenly, and clamped Gojo Satoru's knees with his legs. In the blink of an eye, the naked choke in the fighting technique was formed, and Gojo Satoru's legs were fixed in place and unable to move. The sure hit slash from Sukuna's domain is destroying the body all the time. The increasing number of slash marks on his body made his physical skills unable to keep up with Sukuna. The most troublesome thing is that Sukuna did not choose to make hand seals to perform other techniques, but chose to fight with him in close combat. In other words, he is now facing a double attack from the domain and Sukuna. Bang! Gojo Satoru did not choose to free his legs, but used all his strength to smash towards Sukuna's head below. Sukuna tilted his head, dodging the attack while putting some distance between himself and Gojo Satoru. The two stood facing each other again. Gojo Satoru's body continued to emit white steam, which meant that his reverse curse technique had reached its maximum power. But despite this, it still couldn't keep up with the damage caused to the body by the indiscriminate slashing. Constantly getting slashed, then repaired, then getting hurt again. He is stuck in a vicious cycle and is still missing an eye. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was at the end of his rope, a sinister smile appeared on Sukuna's lips. In his current state, he is simply unable to fight against himself. Reverse curse technique only delayed his death. As long as Gojo Satoru is killed, it will be Xia Liu's turn. Gojo Satoru, whose face was covered in blood and looked like a human, was able to think calmly while enduring the severe pain. His brain was working rapidly, and a crazy idea came to his mind. After Sukuna engaged in close combat with him, the slashing of the domain did not stop. In other words, the center of this field is not Sukuna himself. Could it be that the heart of the realm is the demon-suppressing shrine standing in the center? The atmosphere in the Gaozuan conference room was extremely solemn. Itadori felt that he was having difficulty breathing. He looked at Okatsu and asked, "If Gojo Satoru destroys the demon-suppressing shrine by force, can Sukuna's domain be ended?" However, Okatsuju poured cold water on the situation. If I'm not mistaken, the demon-suppressing shrine in the center of the domain should just be a concrete product of Sukuna's imagination. Existence or non-existence has little bearing on the disappearance of the realm. If you want to escape the attack from the domain, you must start with Sukuna himself. Itadori became more and more anxious, but now Gojo Satoru is in a state of melting. How can he do it? Miwa Kasumi held her head in panic and said, will Gojo Satoru really become a piece of fish on the chopping board if this happens? Don't worry, the situation will be reversed soon, Xia Liu said calmly. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Xia Liu. What? A reversal of the situation? But in this situation, how can the situation be reversed? Xia Liu's ability is the closest to Gojo Satoru here. Maybe he can see at a more profound level. Xia Liu smiled and looked at Sanlongxia. Remember, I said that the Nuyin flow is not simple at all. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression was suddenly shocked. In the picture, Gojo Satoru's words came out, Nuyin style. Simple domain. As soon as the words fell, a blue domain shield instantly appeared 3 feet below Gojo Satoru's feet. Bang! In the Sukuna domain, Gojo Satoru, who had gotten a respite, was having his body repaired continuously. Others were shocked that Xia Liu's predictions were so accurate. Swell, Itadori yelled. At this moment, she completely understood that Xia Liu wanted to tell her not to give up on herself. It's understandable that the reverse curse technique wouldn't blow, but while the reverse curse technique was activated at full power, Gojo Satoru could actually perform a simple domain. Even if you only know the Nuyin style, you can still become a strong person. Xia Liu said that the situation would be reversed immediately, but can Gojo Satoru achieve this with just the simple domain? I saw that the last few spots of light in the simple field under Gojo Satoru's feet completely disappeared. He was able to accurately predict the outcome of a situation that he had never anticipated. Block Sukuna's cutting attack. However, Gojo Satoru, who had recovered, took a step forward, leaned down, and suddenly hit Sukuna's waist with an elbow. Zhang Shang said pessimistically. Facing Sukuna's domain, this temporary and simple domain can only delay time. If he cannot break free from the restrictions of the technique's fuse, Gojo Satoru will still be unable to reverse the defeat. Gojo Satoru is resurrected with full health again. Sanlongxia covered her mouth in disbelief. It's really opened. However, Sukuna, who felt a sharp pain in his waist, was not upset but showed an evil smile of success. Okatsu Judas and Lu Zion looked at Lu deeply. The best example is when Juju Yuki fought against Nozomi in the Hongxing Palace. After playing it, Gojo Satoru used the reverse curse technique to repair all the injuries on his body. He decided not to give Gojo Satoru any more chances. I didn't expect that this small and simple field could have such a great effect. Sukuna's attack couldn't hurt Gojo Satoru for a while. But soon, they became confused. This man can keep up with Gojo Satoru and Sukuna in both strength and combat thinking. Sukuna said with some boredom, do all of you high school students like to make meaningless struggles? Faced with his brother's scolding, Zhang Shang had no choice but to shut his mouth tactfully. When everyone came to their senses, they were all amazed at this monster Gojo Satoru. She looked at Lu with gratitude. The face that was cut to the point of not looking like a human was left with only a faint cut mark, and the lost 6 eyes also grew back. Sukuna threw a punch. This is totally inconsistent with the common sense of the magic world. As Sukuna's feet stepped into the simple domain around Gojo Satoru was being rapidly eroded. Just as he finished speaking, Gojo Satoru activated the simple domain the next second as if he had received a reminder. After saying that, he ran towards Gojo Satoru at high speed. A dull thumping sound reaches the eardrum. Chapter 189, Heaven-Defying Operation. The devilish whisper reached Gojo Satoru's ears, you're done. Next second, oink oink. The sure hit effect of the domain demon subduing cook swept through Gojo Satoru's entire body once again. The body that had just been repaired showed even more terrible scars from the slash, and countless tiny blood lines splashed in the air. It was like a face cut by thousands of sickles, horrible to look at. It's just a dying struggle. Sukuna behind him laughed again. However, Gojo Satoru suddenly retreated to escape Sukuna's attack. He lowered his body and imitated the way Sanlongxia drew her sword and slashed, Nuyin style. Simple domain. Tisk. Looking at the halo that appeared again under Gojo Satoru's feet, Sukuna couldn't help but feel extremely annoyed. Gojo Satoru, you are so boring. You are no different from a lazy cheater now. Hey. Gojo Satoru's laughter came from Sukuna's side, and at the same time, he launched a whip kick. Bang. Sukuna, who raised his arm to block, suddenly noticed something was wrong. This time, Gojo Satoru didn't take the opportunity to use the reverse curse technique to repair his body. This scene stunned everyone in the college. Why didn't Gojo Satoru use the reverse curse technique to repair his body, but instead continued to fight Sukuna in close combat with his injured body? Could it be that Gojo Satoru's cursed energy has been exhausted? Thinking of this, cold sweat appeared on everyone's head involuntarily. Yes, the amount of cursed energy required to activate the reverse curse technique at the highest power for such a long time is extremely terrifying. It's very rare that Gojo Satoru could hold on for so long. If it were anyone else, they would have been drained dry long ago. The Okatsuju who knew Gojo Satoru best shook his head suddenly after a moment of horror. No, impossible. The teacher's cursed power is still bottomless, and the pair of 6 eyes that almost never consume power is the best proof. But he still couldn't figure out what Xia Liu said was the point where Gojo Satoru could turn the tide of the battle. In the picture, the simple domain under Gojo Satoru's feet was eroded and disappeared again. But Gojo Satoru didn't care about it at all, and rushed towards Sukuna's body without stopping. Sukuna snorted coldly. "Fool, your tortoise shell has disappeared, don't you know it?" Next second, swish, a slash far more powerful than before stopped Gojo Satoru in his tracks. He just stood there, his body like a broken piece of tofu. The most terrifying thing was that the neck was cut in half, and the split back of the neck seemed unable to support the scarred head. Sukuna slowly raised his hand, ready to strike with the power of the curse. Just one last blow and Gojo Satoru's head will be torn apart. The winner of this war will be himself. However, a chilling smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. A shadow passed by, Sukuna's eyes suddenly widened. Gojo Satoru, covered in blood, was actually sticking to his body. With his legs clamped around his waist and his hands tightly clinging to Susanoo, he looked like a clinging gecko. What terrified Sukuna was that he didn't even notice Gojo Satoru approaching. Logically speaking, no matter how fast Gojo Satoru is, it shouldn't be so fast that his trajectory cannot be captured by his eyes. The only explanation is, while Sukuna was thinking, Gojo Satoru's body was still leaning back. The posture of holding a gun with one hand suddenly appeared before my eyes. This amazing scene made everyone in front of the screen stand up straight. They knew what Gojo Satoru's gesture meant, but what puzzled them was that Gojo Satoru's technique fuse period couldn't possibly end in such a short time. Can he really use that technique? Suddenly, the genius Okatsu Kosho suddenly thought of something. He suddenly turned around and looked at Xia Liu, who was still calm behind him. Turn the tide of the battle. These four words popped up in my mind like crazy, combined with the fact that Gojo Satoru didn't use the reverse curse technique to heal himself just now. Okatsu Jewish suddenly understood. I see. The reverse curse technique that the teacher used just now actually never stopped. When these words were spoken, everyone was puzzled. Ah, the reverse curse technique never stopped. But why didn't I see that? I shouldn't have any fireworks, right? Itadori scratched his head. Yes, there are no signs of repair on Gojo Satoru's body, not even any white steam. As the smoke cleared, the unrecognizable cursed king struggled to climb out. What? Shoko, who was most familiar with the reverse curse technique, tilted his head in confusion. The fingers holding the gun emit a red light, reflecting Sukuna's incredulous eyes. Reversal of the technique. Ha, bang. As sorcerers, they immediately understood what Xia Liu meant. He stroked his neck, turned sideways and looked at the embarrassed Sukuna. A pair of cursed hands stretched out. If anything goes wrong, it will be the end. Juju Yuki once said. Unable to bear the heavy burden, the demon-subduing shrine collapsed like a crumbling building, completely engulfing the master of the domain, Sukuna. The dazzling red light illuminates the entire Shinjuku sky. With the destruction of the demon-suppressing shrine and the severe damage to Sukuna's body, the domain that had never been defeated in 1,000 years disappeared. His neck was almost cut off just now, and it seems that he didn't use it. The red super laser cannon fired instantly. The crowd was astonished, but now Gojo Satoru can even use the reverse curse technique to treat the cerebral cortex more violently. Sukuna was blasted backwards at a high speed by the terrifying power. The incredible operation saved him from a desperate situation, and he said something ironic at random. Yeah. It's really boring, Sukuna. The first man in the world to use the reverse curse technique to repair a ritual fuse appeared. His body exudes white steam that repairs the body. Yeah, Okatsu Jewish nodded heavily, as if he understood me. The key point of the procedure fuse is because of the self-protection mechanism of the cerebral cortex. The aftermath of the explosion directly pierced through the tall and straight demon-subduing shrine, and a violent explosion resounded through the sky. Scream. This kind of incredible operation was used to forcibly get rid of the reverse curse technique. During the battle between Hong Xingdong and Nozomi, the madman once dug out his own cerebral cortex as if he were mutilating himself, and then used the reverse curse technique to repair it. Heal the brain. You mean Gojo Satoru used the reverse curse technique to heal the broken technique? The one-eyed demon, who crawled out of hell once again showed a confident smile. Finally, it smashed heavily on the demon-suppressing shrine. Xia Liu chuckled and said, because Gojo Satoru doesn't heal the body, but the brain. He was slowly sliding down like a ball of soft cotton. Gojo Satoru used a method beyond Sukuna's knowledge to break Sukuna's open field. The situation was reversed in an instant, just as Xia Liu predicted. Chapter 190. The domain is broken again. Gojo Satoru's incredible operation of breaking the healing technique made the spectators go crazy. It's actually true. Okatsu's Jewish voice was trembling with excitement. Although he had guessed it a long time ago, seeing it with his own eyes was still unbelievable. As someone who also possesses the reverse curse technique, he knows very well that the reverse curse technique's healing of the body and the healing technique are two completely different concepts. It's like a boiling engine that's about to overload and all you can do is wait for it to cool down slowly. But Gojo Satoru broke common sense and repaired it immediately. At this moment, everyone in the conference room finally realized how short-sighted they were. They could never do what Gojo Satoru did. They couldn't even think about it. Juju Yuki stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, will Gojo Satoru really have no side effects if he heals the cerebral cortex in this way? At the same time, at the Shinjuku battlefield, In the blink of an eye, Sukuna had used the reverse curse technique to repair his injuries that were severely inflicted by he. The collapsed enchanted shrine behind him also rose from the ground as Sukuna recovered. This means that Sukuna's domain has not completely disappeared, and he himself has not fallen into a spell meltdown. Gojo Satoru looked at the newly erected enchanted shrine and jokingly said, "Oh. Your little shabby house is standing again." Seeing that Gojo Satoru dared to humiliate his demon-slaying shrine in this way, Sukuna's face turned gloomy. Without further ado, he once again formed seals with his hands and began the ritual. This time, he wants to expand the scope of the domain's effect to the maximum. Gojo Satoru was not far behind, forming a seal with one hand and expanding his domain for the second time. Infinite space. In the world of sorcery, apart from Shang Jinshi who can open the field unlimited times like a cheater, no one can open the field continuously in one day. However, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna can refresh everyone's cognition. The domain war that can be easily created has already begun. Boom. The black shell of the domain spread out instantly, and Gojo Satoru was full of confidence, not caring at all about the previous domain being shattered. However, this scene made everyone in the college completely crazy. Has Gojo Satoru's brain been cured? He actually wants to compete with Sukuna in the field. Nailer Wild Rose holds a hammer and a nail, wishing she could give Sukuna a blow from a distance, chilling him to the bone. However, she couldn't do it without a medium. Okatsu analyzed calmly. Yes, is Gojo Satoru angry? Does he want to win back in the field? But the advantages of open fields are here, how should teachers respond? Suddenly, Itadori shouted, Gojo Satoru's infinite space has changed. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to the screen. Just as Itadori said, the black shell of the infinite void was actually covered with a thin film of magical power. At once, everyone understood. Gojo Satoru learned from his last lesson and actually reversed the internal and external effects of the barrier. He knew that Sukuna would definitely take advantage of the open domain and start from the fragile domain shell. But in this way, the outside of the infinite space realm will be extremely hard. This time, the territories of both parties were opened almost at the same time. Sukuna's demon-subduing shrine has been completely covered by the infinite void. Let's start over again, Sukuna. Gojo Satoru said excitedly. As soon as the words fell, the two strongest close combat began again. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh echoed inside the area. The extremely fast punches were dazzling, and dozens of exchanges were completed in the blink of an eye. However, Gojo Satoru was surprised to find that Sukuna's fist had no limits and could touch his body. After thinking quickly, I found that Sukuna could actually maintain his domain and extend it at the same time. Looking at the triumphant smile on Sukuna's face, Gojo Satoru simply gave up thinking about it. No matter what field you are in, just defeat your opponent. Bang! Gojo Satoru leaned down and hit Sukuna's ribs with an uppercut. However, Sukuna, who should have retreated due to the pain, turned around and appeared behind Gojo Satoru. For a moment, the two warriors actually maintained a strange posture of standing back to back and comparing heights. Gojo Satoru, who was caught in the spell meltdown, was once again knocked away by Sukuna's slash. The attentive Okatsu said, "Wait, the teacher's injury doesn't seem to be serious this time. The mythical beast amber in my body has been thirsting for a long time." Gojo Satoru suddenly widened his eyes, his 6 eyes were giving a frantic warning. There was a reason why he insisted on fighting Gojo Satoru even though his physical skills were completely suppressed. With a crisp sound, the outer shell of the infinite void realm cracked again. In the picture, Gojo Satoru suddenly struck a strange pose. Xia Liu, let's make a deal first. When Gojo Satoru dies, I'll take over. But Sukuna on the opposite side was a little confused. Then the only possible explanation is that Gojo Satoru used some kind of move. At this time, Sukuna, who had been silent all this time, once again showed a triumphant smile. Why did the teacher strengthen the defense of the domain shell, but the time for the domain to be broken was accelerated? The scene that I have dreamed of for 400 years is right before my eyes. Faced with Sukuna's extremely meticulous calculations, Gojo Satoru's domain was once again the first to collapse, and Fumo Uchuzi faced a second battle for his domain. This guy is really a battle maniac. It was not until now that he discovered that Sukuna's domain's guaranteed hit effect was actually in a disabled state. Everyone looked at Liu Xian with contempt. He was now very sure that the Fushiguro Megumi in his body was not playing tricks, and the power of his slashing attack could not be weakened. But they were still very curious about the killer move, Phantom Beast Amber, that Liu Xian had prepared 400 years ago. Crack. If Gojo Satoru can't beat Sukuna, then it's even more impossible for you, Liu Xian, right? His body was covered with sickle-shaped cuts. While fighting fiercely with Gojo Satoru, he had quietly compressed the scope of his own territory. Why? Itadori, who was watching the game in the conference room, couldn't help but shout out. Why was Gojo Satoru's wound so shallow after being hit by his own slash? Gojo Satoru is fine, but Sukuna can also easily change the state of the domain. Liu Xian opened his eyes wide with excitement, and at this moment his blood was boiling. However, by cancelling the guaranteed hit effect of the demon-subduing cook, we can increase the power of the outer attack. Sukuna, with his back against Gojo Satoru, formed a seal with one hand, with a sinister smile on his face. Yeah, just like you said, it seems to have started all over again. But where did he get such courage? Swish, what is he planning? However, Top masters like Okatsu just felt sweat pouring down their backs. Chapter 191A Football-sized field. Sukuna stared at Gojo Satoru, who was in a strange posture. Looking closely, I found that his whole body was covered with a thin film. Hey, you're an antique from 1,000 years ago, you must have never seen this, right? This is a little trick I learned when I was a kid. I haven't used it in a long time. With cuts all over his face and blood all over his body, he still maintained a confident smile. It seemed that the destruction of the domain had no effect on his mentality at all. In the meeting room, Maki, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. The move that Gojo Satoru used was the Falling Flower Love, which is a secret technique of the big three sorcerer families that is not passed on to others. Quote, its principle is to use the power of the spell to automatically deflect the objects and damage it touches, although it has no effect on magical attacks like the Infinite Void. But it is particularly useful when facing Sukuna's slashing attack. However, only the best from the three major families are qualified to learn, although she did not learn it. But back then, in Togen's domain, Zen Temple ZB used this move to barely resist the domain's avoidance effect. Hearing this, Itadori's face once again showed a happy smile. Then in this case, wouldn't Gojo Satoru be able to easily survive the technique's fuse? In theory, it can be done. Okatsu nodded, but he always had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, the next second, the field expands. There is infinite space. Gojo Satoru's actions once again shocked everyone. This madman with scars all over his body actually opened up his domain again. Cheng Jinchi was so frightened that he almost jumped up on the spot. What kind of joke is this? If I remember correctly, this is the third time Gojo Satoru has opened his domain in one day, right? Is he still human? He could only achieve this by cheating, as he was able to expand his domain 3 times in a day. The entire sky of Shinjuku seemed to be covered with a canopy, and the city below was instantly plunged into darkness. So big. Itadori opened his mouth in shock and stared at the screen in disbelief. He felt that such a large coverage area could no longer be considered a closed area, right? Everyone couldn't help but worry about Gojo Satoru. What on earth was this guy thinking? Expanding the range of the barrier in this way will not only reduce the accuracy of the field's attack, but also make the field's shell more fragile. Isn't this approach clearly making it easier for Sukuna to break through the domain shell? As the scope of the infinite space continued to expand, Mei Mei had no choice but to control the crow to fly higher so that she could have a wider view. Could it be that Gojo Satoru wants to completely cover Sukuna's territory? But does this really work? Even if the infinite space really surrounded Sukuna's territory. But Sukuna is not a fool, he can definitely break through from the inside. As expected, crack, the pitch-black shell of the infinite void showed signs of breaking. Just as everyone was holding their breath, the infinite space suddenly shrank rapidly. The building that was just covered in the sky was once again exposed to the sun, but Gojo Satoru and Sukuna disappeared. Even the huge demon-suppressing shrine standing on the ground disappeared. Mei Mei only discovered it after she controlled the crow to lower to the ground. In the pit, there was only a black ball the size of a soccer ball floating in the air. Seeing this scene, everyone understood instantly. It turns out that Gojo Satoru has changed the nature of the domain again. The domain that was infinitely large just now suddenly shrank to its limit. And even Sukuna himself and his domain were wrapped in it. Xia Liu's heart moved slightly. From the 200% hollow style at the beginning, Gojo Satoru repaired his brain and broke free from the technique fuse, and then the technique reversed and he opened up in close range. Finally, in the current football-size field, things seem to be developing the same as in the plot. If this continues, Makulua will still appear, and Gojo Satoru will probably still die under Sukuna's lone space. But it doesn't matter, I will do it. Possessing Flying Thunder God and Kamui, he can reach the battlefield in an instant using various tricks. The black Flash Octagonal Cage he obtained has never been used yet. But why hasn't the system released the task yet? Xia Liu shook his head and said, let's wait a little longer. Maybe we need to trigger a special note or dialogue. The battlefield of Shinjuku has been entered, and a magic mirror that even top-level sorcerers cannot understand. The sorcerer who was watching the battle was completely confused by the rapidly changing situation. In the decisive battle between Gojo Satoru and Sukuna, no one could have predicted what kind of shocking reversal would happen in the next second. The black barrier, which was the size of a soccer ball, was particularly dazzling in everyone's eyes. The gold medal commentator, Kusakabe, finally spoke up. In theory, the smaller the barrier, the stronger its power. After all, concentration is the essence. But in such a small football field, it is really incomprehensible. This is completely impossible. In his entire life, this was the first time he knew that a domain could be changed so arbitrarily. Maki wiped his long sword and said calmly, don't forget, Gojo Satoru stayed in the prison gate for more than 1,000 years. Maybe this trick was learned from that damn place called Yumenjong. That makes sense. Everyone's eyes lit up. The area that Gojo Satoru was shrinking at this moment is indeed similar to the prison gate. However, just as he finished speaking, he could see through the screen that the infinite space of the black sphere began to move. Although they cannot observe directly, the madly shaking shell of the domain allows them to imagine that you are engaged in a fierce battle. The next second, dense slashing sounds were heard from inside the black ball. It seemed that the black ball could be cut open soon. Mei Mei's eyes were covered by her hair, and she stared at the screen through her hair. Okatsu was nervous, sweat oozing from his face. Itadori gritted his teeth and clenched his fists unconsciously. Everyone knows that Sukuna has also greatly improved his spell output. If Gojo Satoru's infinite space is broken again, can Gojo Satoru still withstand the backlash? You know, he has used the reverse curse technique to forcibly heal his brain twice in a row. However, everyone's worries finally became a reality. The black sphere suspended in the air began to show dense cracks, like a bomb about to explode. Bang! With a crisp sound, Gojo Satoru's infinite space was shattered once again. The scattered fragments are flying all over the sky. However, as Gojo Satoru's domain was shattered, the person who appeared in front of him, covered in blood and seriously injured, was Sukuna. Ahem. Sukuna's mouth was bleeding, he was holding his collapsed chest, and was about to fall. The demon-suppressing shrine standing behind him had already been blown to pieces. On the other hand, Gojo Satoru didn't have a single scratch on his body, and his deep blue six eyes were filled with confidence that he would win. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, Gojo Satoru had an absolute advantage in this field competition. Chapter 192 will win. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. Gojo Satoru finally took the initiative. The previous domain battle made them all agree that Gojo Satoru would lose the decisive battle. But now it seems that Gojo Satoru was about to blow the horn of counterattack. Boom! The demon-slaying shrine that Sukuna was so proud of completely collapsed with a roar. Countless skulls and animal skeletons were scattered on the ground. Mei Mei, who was extremely careful, closed her eyes and smiled. 3 minutes and 9 seconds, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna's domains were broken at the same time. That is to say, both of them are now in the awkward situation of having their skills broken. Itadori said excitedly. In other words, whoever escapes from the magic fuse first will win in the end. Then Gojo Satoru will definitely win. Can't he heal the brain through reversal techniques? Many people know the reverse curse technique, but Gojo Satoru is probably the only one in this world who can use it to heal a broken technique, right? However, the angel Lacey, who knew Sukuna best, made everyone's relaxed mood tense again. But, Gojo Satoru's healing technique was performed in front of Sukuna. Everyone frowned. So, can Sukuna learn it with just one look? Ah, the angel sighed. That guy is not only a demon, but also an absolute genius in the world of spells. Thousands of years ago, Sukuna learned and mastered the method of making souls into cursed objects after just watching Nozomi once. Angel, are you saying that Sukuna may have mastered the method of healing the fuse now? Okatsu Jewish cold sweat. The angel shook his head. I hope my worries are unnecessary. At the same time, at the Shinjuku battlefield, the two warriors who were both trapped in the magic meltdown started the most brutal close combat again. They all want to inflict heavy damage on their opponent before their recovery spell is broken. Gojo Satoru threw a punch filled with cursed power, smashing through the bridge and blasting towards Sukuna who was running at top speed. Sukuna kept his distance and barely avoided the attack, looking at Gojo Satoru warily. He knew clearly that in terms of basic cursed power attacks, he was indeed not as good as Gojo Satoru. Moreover, under Gojo Satoru's relentless pursuit, the wound on his chest could not be healed. Bang! There was another muffled sound. Gojo Satoru's flying kick hit Sukuna hard, sending him flying dozens of meters away. However, looking at Gojo Satoru rushing towards him at high speed, a disturbing smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Sukuna's mouth, who was seriously injured. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru, who had completely gained the upper hand, stopped chasing and retreated at high speed. With rich combat experience, he has already noticed that something is wrong. From the beginning to the end, apart from extension of domain, Sukuna has never used any technique other than slashing. Even though he was clearly at a disadvantage, he still chose not to use the 10 shadow spells. He didn't even use the legendary Moxu Luo. Looking at Sukuna's increasingly ferocious smile, an ominous premonition came to my mind. Endless murderous intent enveloped him. Ding-ling-ling, there was a crisp sound of metal spinning from the dark shadow under Sukuna's feet. The trump card in Sukuna's hand is ready to be used. But at this moment, Gojo Satoru's eyes were dull, his nose was bleeding, and a strong sense of fatigue swept over his body. The side effects of multiple healing ritual fuses are finally starting to show. The sudden nosebleed made everyone in the college feel nervous. What they had been worrying about finally happened. Even Gojo Satoru can't forcibly heal the brain multiple times without any damage. Sukuna's lips curled up slightly. I thought your brain structure was different, but it turns out you also have a load. This was already the third time that Gojo Satoru had used the reverse curse technique and the healing technique failed. And he did it only once. That's right, after watching Gojo Satoru use it, he also learned how to cure the spell's fuse. It seems that no matter what, the 5 enlightenment techniques cannot outlast mine. Facing Sukuna's ridicule, Gojo Satoru didn't care at all. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose, and the hand seal appeared again. Field expands. Gojo Satoru, who had gone completely crazy, actually opened his realm 4 times in a row in one day. And something even more worrying happened. Sukuna followed suit and launched his demon-subduing cook technique for the second time. This also proves that he has indeed learned how to cure the spell fuse. The moment their domains were opened, a fierce collision took place. The black ball, infinite space, suspended in the sky is shaking violently. The sure-hit effects of the spells continuously cancelled each other out, emitting a dazzling light. The high school students watching the game opened their eyes wide. Sure enough, Just as the angel worried, Sukuna really learned the method of fuse of the healing technique after just watching it a few times. This kind of learning ability is really terrifying. We will win. Gojo Satoru-sensei will definitely win. Okatsu suddenly spoke firmly. You must have never seen the horror of the infinite void, right? As long as Sukuna relaxes for a moment, he will be hit by the teacher's infinite space, and his brain will be paralyzed immediately. That is to say, Gojo Satoru can make many mistakes, but Sukuna can only make one mistake. Just as Okatsu said, Gojo Satoru in the area looked crazy, with his hair flying. The attacks filled with cursed power continued to attack Sukuna. Next second, whoosh, the huge power of the domain explosion dispersed Gojo Satoru and Sukuna who were fighting. Sukuna's body flew backwards as if attracted by a huge magnet, and flew uncontrollably towards Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, as fast as a ghost, appeared behind Sukuna in an instant. He would not give Sukuna any chance to breathe, and the cursed power that was released swept in and directly hit Sukuna's body. During this process, he even looked for a chance to hit Sukuna, even at the risk of being hit by Sukuna's slash. At this rate, the teacher will surely win the decisive battle. Sukuna suddenly raised his head, his face covered in blood, and the terrifying smile on his face, half of which was blown off, made the people watching the fight tremble in their hearts. He also knew that Gojo Satoru had been looking for an opportunity to control himself, and then use the vast amount of information in the infinite void to fill his brain. Gojo Satoru changed from fist to palm, and the direction of the cursed power of Kang suddenly changed. But when they saw Gojo Satoru was unharmed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gojo Satoru swung his fist as fast as an afterimage, and the blow fell on Sukuna like a violent storm. Sukuna, floating in the air, had no support at all, and the lamb to be slaughtered was no longer Gojo Satoru, but him. Bang! Before the decisive battle, he spent a lot of energy to collect information about Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu's techniques, and formulated a complete battle plan. Caught off guard, Sukuna was blown away by the powerful attack. Really, Gojo Satoru, whose face was deformed by the squeeze of his own cursed energy, also showed a triumphant smile. Next step. Blue. Itadori clenched his fists excitably. We will win. This crazy fighting style put Sukuna temporarily at a disadvantage, and he began to dodge continuously. Boom. The two most powerful realms were completely shattered at the same time again. The violent explosion resounded throughout the streets of Shinjuku. At the critical moment, Sukuna blocked the fatal blow with both hands. The mocking words were said again. 3 minutes have passed, and your eggshell is about to be broken. Bang, bang, bang. Gojo Satoru punched Sukuna in the stomach with his full cursed power. The shells of the demon-suppressing shrine in the infinite space are flying all over the sky. Obviously, in this domain confrontation, Gojo Satoru once again had the upper hand. The tense atmosphere reached its peak at this moment. Although his posture was very awkward at the moment, an evil smile of victory appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 4 domain expansions gave him more confrontation experience. Boom. Sukuna, who only defended but did not attack, just used his hands to protect his head. Chapter 193 Black Tiger digs out his heart. Sukuna. Moxu Luo protects me. After his domain was shattered, Gojo Satoru launched another attack without saying a word. Bang! The punch was like a truck hitting Sukuna, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After a brief exchange, the two of them actually used the reverse curse technique to repair the spell fuse again. Field expands. The infinite void and the demon subduing cook were launched almost simultaneously. This is already Gojo Satoru's 5th time to expand his domain, and Sukuna's 3rd time. Okatsu's eyes lit up in front of the screen. The meticulous observation of a genius allowed him to notice something unusual. He smiled with relief. I feel that the teacher's domain is developing faster than Sukuna's. That is to say, the teacher's infinite space is likely to hit Sukuna. Within the field, Sukuna's wide-open pupils gradually faded, but Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes remained gleaming with spirit. Looking at Sukuna standing there motionless, Gojo Satoru smiled. You've been tricked. The guaranteed hit effect of the infinite void has already hit Sukuna. Countless new junk information flooded into Sukuna's brain like a flood. At this time, he had lost all ability to move and became a real lamb to be slaughtered. Puff. A blow to the black tiger's heart, heading straight for Sukuna's chest. Bright red blood spurted out. Gojo Satoru's palm has pierced through Sukuna's heart. Sukuna was blown away by the powerful impact and crashed into the demon-suppressing shrine behind him. Looking at Sukuna's staggering body, Gojo Satoru knew that this devil was not dead yet. It is not enough to just pierce the heart. In order to completely kill the Cursed King while preserving Fushiguro Megumi's body, at least his lungs and liver must be destroyed. In this way, it is possible to kill Sukuna while giving Fushiguro Megumi the chance to be cured by the reverse curse technique. That's right, until this moment, he was still worried about the safety of Fushiguro Megumi. Even with such a great opportunity, he gave up on tearing Sukuna's head off. He thought that he couldn't be like Sukuna and become a madman without any emotions. To the best of his ability, he had planned to save Fushiguro Megumi's life. This was his plan before the final battle. However, at this moment, low voices reached my ears. Furube Yura Yura. As the strange spell came out of Sukuna's mouth, the ring hidden in the dark shadows slowly turned. Sudden, a pale, hideous-looking Shikigami emerged from the shadows. Moxu Luo, who was full of murderous intent, blocked Gojo Satoru's path. What? Gojo Satoru's pupils contracted and he stood there in a daze. What surprised him was not the sudden appearance of Mokura, but why Sukuna could still speak. However, time did not allow him to think anymore. The technique reversed and he condensed in his hand. He wanted to kill it in one blow before Moxu Luo could adapt to the infinite space. However, the demon Shu Luo, who should have been hit by Wu Liangkongshu and unable to move, stiffly raised the demon-breaking sword in his hand. As the wheel on its head turned again, boom, the demon-breaking sword suddenly pierced into the boundless space barrier. Spider cracks spread rapidly like cracked ice. Crack. In just a moment, the infinite void was completely destroyed under the attack of the demon-breaking sword. Gojo Satoru retreated at high speed, staring at the greatest enemy in the family's history. Obviously, this most powerful Shikigami in history has adapted to his own infinite space. The devil's hideous face revealed a terrifying smile. With a solemn expression, Gojo Satoru knew that he had to deal with this Shikigami who could adapt to everything as soon as possible. The crowd in front of the screen was frozen in place by this sudden change. Why? Gojo Satoru was about to win, but suddenly a monster showed up. Okatsu was facing a formidable enemy, Mokshuella. This terrifying Shikigami is the legendary Mokshuella. Oh, Mei Mei lifted the braids covering her face for the first time and looked at Maki. So this is the treasure of the Zenuan family. Maki nodded and said, yes, in addition to the extremely threatening, demon-breaking sword, the most troublesome thing is its ability to adapt to everything. By the way, I would like to remind you that the Chanyuan family no longer exists. Itadori and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. How can there be such a perverted ability in this world? I can even adapt to Gojo Satoru's infinite space. Won't Xia Liu's illusion be ineffective in front of this monster? Okatsu stared at the screen, unable to figure out one thing in his mind. That is, although Moxu Luo's adaptability is very strong, it can't be that he can ignore the terrifying effect of the infinite void as soon as he appears, right? Sukuna must have been behind this. On the Shinjuku battlefield, Mokuluo stood behind Sukuna like a personal bodyguard. Sukuna in front was emitting white steam all over his body, and the wound on his chest had completely healed. He smiled with relief. It's really exciting to fight a strong man like Gojo Satoru. But fortunately, this time, he won the bet. The bet is that Gojo Satoru says one thing and means another. Apparently, he made the right bet. While the infinite void was controlling him, Gojo Satoru did not choose to kill himself directly, but still held on to the fantasy of rescuing Fushiguro Megumi. The reason why Moxu Luo was able to adapt to the infinite space was because of the previous confrontations in several domains. On the surface, the effects of both fields were cancelled out, but in reality, he took the initiative to give up protecting himself. This allows the demon void in the body to constantly adapt to the effects of the infinite void. Sukuna looked at Gojo Satoru who was in a daze opposite him with a teasing look. You are still too soft-hearted. If you don't cherish this great opportunity, then what awaits you next is eternal damnation. Gojo Satoru ignored Sukuna and kept thinking about Mokuro's adaptability. He absolutely did not believe that the wheel ring on Moxu Luo's head could completely adapt to his infinite space with just one rotation. On the other hand, in order to prevent Moxu Luo from being killed instantly by Gojo Satoru, Sukuna let Mokuro slowly disappear in the shadow under his feet. Chapter 194. The situation changes rapidly. Sukuna seemed to see Gojo Satoru's confusion at the moment, and blurted out a mocking remark. Why, are you scared? Are you still feeling lost because your infinite space has failed? Tsk. Gojo Satoru pretended to be calm and sneered. I just think you seem to be afraid of losing. You must have done a lot of research for me before the final battle, right? The Curse King is really hardworking. Sukuna smiled evilly. Compared to you who uses the domain as an ordinary spell, what am I? Long before the decisive battle, he had formulated an exclusive plan against the infinite void. Although in the process, he was unable to use other spells and was constantly at a disadvantage in the field confrontation. But the rewards of doing this are huge. Now, Moxu Luo has adapted to Gojo Satoru's territory, and the biggest problem has been completely solved. Looking at the smug Sukuna, Gojo Satoru calmed down instead. Although Makura adapted to the process of the infinite space, Sukuna himself did not. As long as he opens the domain again, Sukuna must summon Mokuro hiding in the shadows to resist. As long as Moxu Luo appears again, he will be able to kill it in one move. The hand seal for expanding the domain was formed again. A strong murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Oh, seeing that Gojo Satoru still wanted to expand his domain, Sukuna sneered and bet. I bet you can no longer expand your domain. Just finished speaking, Gojo Satoru's eyes suddenly widened, and bright red blood gushed out of his nose. With a dull look in his eyes, he still maintained the posture of forming seals with one hand, but the domain could not be expanded. What's going on? The sorcerer in front of the screen was terrified by the scene before him. Okatsu looked at the screen nervously, with cold sweat running down his back. Has it finally come true? Ever since the teacher first tried to heal the broken fuse, that ominous premonition has been lingering in my heart, and now the backlash has finally appeared. It just happened to be at such a dangerous moment. As expected, it was too difficult to use the reverse curse technique to perform such a heaven-defying operation. This will inevitably involve a heavy price of restraint. How naive. Sukuna, who understood the principle after just one look, sneered. All sorcerers' spells exist in the brain, which is located in the prefrontal cortex of the right brain. Quote, After the technique is broken, use the cursed power to destroy the cerebral cortex, and then use the reverse cursed technique to repair it. This kind of destruction and repair behavior puts a lot of strain on the brain, idiot. When the college students learned the principle, they were shocked. It turned out to be like this. They never expected that Gojo Satoru would resort to such a dangerous method in order to defeat Sukuna. You know, the structure of the human brain is extremely complex, and it is extremely difficult to destroy and then repair it. It can be said that every time he repairs something, it is like walking on a tightrope at an altitude of 10,000 meters. If he is not careful, he will be doomed. But Gojo Satoru actually used this crazy and desperate method 5 times in a row. Shoko, a doctor, said with a serious expression, Gojo Satoru has developed serious sequelae. His dull eyes and nosebleeds are the best proof of this. And Sukuna on the opposite side only used it twice. His brain damage is less than Gojo Satoru's. If he deploys his domain now, Gojo Satoru will be in danger. Looking at the weak Gojo Satoru squatting on one knee on the ground, Sukuna couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This was the first time in 1,000 years that he admired someone so much. The battle with Gojo Satoru was simply the ultimate enjoyment, much better than that Xia Liu who only knew how to play tricks. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, I am the mountain that you can never cross. Healing the brain is completely different from healing skeletal muscle. You've reached your limit. There is only one result of forcibly opening the domain, and that is sudden death on the spot. Gojo Satoru, whose nose was bleeding, was sweating profusely and his eyes were extremely solemn. Sukuna was right, he really couldn't open it anymore, and he couldn't open the domain anymore. Otherwise, Sukuna would have died on the spot without him having to do anything. But, Gojo Satoru looked at Susanoo who was making hand seals with his hands and smiled strangely. On the other side, Sukuna has already decided to kill Gojo Satoru, but in order to prevent Gojo Satoru from escaping, he wants to change the enchanted chef into a closed form. Moxu Luo's unique Dharma wheel suddenly appeared above his head, and a sinister word came out of his mouth. It's all over. In the next field, I will cut you into countless pieces of equal size and show them to your students. There is only one person who deserves the title of the strongest, and that's me, Ryuman Sukuna. Luo said calmly. It seems that the person Sukuna wants to kill the most is you. He even mentioned you by name when he was about to win. You are just an ordinary mortal, who happened to be born in an era without me. It's actually true. Is it true that Sukuna has reached his limit as Xia Liu said? Sukuna has also reached his limit. But hasn't he just treated the technique fuse twice? Goodbye, second strongest. Sukuna kept his seal and looked at Gojo Satoru who was half crouching on the ground with a mocking look. Maybe Xia Liu can beat Sukuna. The field is expanded. Subdue the demons and control the chef. Although Sukuna was only frozen in place by the infinite void for a few seconds, he still suffered severe brain trauma. If they die, that's even better, because then they won't be under Xia Liu's control anymore and can go wherever they want. As one of the 4 great natural disasters, it does not take any stance and does not care about Gojo Satoru's life or death. Perhaps Sukuna's brain has reached its limit, especially Xia Liu who repeatedly ruined my plans. Aren't you going to beat him up? Everyone. That's it. It's time to put this so-called war to a successful conclusion. This scene left everyone stunned. Wanting to find the answer, they all turned their eyes to the screen. But he only treated him twice. Could it be that Fushiguro Megumi's brain configuration is worse than Gojo Satoru's? The damage caused by the infinite void plus Sukuna's own 2 spell fuses are enough to prevent him from opening the domain. When these words were spoken, everyone was delighted at first, and then looked puzzled. Okatsu suddenly realized, it is the infinite space. What? Facing everyone's expectant gaze, Xia Liu chuckled and said. The 4 natural disasters standing behind Xia Liu were like bodyguards. The face of Sukuna that was transmitted to the screen through the crow's shared vision looked extremely terrifying. The demon-suppressing shrine that should have been formed behind Sukuna suddenly exploded like a pressure cooker. Apparently, Sukuna, like Gojo Satoru, suffered from the serious side effect of the technique being broken. You all think Gojo Satoru is going to lose. Now it clearly knows that these idiots from the technical college have completely underestimated Xia Liu's strength. Luo just wanted to see who is stronger between Xia Liu and Sukuna. In the meeting room, everyone's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Sukuna seemed to be in a worse state than Gojo Satoru. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as bleeding from all 7 orifices. Next second, Chapter 195 Falun Countdown. The ever-changing situation has brought both sides back to the same starting line. Gojo Satoru, who had not yet finished speaking, suddenly laughed out loud and said sarcastically. Oh my, what happened to our cursed king? Why did the domain suddenly explode? As he spoke, he pointed to the crows in the sky and said confidently, my students are watching you. Do you think I will let you leave alive? Hearing this, the high school students watching the game also became excited. They felt Gojo Satoru's determination to win. Sukuna had just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth when Gojo Satoru's fist was already in front of him. While dodging in a hurry, I saw that face that looked like a madman. At this moment, he finally understood that Gojo Satoru was essentially no different from him. If he turns evil, it is entirely possible that he will become a cursed king like himself. The 2 of them once again engaged in close combat. Inside the High Commissioner's meeting room, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Sukuna only relied on physical skills, he would not be able to defeat Gojo Satoru. Kusakabe became interested and asked everyone, has anyone of you ever been beaten by Gojo Satoru? For example, when he was teaching. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expressions were mixed with different feelings. Maki has no cursed power, Itadori and Kugasaki have just entered school and escaped from Gojo Satoru's claws. The panda and the dog curled their necks and said, we have only received his basic attack, which is very painful anyway. However, Okatsu and Hyokonji who possessed the reverse curse technique were not so lucky. The two couldn't help but shiver, and some were unwilling to recall the miserable past. Gojo Satoru's fists, which are strengthened by his spell power, can be superimposed with the Kang technique. I can't imagine the feeling of them hitting me when they really hit me. Kyojinshi recalled. In short, the pain was unbearable and the aftereffects were very strong. I can still experience that feeling in my dreams at night. Shinjuku streets. Gojo Satoru's swinging punch hit Sukuna in the face, who was caught off guard. Without waiting for Sukuna to react, the furious Gojo Satoru actually pressed Sukuna's head directly and rubbed it against the wall crazily. Gojo Satoru was running very fast with a look of madness in his eyes, and Sukuna behind him was sucked into his palm like a garbage bag. Bang! The next second, Sukuna was smashed to the ground. Countless pieces of rubble completely covered Sukuna. In the air, Gojo Satoru gathered power with one hand, and a steady stream of cursed power continued to flow into his clenched fist. Sukuna's eyes widened. He has already sensed the direction of that powerful curse power. Boom! The terrifying force blew the surrounding buildings to pieces, and the countless scattered rubble was like a compressed ball of paper that was forcibly rolled into a ball. The one squeezed in the middle by the rubble was Sukuna. However, Gojo Satoru's next attack did not yet begin. Sukuna actually broke through the blockade and attacked Gojo Satoru. Sukuna, unwilling to continue taking the beating, leaned down and dodged Gojo Satoru's whip kick. Sukuna immediately activated extension of territory, and raised his right leg high to chop down towards Gojo Satoru's head. However, just when the leg was about to hit Gojo Satoru's body, the metal fallen above his head actually began to tremble slightly. Sukuna, sensing a bad premonition, decisively gave up the attack and retreated. Just as the backflip was completed, Gojo Satoru's heavy foot had already landed on the ground, crushing the place where Sukuna had just been standing. Fortunately, Sukuna dodged in time, otherwise it would have been his head that was shattered. The technique of teleportation of Kang allowed Gojo Satoru to instantly appear behind Sukuna. He raised his big hand and wanted to take the fallen above his head. Gojo Satoru's only goal now is to solve the trump card hanging over Sukuna's head. Sukuna had anticipated this, raised his hand, grabbed Gojo Satoru's wrist, and suddenly threw him forward. Gojo Satoru was thrown out directly. Gojo Satoru, flying in the air, was quick-witted and grabbed the traffic light railing on the side of the road. Gojo Satoru, who was squatting on the lamp post, looked at Sukuna below and joked. Not bad. You've been hit so hard by me, but you're still so clear-headed. Sukuna walked slowly, stretched his neck, and sneered. Doesn't that mean that after 3 times, Gojo Satoru's basic techniques will be completely adapted to by Sukuna? He, who has 6 eyes, saw the truth. What about your other powerful techniques? If the Falun rotates 3 more times, it will be able to adapt to my limitless nature. Does the King of Curses need to wait for traffic lights? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the college felt nervous. The crisp sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. Crack. After saying this, Sukuna's smile became even more gloomy, and the Dharma wheel on his head began to sizzle. 4 times. Falun only needs 4 times to adapt to its own limitless nature. Take it out, and please me. Before this, teacher Gojo Satoru had opened the domain 5 times in total, and Maxu Luo happened to appear on the 5th time. Everyone in the high school behind the screen was extremely worried, but Gojo Satoru seemed extremely relaxed. So what if he ran a red light? Who can do anything about it? Or did the healing spell fail and damage your brain as well? And now it has been rotated once, which means it only needs 3 times. Gojo Satoru, who got the answer in his heart, smiled easily. You still need to adapt 3 times, right? It won't even take 3 times before I can kill you. Haha, when the Falun completes 3 rotations, that will be your death. I want to see if you can still laugh by then. Only 3 times. Gojo Satoru laughed and accused Sukuna again. Okay. You ran a red light, wait for the fine. To use your modern language, you are just scraping my skin. Itadori asked the most concerned topic. How many times does the Dharma wheel on Sukuna's head need to rotate before he can completely adapt to the unlimited curse? Sukuna sneered. Gojo Satoru, are you still a child whose IQ has not fully developed? At that time, the unlimited defense will lose its effect, and many techniques directly or indirectly derived from the unlimited will lose their threat to Sukuna. Gojo Satoru on the screen retracted his mocking expression and looked seriously at the Dharma wheel above Sukuna's head. 1 circle. The Falun rotates 1 circle. For the first time ever, he and Sukuna stopped fighting. So I guess it may take 5 times for Sukuna to fully adapt to the teacher's lack of bottom line. Okatsu analyzed. Could it be that Sukuna was beaten on purpose just now, in order to make Falun quickly adapt to the teacher's lack of bottom line? Wouldn't this result mean that Gojo Satoru would completely lose hope of winning? However, Gojo Satoru gave Sukuna a sneer in response. 3 times is more than enough. The two of them put their hands in their pockets and walked leisurely across the traffic light. You have to attack efficiently. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel sad for this arrogant sorcerer. Chapter 196. Close to the face and open up. On the Shinjuku battlefield, Gojo Satoru suppressed Sukuna in terms of overall strength. However, this time the Curse King came prepared. Moxu Luo has become a powerful enemy that can restrain Gojo Satoru, and his adaptability like a plug-in has reversed the situation again. The remaining 3 turns will determine the life or death of both parties. The rotation was completed, and Moxu Luo broke through Gojo Satoru's unlimited power, basically establishing the situation of the battle. The rotation failed. Gojo Satoru killed Sukuna, 2 powerful men flying in the air, shuttling through the streets of Shinjuku at high speed. A tug of war of chasing each other continues. Sukuna just dodged and defended, while Gojo Satoru was looking for a chance to kill. Crack, a metallic spinning sound. The golden Dharma wheel on Sukuna's head actually completed its second rotation. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. How could this happen? We've only fought for less than 10 moves, how come the Falun started turning so quickly? Itadori stood up suddenly, gritting his teeth and said anxiously. It is obvious that compared to the first time, the rotation time of the Falun this time was significantly shorter. Kusakabe looked at the still smiling Gojo Satoru on the screen and couldn't help but yell. Be serious, Gojo Satoru. You only have 2 chances. The others were also extremely anxious. Doesn't Gojo Satoru have any sense of urgency? Looking at the ghostly figure of Sukuna in front of him, Gojo Satoru was not without a sense of urgency, but was looking for the best angle and time to attack. The cursed ball condensed by the clockwise rotation in his hand has locked onto the direction of Sukuna's escape. Next second, 2 blue jade balls were thrown at the 2 positions in front of Sukuna in a predictable manner. However, the cunning Sukuna unexpectedly predicted Gojo Satoru's prediction. The strange body movement actually managed to dodge Gojo Satoru's attack. Gojo Satoru did not stop for a moment. He spread his hands, and the powerful curse power materialized, and the blue curse power continued to rise. The air around suddenly became manic. Sukuna, who was clinging to the wall like a gecko, suddenly looked up. I unexpectedly discovered that 8 jade balls of the same size appeared above my Falun's head. The 8 blue jade balls surrounded Sukuna tightly in the center, leaving no room for escape. Gojo Satoru grinned and said, eat as much as you want. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 blue jade balls exploded. The terrifying destructive force tore through the wall, causing the surrounding ground to tremble wildly. The damage caused by scratches alone left deep grooves on the wall, just like using a slotted spoon to scoop ice cream. Sukuna dodged the attack in a panic, and looked back at the broken wall with some relief. However, before he could be happy for long, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. I turned around suddenly and found Gojo Satoru's crazy smiling face approaching me. Just now, Gojo Satoru took advantage of the gap in the attack of the Azure Ball and teleported behind Sukuna. This is Sukuna's weak defense area. Bang! He mercilessly and swiftly kicked Sukuna in the ribs. The terrifying impact force caused Sukuna to fly backwards hundreds of meters uncontrollably. Blood is flying in the air. However, Sukuna, whose ribs were broken by the kick, once again showed the devil's unique evil smile. The Falun above my head made a clear sound again, like a fatal note. To him, this was the most beautiful sound of nature, but to Gojo Satoru, it was like a countdown to his death. This is already the 3rd time the Falun has turned. Everyone watching the game in front of the screen stood up suddenly. The 3rd time. How is that possible? Why did it come so quickly? Everyone knows that Gojo Satoru has fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. As long as the Dharma wheel on Sukuna's head rotates once, the outcome of this decisive battle is basically determined. Gojo Satoru will die. Itadori stared at the Dharma chakra on Sukuna's head on the screen, fear already filling his body. He was the only one who was more nervous than Gojo Satoru. Anyone can see that the 3rd rotation of the Falun is faster than the 2nd. What is going on with this increasingly shorter adaptation period? Could it be that Moxu Luo's ability is really so powerful that it is abnormal? Senpei Okatsu, is it the time or the number of attacks that Sukuna takes that determines the speed of the rotation? Facing Itadori's doubts, how could Okatsu calm down and analyze at this moment? However, Lu Zion, who was becoming more and more excited, gave the answer. Both. Gojo Satoru, who didn't play by the rules, didn't choose to chase him, but stood there waiting for him. Reverse. Gojo Satoru snorted in dissatisfaction. In other words, the longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for Gojo Satoru. However, the old fox Sukuna deliberately came to a huge stone pillar and played the King of Chin circling the pillar, with Gojo Satoru. But, he still has that killer move called Shushizi that he hasn't used yet, right? Sukuna did not die despite this powerful attack at close range. Gojo Satoru entered rampage mode, making it difficult for the crows in Mei Mei's live broadcast to keep up with his pace. The hand holding the gun was pointed at his forehead. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru stopped chasing. Nervousness is an emotion only the weak have. The huge stone pillar behind Sukuna was destroyed in an instant. But his body was completely charred, having been blasted to pieces by the who just now. In the huge pit of ruins ahead, Sukuna walked out in a miserable state. He was confident that he could kill Sukuna with one blow before the Dharma wheel above Sukuna's head turned 4 times. Boom. Without any hesitation, he instantly increased his whole body's magical power, and his deep 6 eyes became brighter. Sukuna, who has been stunned, will definitely not be able to cope with the sudden changes that follow. Gojo Satoru grinned. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sukuna's eyes widened in horror. At this time, the big-hearted Gojo Satoru still looked indifferent, without the slightest bit of nervousness. He could clearly feel that Gojo Satoru's sudden change in technique had stopped the Dharma wheel from rotating for the fourth time. The destructive laser cannon-like emits a dazzling light. The red light illuminates the faces of Sukuna and Gojo Satoru. The violent vibration caused the glass of the entire building to shatter at this moment. For example, the first time might take 10 seconds, the second time only 5 seconds, the third time even less, and so on. Hearing about Shushi Z, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and placed their hopes on the strongest killing move. From the beginning of the decisive battle till now, he has not missed a single frame. I should have used instantaneous virtual form earlier. On the other hand, the third rotation of the Dharma wheel once again sounded a wake-up call to Gojo Satoru. Sukuna, who came out from the stone pillar, saw an extremely terrifying scene. Wait until the aftermath dissipates. The terrifying curse power carried countless pieces of rubble, all of which smashed onto Sukuna's body. Gojo Satoru must be waiting for the best time to release. The reason why I didn't use the hollow style, the psychic style, or other powerful techniques was to give Sukuna the stereotype that he only knew how to use. Ow. Chapter 197 Lu Zion. Don't worry about Fushiguro Megumi. He's not dead yet. Damn it, how thick is the skin of this Sukuna? Itadori couldn't help but yell. If this continues, the wheel above Sukuna's head will definitely complete its final rotation. Xia Liu, who possesses the Sharingan, saw clearly what Gojo Satoru was really doing. Don't worry, let the bullet fly for a while. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to the screen again. Gojo Satoru, who failed in his first attack, tried the same trick again. He raised his hand and used Kang's suction to control countless pieces of rubble to trap Sukuna. Have you run out of ideas? Sukuna couldn't help but laugh as he watched Gojo Satoru using the same trick again. While he easily used his magical power to resist the rubble, he couldn't help but laugh at Gojo Satoru crazily. Why, does Falun still have a last bit of urgency left? Is it making you desperate? However, Gojo Satoru had a sly smile hidden in his eyes, and he slowly uttered words that frightened Sukuna. The, just now hasn't exploded yet. Quote, Sukuna, who had completely freed himself from the rubble, stood there in confusion. What exactly does Gojo Satoru mean by this? The next second, Sukuna got the answer with his body. Boom, the violent explosion resounded throughout Shinjuku. At this moment, Sukuna's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if he was blown away by hundreds of grenades. Sukuna grimaced in pain. He was blown into the sky and lost control, and faced Gojo Satoru, who was ready to attack. At this moment, he finally understood what Gojo Satoru meant. It turns out that the building's structure is circular. After feeling that Gojo Satoru's, he, just now failed to kill him with one strike. He decisively changed direction and circled the room. Only the meaningless stone-breaking attack was just to fix himself in place. In this round, I completely defeated Gojo Satoru in terms of tactics. While thinking quickly, Gojo Satoru had already teleported in front of Sukuna. How could he miss such a great opportunity? The clenched fist of my right hand is filled with all my magical power. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning is extremely harsh. Black flash, a punch suddenly thrust out, accompanied by a black lightning snake. This punch pierced Sukuna's heart, and black lightning filled the bodies of both of them. The 2/5 power of Black Flash, plus Gojo Satoru's already incredible attack made the power of this punch infinitely amplified. Inside the meeting room, everyone was surprised and delighted. I was surprised because Gojo Satoru actually chose to use Black Mountain, and I was delighted because this move not only hit the target with certainty, but also had a pretty good effect. The future Black Flash expert, Itadori muttered to himself. It turns out that the teacher can also use Black Flash. How terrifying is the Black Flash that he created with his infinite curse power. At this time, Sukuna, who was pierced through the heart by the Black Flash, had already lost consciousness. His 4 eyes rolled back, and he had completely fallen into a state of suspended animation. Blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth, and Sukuna lowered his head helplessly without any struggle. The undefeated cursed king is about to fall to the ground. With a clang, the metal hair wheel above his head fell uncontrollably at Gojo Satoru's feet. The power wheel that can adapt to everything actually made a crisp sound again. Fate is so unfair. The Falun was able to complete its rotation at the last moment of landing. This crisp sound represents the last adaptive rotation of the starting wheel at the last moment. Gojo Satoru, whose pupils shrank rapidly, had already sensed that familiar terrifying killing intent. The body that wanted to continue chasing Sukuna suddenly lost its balance and fell into the black shadow group under its feet. A pair of huge pale hands suddenly emerged from the dark mire. The change in the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Sukuna, who should have been dead, survived by chance again. The high school sorcerers watching the battle felt like they were on a roller coaster. Before I could experience the hope of dawn, despair enveloped me instantly. Itadori held his head in his hands, his eyes wide open with despair, and yelled, "What a joke. It's fake, right? How is this possible? That damn Dharma Chakra has already fallen to the ground. Sukuna is cheating. There's no way he can beat Gojo Satoru-sensei." The others were also stunned. They all thought the teacher had won. But Sukuna could actually come back to life in this way, and put Gojo Satoru in a desperate situation again. Obviously, Sukuna had been knocked unconscious by Black Flash. However, no matter how unwilling you are, it will be of no avail. In fact, not only the people in front of the screen couldn't understand it, even Sukuna himself couldn't have expected it. It was as if there was a magical power in Mei Mei that helped her. Even though he lost consciousness, he could still clearly feel everything happening around him. Now that Moxu Luo is restraining him, the moment he comes out of shock, Gojo Satoru will die. The other side, the moment Gojo Satoru was stunned, the demonic illusionary Luo suddenly attacked from the shadow and stabbed Gojo Satoru's body. The splattered blood reflected the panic in Gojo Satoru's eyes and the ferocious and terrifying smile of the strongest Shikigami. Gojo Satoru flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. For the first time, he felt unwilling to lose the golden opportunity. At this moment, he also felt the injustice of fate. If he had known this, he should have used Black Flash to blow Sukuna's head off. But at the last moment, he couldn't bear it and chose to attack the heart. In the meeting room, Lu Zion, who was watching the game, shook his head and sneered. How ridiculous. A battle that could have been won was missed because of a woman's softness, and it puts oneself in an irretrievable situation. As a top warrior, he naturally saw that Gojo Satoru hesitated in his decision at the last moment. The fist with Black Flash was originally aimed at Sukuna's head, but the place that was hit in the end was the heart. If this isn't a woman's softness, what is it? A fatal mistake in decision-making puts Gojo Satoru in a desperate situation. Everyone in the college turned their eyes to Lu Zion. However, Lu Zion was not afraid at all and continued. What, am I wrong? Gojo Satoru is indeed very strong, but he is too kind. In my opinion, it's better to forget about Fushiguro Megumi. What? Everyone was shocked and wanted to refute but didn't know how to say it. Although Lu Zion's words were extremely harsh, they made sense. But Gojo Satoru would definitely not abandon his companions, no matter how hard anyone tries to persuade him. Fushiguro Shire, who was sitting in the corner, did not raise his sword to attack directly because of Lu Zion's words. At this moment, he was grateful to Gojo Satoru, even though before the war, he had privately asked Gojo Satoru to try his best to save Fushiguro Megumi. But he didn't expect that Gojo Satoru would go to such an extent. Xia Liu was about to speak when a system notification sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding! A new life choice has been triggered. Chapter 198 Heavenly Hand Power. Task Option 1. The Awakening of the Old Generation of Sorcerers. Convince everyone to listen to Lu Zion's advice and ignore Fushiguro Megumi. Reward. 600 billion detonating talismans. Task Option 2. Is it lonely at the top? I am the strongest. You have the power of reincarnation, so you don't need to be low-key. Let everyone see who is the strongest. Reward. Naruto's mouth-to-mouth trick. Task Option 3. I heard that Sukuna is the king of flash resistance. Let him taste the power of the Black Flash Octagonal Cage boxing champion. Beat Sukuna into Chaoshan beef balls. Reward. Heavenly hand strength. Holy shit, 600 billion detonating talismans. What does the system want me to do? To destroy all of Shinjuku. Not to mention Gojo Satoru and Sukuna. Even if I possess the power of God, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to survive. It's very powerful, but it shouldn't be used in the world of spells. Moreover, if according to the original plot, Fushiguro Megumi gave up because of her sister's death, then what Lu Zion said is indeed correct. But since I am involved, there is naturally nothing to worry about. As for the second reward, seriously, why does he want to talk nonsense? To convince Sukuna to brainwash him and let him join the high school. Although in a sense, Naruto's mouth-to-mouth technique is the strongest, regular ninjutsu. Not only did he convince Nagato to risk his life to use Samsara to save Konoha, but even Obito, who was unable to hide his tears, was moved with sympathy. But Sukuna's evilness is far beyond the reach of Obito and others. So it's better to choose the third option and use the Black Flash Octagonal Cage to beat Sukuna into chewy beef balls. By the way, the title of Flash Resistance King refers to the title that Sukuna was awarded after resisting Itadori's Black Flash 8 times in a row and still being able to jump around. Although we have to admit that Sukuna has a thick skin and even continuous Black Flashes can't do anything to him. But, what if I use Black Flash in 8 gates? How should you, the Cursed King, respond? The most important thing is that the reward is Heavenly Hand Power. This is an incredible ability. He already has the necessary strength to use the Rinnegan in advance. Simply put, Tiansholi is equivalent to a high-end version of Injustice Game. If Flying Thunder God needs to leave a mark, then Tiansholi can switch positions with the target anytime and anywhere without the need for pre-shaking. Being able to change positions in an instant is the ultimate art of shrinking the earth. It's decided to be you, God's hand. In just a few seconds, Xia Liu already had the answer in his mind. Now that I have made up my mind, I just need to find the right time to enter the market. If I remember correctly, this war of the century is about to come to an end. If things continue like this, Gojo Satoru will still not be able to escape the fate of being cut in half by Sukuna's lone space. The most annoying thing is that Gojo Satoru suddenly became a clown before his death. He said he didn't let Sukuna-sama have a good time. From the beginning to the end, it is absolutely impossible for Gojo Satoru to say such a thing with his personality. In Xia Liu's opinion, even if Gojo Goshin loses and enters the revolving lantern world, You should also say stubbornly, I am still invincible. You Sukuna are just the one favored by luck, and other sarcastic words. Thinking of this, Xia Liu looked at the screen. Sorry, this is not the world painted by JJK, but my Uchiha Xia Liu dynasty. The time to enter the field has been determined, so I will choose to use the self-destruct form of the hollow style when Gojo Satoru performs it. At this moment, Xia Liu was a little excited, but the students in the technical secondary school were extremely nervous. On the screen, the huge figure of Mokuruo stood in front of the unconscious Sukuna. Itadori looked at Gojo Satoru who was stabbed by Mokuruo and comforted himself softly. It's okay, the winner has not been decided yet. Hasn't Gojo Satoru's void style been used yet? He once told me that he is the strongest in the world. Even if Wu Bo Li is fully adapted, Gojo Satoru must have many ways to deal with it. And this injury can be easily repaired with the teacher's powerful reverse curse technique. However, Shoko, who was proficient in the reverse curse technique, noticed something strange. She frowned and stared at the screen. Gojo Satoru's healing speed has obviously slowed down. Repairing his injuries should be as easy as drinking water or eating for him, but now it seems that Gojo Satoru has been greatly affected. The demon-breaking sword in Natsuliu's hand must be terrifying. When these words were spoken, the others felt nervous. In their eyes, Gojo Satoru is an invincible existence. Even though he often claims to be invincible, no one will refute him. Facing Sukuna, they also firmly believed that Gojo Satoru would win. But the appearance of Natsuliu caused everyone to waver. At the same time, Gojo Satoru himself also felt a hint of fear rising in his heart. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. The defeat was gradually turning in his favor. Looking at the blood on his hands, he suddenly smiled with relief, and a strong sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Yes, what are you struggling with? What are you afraid of? It's not easy to meet a strong man of Sukuna's level, just go ahead and fight. Now he has to try his best to enjoy the upcoming battle. It's still uncertain who will win. In an instant, Gojo Satoru's attacks had hit Natsuliu's body continuously. However, Natsuliu, who had already fully adapted to Kang, was not hurt at all except for being pushed back. The ferocious face revealed a weird smile. In its eyes, Gojo Satoru's attack had completely lost its threat to it. Bang! Looking at the unharmed Natsuliu, Gojo Satoru shook his arms and exclaimed, what a perverted ability. At this moment, he has determined that it is difficult for his Kang to cause effective damage to Natsuliu. Then use reverse curse technique, we must kill this strongest Shikigami with the increased output of he before Sukuna regains consciousness. However, Sukuna, who was protected by Natsuliu, suddenly opened his devil eyes that emitted black energy. The cursed king who was in a state of suspended animation regained his life under the protection of the great Natsuliu. A red light appeared, and just when Gojo Satoru aimed at the top of Natsuliu's head, the latter's huge figure disappeared. Instead, there are thousands of Shikigami, rabbit. Gojo Satoru, who was surrounded by enemies, had completely lost his target. The surroundings were filled with lively little white rabbits. It seems that you have mastered Fushigiro's 10 shadow magics. Gojo Satoru did not retract the that had accumulated energy, but instead pointed his finger at the black shadow on the ground. It seems that my black flash made you feel very comfortable. How long do you plan to rest, Sukuna? Boom! A huge roar resounded throughout the entire building. The powerful force of the thunder instantly penetrated all the buildings. A large number of rabbits were instantly annihilated. The few remaining ones stepped on the broken stones and fled everywhere. The smoke and dust dissipated. Suddenly, 3 figures rushed out at high speed. Sukuna, who was running in the front, suddenly stopped and stood facing Gojo Satoru who was chasing him. And Mokuruo was like a personal bodyguard, guarding Sukuna all the time. Sukuna grinned evilly. Find out the situation, it should be you who should escape now, Gojo Satoru. Chapter 199 Three-Sided Attack. As Sukuna finished speaking, Mokuruo moved to Gojo Satoru at high speed to contain him. Gojo Satoru instantly understood Sukuna's intention. Sukuna lets Makora, who has adapted to no limits, attack, while he himself plays the role of a combat assistant. This can not only prevent Natsuliu from being killed by you in the first place, but also take the opportunity to attack you. Obviously, the main attacker now is the strongest Shikigami, Natsuliu. Call out. Sukuna, who has no moral principles, suddenly throws a fire extinguisher at Gojo Satoru. The moment the fire extinguisher came into contact with the unlimited protective cover, it exploded. The dry powder filled the entire corridor, and Gojo Satoru's vision was completely obscured. In a flash, Natsuliu appeared silently above Gojo Satoru's head. On the other side, Sukuna put his hands together and aimed at Gojo Satoru's head. Seeing this extremely familiar starting posture, the spectator's eyes suddenly widened. Wait, is Sukuna's posture like this a way of piercing blood? Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the condensed and compressed water arrows shot out. Almost at the same time, Natsuliu in the air had already swung down the demon-breaking sword. Bang! Although Gojo Satoru decisively raised his hand to block Natsuliu's arm, the moment he was touched, his own inviolability was no longer effective. The water arrow coming at you at high speed has already reached your forehead, there is no way to avoid it. At the critical moment, Gojo Satoru actually held on to Mokuruo's attack with his left hand and raised his right arm to block it. In the blink of an eye, blood and bone fragments on the arm splattered everywhere. Although this water arrow failed to pierce Gojo Satoru's head, it did cause considerable damage to his arm. As he leaned back, Moxu Luo's demon-slaying sword whizzed past his ears. Gojo Satoru retreated with a solemn expression. Sukuna's way of taking advantage of every opportunity allowed a 2-on-1 situation to be created. The most important thing is that he has recognized Sukuna's blood-piercing move. This is not the so-called red blood manipulation technique, but the Shikigami manipulation technique. I didn't expect Sukuna to be able to use the Shikigami's technique directly without summoning it. The 10 kinds of shadow magic can actually be used to such an extent. After a brief confrontation, Sukuna suddenly sneered. A strange handprint that has never been seen before is formed. Haha, don't get me wrong, it's not just 2 against 1. The next second, a dark shadow appeared beside Sukuna. A strange monster that looked like nothing slowly emerged. It has the antlers of Yuan Lu, the face of Yi, the limbs of Hun, and Hu Zhang, and the tail of Da She. Obviously, this is the new Shikigami that Sukuna created by combining the 5 major Shikigami of the 10 shadow magics with one special method. Chimera, Crocodile Spit. 2 gigantic Shikigami stood on the left and right of the Cursed King. The aura emanating from Crocodile 2 was not weaker than that of Mo Shu Luo. Sukuna, who was about to fight 3 against 1, showed an evil smile. However, Gojo Satoru, who was thought to be even more nervous, returned to his usual playful attitude. As the king of curses, you actually need help. But you look so funny in the middle, just like what people say, the cutest height difference. Sukuna no longer wanted to talk nonsense with Gojo Satoru, so he drove the 2 Shikigami to attack Gojo Satoru. Moxu Luo rushed forward several times, and the crocodile behind him attacked from the side like a tiger coming out of the mountain. One has an extremely sharp sword that can destroy demons, and the other has sharp claws that can tear apart any special grade cursed spirits. The most difficult thing is that Sukuna, who had been hiding in the shadows, has taken the opportunity to get under Gojo Satoru. For a time, sieges from 3 sides continued. During this process, Gojo Satoru constantly challenges the limits of his body. While dodging fatal attacks with extremely strange body movements, he also took the opportunity to counterattack. Gojo Satoru's sense of distance when facing the enemy's pincer attack has reached an incredible level. Moxu Luo's demon-destroying sword and crocodile's sharp claws always pass by Gojo Satoru. He found the right moment and once again avoided the attacks of the 2 Shikigami and went behind them. Moxu Luo and E2 looked at each other, and Gojo Satoru behind them had already raised his hand and aimed at the back of Moxu Luo's head. Reversal of the technique. The terrifying red laser cannons all hit the back of Moxu Luo's head. Its entire upper body has been completely enveloped by the aftermath of the cursed power. I had already lined up before the fight started, although everyone says that mythical beast Amber is a big thing that Lu Zion has been holding back. If that was the case, they would have known not to listen to Gojo Satoru and let Xia Liu, Okatsu, and Lu Zion attack together. If Lu Zion blocks him again, he will not hesitate to use force to resolve the obstacle. For a moment, the atmosphere in the viewing room was extremely solemn. But what is certain is that Okatsu Judia has more room for growth and more talent than Lu Zion. Thinking of this, Gojo Satoru suddenly smiled a murderous smile. He couldn't bear to watch this unfair battle any longer. No matter how Gojo Satoru scolded him, he had to intervene. Since conventional techniques are no longer effective, let the indiscriminate, hypostyle, end it all. Logically speaking, he felt that Okatsu Judia was stronger than Lu Zion. Xia Liu looked at Okatsu and Lu Zion with interest. Staring at the strongest Shikigami in front of him, Gojo Satoru also realized that the output of his own technique had dropped significantly. Until this moment, they realized what kind of invincible enemy Gojo Satoru was facing. Inside the viewing room, aren't we more numerous than others? Who is afraid of whom? Itadori shouted in dissatisfaction. Okatsu, with a gloomy face, seemed to have made up his mind, and walked towards the door with a knife in hand. In this case, just as Sukuna said, his conventional techniques were completely ineffective. This is obviously due to its ability to adapt to offset a lot of power. But even if the output is very low, it won't cause this much damage. The perfect hit on he didn't cause any fatal damage to it. Return. What's more, he was not familiar with the strongest person in front of him 400 years ago. But considering Lu Zion's killer move, Phantom Beast Amber, he was unable to come to a conclusion for a while. It's time to settle the score with these 3 monsters. However, after the aftermath of the curse dissipated, Moxu Luo slowly turned his head, and that face with a hideous smile seemed to be saying, Gojo Satoru, are you tickling me? Okatsu stopped walking. Huge curse power continued to surge out of his body, and he glared at Lu Zion with a cold look. The sonorous words came out of his mouth. I want to join the battle. He just wants to help the teacher share the burden now. At this moment, there was silence in the viewing room. But that also depends on who you are facing. In front of Sukuna, who has activated the divine weapon release state, there is indeed no room for him to perform. But this does not mean that we should underestimate the power of the mythical beast Amber. Okatsu had just taken a few steps when he heard an indifferent voice coming from behind. Lu Zion stared at Okatsu with disdain. Little brat, don't get in my way. If anyone wants to go, I'll go first. 3 against 1, how can this be considered a fair fight? Moxu Luo's adaptability once again refreshed everyone's cognition. Chapter 200 Let Me Fall in Love with You, Moxu Luo. At this moment, Chang Jinchi at the side broke the awkward atmosphere in the meeting room. Wait a minute, Okatsu, what Lu Zion said is not without reason. You know the teacher's character well. Although he doesn't like others interfering in his battle with Sukuna, he is definitely not a bravado person. If his strength is really weakened to the point where he is not as strong as you and me, I'm afraid he will take the initiative to ask for help. Hearing this, Okatsu was still worried, but Sukuna is 3 against 1. Even if he fights alone, Gojo Satoru has a chance to kill Sukuna. Kusakabe covered his face and sighed, all you do is fight and kill, do you really think Sukuna has no other cards? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. Still got a trump card. In addition to Makuluo, does Sukuna have any other hidden cards? Everyone was uneasy and unwilling to believe it. Mei Mei smiled softly and explained the reason on behalf of Kusakabe. Don't forget, Sukuna has another code name, called Two-Faced Four-Armed Illusionary Devil. Quote, he has never used this form before. I guess that should be Sukuna's strongest form. The strongest Curse King 1,000 years ago is not as simple as everyone thinks. Then she explained why she couldn't do anything for the time being. As long as Gojo Satoru wins, we will win completely. On the contrary, if Sukuna wins, he must be aware that he will face a crazy encirclement and suppression from us next, especially Xia Liu who can pose a threat to him. At this point, everyone understands. Okatsu lowered his head with some guilt. Mei Mei was right. The cunning Sukuna dared to challenge Gojo Satoru to a duel. He must have anticipated everything that would happen next. The four-hand imaginary ghost state is probably his last trump card. Before Gojo Satoru forced Sukuna to reveal his final trump card, if they attacked rashly, not only would they be unable to help, but they would probably be wiped out. Just like the situation thousands of years ago. Besides, Gojo Satoru is the strongest when he fights alone. Going into battle now might disrupt his rhythm and be counterproductive. Xia Liu, who was sitting next to him, nodded in approval. Mei Mei is indeed right. Sukuna in the imaginary state of 2 faces and 4 hands is also called Shinbakai. Judging from the fact that he cut Lu Zion into mango cubes with one move, he is indeed very strong in this state. The reason why the people in the later period of the high school were able to fight Sukuna in this state for so long was because of Gojo Satoru. To put it simply, Gojo Satoru slashed Sukuna 99 times, and the remaining 1% was dealt by Okatsu and others. He even wanted to complain that Sukuna should be regarded as the first villain in history to die of exhaustion. Just when Okatsu felt guilty, the martial arts fanatic Lu Zion showed extreme disdain. He wasn't targeting anyone, except Xia Liu. Everyone here was a loser. He didn't understand the strategies Mei Mei was talking about. He only cared about whether it was Gojo Satoru or Sukuna, and wanted to decide the winner as soon as possible. If Gojo Satoru wins, he will challenge Gojo Satoru, and vice versa if Sukuna wins. The scene changes, and Maksu Luo and Jutu are madly chasing Gojo Satoru on the highway. The battle shifted from indoors to outdoors. With more space, they could use their hands and feet more freely, and their moves became more fierce. As Gojo Satoru retreated, he lowered his head and narrowly avoided the sharp claw attack from Jospit, and then a black flash pierced its abdomen. At the same time, he tore off its tail with both hands. However, this chimera formed by the fusion of Shikigami actually possesses the reverse curse technique far beyond that of ordinary people. Just after it stood firm, its pierced chest and torn tail did not recover. Gojo Satoru retreated while thinking quickly. Maksu Luo has adapted to most of his techniques and is difficult to kill, while Gutu has a strong recovery ability and is also extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, if you want to deal with these two super Shikigami, you have to kill them instantly with one strike to have a chance of winning. Boom. Maksu Luo didn't give Gojo Satoru much time to think. The demon-destroying sword swept across suddenly. Countless pieces of rubble were thrown at Gojo Satoru. Far away from Sukuna, Maksu Luo seemed to have his own combat consciousness. He was no longer reckless and became more and more difficult to deal with. A large number of rocks stopped around Gojo Satoru without any suspense. However, the demon-destroying sword with unlimited natural resistance had already quietly arrived above Gojo Satoru's head. Feeling the chill coming from his crown, Gojo Satoru once again dodged the fatal blow by leaning sideways. Suddenly, a tail suddenly emerged from the ground behind him, and its sharp tail thorn pierced towards Gojo Satoru's waist. After just a few sessions of adjustment, the two Shikigami have already developed a perfect understanding of each other. Gojo Satoru glanced at the tail attacking from behind and grinned. He raised his left arm to clamp the tail that was spitting out from his jaw, and blocked Maksu Luo's heavy punch with his right hand. Then the cursed power suddenly burst out, knocking the two Shikigami away, and taunted. It's fine if it's a sneak attack, but the target of the attack was the kidney. It is said that the temperament of a Shikigami follows its master. Sukuna, you should reflect on this. By the way, the Shikigami summoned by Fushiguro are more upright than the other and will not accept any rebuttal. Gojo Satoru said mercilessly to Sukuna, who was hiding in the dark. Although he still looked calm on the surface, he was very aware of the potential danger. His biggest enemy has always been just Sukuna. That guy hasn't joined the battle since he came to the open area. If Sukuna wasn't watching from behind, he could have charged up his hollow style right now. I'm going to scatter the ashes of these two Shikigami. Deep in the shadows, Sukuna stared at the battle situation on the field without missing a single frame. Gojo Satoru's mocking words naturally also fell into his ears. He just sneered at this and didn't care at all. He is the king of curses, the ultimate source of evil, and he has no psychological burden no matter what despicable means he uses. Moreover, he did not expect that Natsuliu and Gu2 could kill Gojo Satoru, otherwise, the gold content of the strongest in the contemporary era would be too worthless. The functions of Natsuliu and Gu2 are twofold. One is to consume Gojo Satoru's physical strength as much as possible. In his eyes, he had already won the moment the Fallen turned for the last time. Even if Gojo Satoru struggles to his death, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, he had to kill Gojo Satoru in the easiest way possible, save his energy, and then face the encirclement and suppression of the high school. Rather than saying it was a siege by the college, it was more like being on guard against Xia Liu's strange technique. The second point is to trick Gojo Satoru into using his false style as much as possible. The virtual move before the battle still makes him feel a little scared. Although the power had been enhanced, it still destroyed his arms at such a long distance. If I hadn't dodged in time, I might have been killed instantly. Looking not far away, Gojo Satoru was playing with two Shikigami as if he were playing with children. Susanoo was a little unhappy and warned Natsuliu from a distance, "How long do you want me to wait? I want to see much more than this level. Remember, you are no longer the Shikigami of that brat Fushiguro Megumi, but the shadow of me, the cursed king. Let me fall in love with you completely, Natsuliu." Chapter 201. The strongest person in the contemporary world, isn't that the curse of everyone? Upon hearing the call, Natsuliu suddenly stopped attacking. The metal Falun above his head froze completely, as if he was lost in thought. Suddenly, the Falun began to vibrate at a strange high frequency. The next second, Natsuliu suddenly swung out the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Swish! A huge black slash penetrated dozens of meters, cutting the entire row of office buildings in half. The white steam produced by the reverse curse technique treatment rises slowly. Gojo Satoru stared blankly, only half of his right arm was left. The neat cross-section contrasts with his stunned expression. The people watching the battle in front of the screen stared at Gojo Satoru's broken arm. How is this possible? This must be a slash, right? Makoro actually used a slashing attack that is unique to Sukuna. Itadori trembled in disbelief. Besides Sukuna's slash, what else could have cut off Gojo Satoru's arm in just a split second? Okatsu and others were also worried about this. Why at this time? Gojo Satoru's current healing ability has obviously declined. If his arm cannot recover in a short period of time, the consequences will be disastrous. What's more, there is Sukuna who has been hiding in the dark and has never taken any action. After a successful attack, Natsuliu showed a ferocious smile. As if it had received praise from its master, it immediately joined hands with its jaws and rushed towards Gojo Satoru, who only had one arm left. At the same time, Sukuna, who was hiding in the shadows, had a satisfied smile in his eyes. Not bad, it lived up to my expectations. Although I didn't force Gojo Satoru to use the hollow style, the result now seems to be better than I expected. I'm afraid Gojo Satoru, who only has one hand left, can't use the hollow style. Right, even if it can be used, its power will be greatly reduced. Now, it's my turn. Sukuna can't wait any longer. Now is the best time to kill Gojo Satoru. Flying out of the shadow mire to join the battlefield. For a moment, the situation of 3 against 1 was repeated. However, this time, Gojo Satoru's situation seems to be even more embarrassing. Under the harassment of J2, Natsuliu first broke Gojo Satoru's unlimited limit, and Sukuna took the opportunity to punch Gojo Satoru's arm and knocked him away. The two Shikigami, led by Sukuna, began a frantic attack on Gojo Satoru. He didn't even give Gojo Satoru a second to perform the reverse curse technique to heal his broken arm. It is said that 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, let alone Gojo Satoru, who is only one-armed and facing attacks from 3 sides. Attacks from 3 angles landed almost simultaneously, blocking Gojo Satoru's escape route. Bang! Caught in the cracks, in a desperate situation, Gojo Satoru decisively chose to withstand the heavy punch of J2, thus avoiding the attacks of Sukuna and Makuro. In his opinion, Sukuna's slashing attack posed the greatest threat, and Makuru's demon-breaking sword also had a certain degree of restraint on him. After a comparison, the jaw reversal with its extremely strong recovery ability posed the least threat to him. With one punch, Jaw Spit finally hit Gojo Satoru's body. This gave it a smug and sinister smile. However, it did not realize that its death was approaching. It hit Gojo Satoru on the back with one punch, and it had already attracted all of Gojo Satoru's hatred. I noticed that you were the one who played the most happily from the beginning. Sukuna is not as active as you. Are you dissatisfied with me? The sound that came from his ear made Jadu feel cold on his back. When he looked back suddenly, he found that Gojo Wushin had quietly circled behind him. The powerful cursed power that had accumulated in its hands at some point in time made it feel terrified, and its ferocious smile was even more terrifying than that of a Shikigami. Die inside Fushiguro and apologize. The words fell. The crazy blue jade ball filled with anger was suddenly thrown out from Gojo Satoru's hand. The terrifying curse power absorbed all the gravel along the way. Sukuna and Makura also retreated under this attack to avoid the sharp edge. Since the battle began, this was the first time Sukuna saw Gojo Satoru angry. He too wanted to escape, but his body was already locked in place by the strong suction force of the Kenyu ball. He couldn't move at all. This Chimera Super Shikigami, formed by the fusion of 5 Shikigami, was killed just a few minutes after its appearance. Itadori waved his fists excitedly, venting the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Not long after, the jaw, which could no longer resist, was forcibly rubbed into a ball of flesh by the power of the blue jade ball. But he never expected that his, Kang, could show such a powerful power. In his opinion, if it weren't for Fushiguro Megumi and the help of Makoto, Gojo Satoru might have won this decisive battle long ago. With a dull sound, the ball of flesh in the air completely collapsed. But he thought that the title of the strongest of the contemporary times was also a curse on Gojo Satoru. Teacher Gojo Satoru has always been his goal, both in terms of strength and character. At this point, Okatsu's Jewish eyes showed a longing look. We must kill Sukuna and save Fushiguro Megumi. This is the best decision of our time. Sukuna, Makora, in 41 seconds, there will be something bigger waiting for you. But even so, under the Kangyu ball just now, the recovery ability that Jatu was proud of had no chance to be used at all. I'm afraid he has already made plans since the decisive battle. Hearing this, Sukuna's face suddenly darkened. The Chimera, Jawspit, was created by him personally. From the moment Gojo Satoru said 41 seconds, Xia Liu knew that Gojo Satoru was about to perform the self-destruct form of Hollow Style. This madman Gojo Satoru actually used a move other than the Hollow Style to kill Jatun. Great job, I knew Gojo Satoru could do it. The thoughtful Okatsu-ju seemed to see Itadori's shame and said with a smile. At the same time, he knew clearly that the ultimate move that Gojo Satoru was talking about was the ultimate killer move that could destroy the heavens and the earth, the Hollow Style. The strongest equals curse. As his arm slowly recovered, Gojo Satoru looked at the snowflakes scattered in the air and laughed hoarsely. Boom 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 boom. Hearing this, Xia Liu stretched, stood up and started to move around. The powerful suction force was like an invisible big hand, pulling the body of Gu2 to expand and deform, and the eyeballs bulged out. Okatsu was not wrong. As the strongest, Gojo Satoru will naturally choose the most perfect way to end the battle. I thought that Gojo Satoru, who had lost one arm, had no chance to perform the Hollow Style after I joined in. How can 2 mere Shikigami be a match for Gojo Satoru? The violent blue jade balls wrapped around the jaws pierced through rows of buildings. The atmosphere in the viewing room was extremely joyful. Although he was a cannon fodder used to trick Hollow Shizi into revealing his true form, he was well aware of his terrifying recovery ability. This move not only allowed Sukuna to survive, but also allowed him to comprehend the space slash in the face of life and death. Chapter 202 Inches Kang, and he. On the battlefield, the feeling of Gojo Satoru killing Ja-2 in one blow is hot. The crazy curse power gushing out of his body made Sukuna's face more solemn as he faced off head-on. From the moment he killed G2 in an instant, Sukuna felt that Gojo Satoru had undergone a transformation, and a strong thread of death surged into his heart. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Gojo Satoru was indeed the first person in 1,000 years to bring him a strong thread of death. In the blink of an eye, Gojo Satoru, who was in great shape, appeared before him. A black flash hit Natsuliu, who was protecting his master heavily. The intense pain made even the strongest Shikigami curl up into a ball. Without any hesitation, Gojo Satoru aimed his fist at Sukuna, who was standing beside him. Fighting 1 against 2, he always kept a clear head. Not willing to be outdone, Sukuna begins to confront Gojo Satoru head-on. The violent exchange of punches made Natsuliu unable to find a way to join the battlefield for a while. After a brief confrontation, Sukuna's arm was firmly grasped by Gojo Satoru. He lowered his waist and sat on his hips, turned his body and swung his arms, throwing Sukuna like a bowling ball towards Natsuliu, who was trying to sneak attack from behind. Bang! Sukuna's body smashed towards Natsuliu like a cannonball, and the latter tried to use all his body to help his master. However, the powerful impact still knocked Sukuna and Natsuliu into the building behind them. There was no chance for the opponent to breathe. The next second, the man's heavy blow came again. Gojo Satoru, who had been completely mad, swung his fist again, sending out a black flash. Natsuliu threw Sukuna behind him without hesitation, raised his huge arm and the demon-breaking sword to block Gojo Satoru's fatal blow. A terrifying explosion sounded inside the building. The black curse power instantly exploded around the 3 people's bodies. Although Natsuliu, who was holding Sukuna tightly, managed to block the fatal blow, he was still blown away. The body crashed through layers of thick walls until it broke out of the building. Black flash again. Itadori's eyes sparkled, his expression full of admiration. Teacher Gojo Satoru has used black flash several times in a row. Moreover, the power of black flash far exceeded his imagination. Ji-Ju nodded confidently. Yes, I can feel that Teacher Gojo Satoru has entered an excellent state. He is now more powerful than ever before. With the master's control over the magic power, it's probably not surprising that he can fire 10 black flashes in a row. In his opinion, 3 against 1 had failed to defeat Gojo Satoru before, and now in a 2 against 1 situation, Sukuna would only lose faster. What Dharma wheel rotates 4 times, and Gojo Satoru will be finished. Now it seems that the ones who are going to be doomed are Sukuna and his Shikigami, Mokuro. Perhaps, that abnormal adaptability can adapt to the teacher's technique in a short period of time, but the contemporary strongest and changeable combat experience is something that Natsuliu will never be able to adapt to in his lifetime. 10 black flashes. Cheng Jinchi and other powerful men couldn't help but gasp. If it were them, they would never be able to do this. Moreover, he was under the high pressure from two powerful men, Sukuna and Nakuluo. Even the extremely arrogant Lu Zion standing aside nodded in approval. Gojo Satoru is indeed an absolute genius in terms of talent. Tisk, what's the point of 10 black flashes? Lu Hu in the back sounded somewhat disdainful. It's no use looking at me. 10 black flashes are not enough for me. Lu Hu folded his arms across his chest, glanced at Xia Liu who was standing in front of him, then closed his eyes, and unbearable memories emerged in his mind. If I remember correctly, on the winding mountain road, how many black lights did Xia Liu hit himself with in a row? At that time, it was hit so hard that it was dizzy and had stars in its eyes. It could no longer count. In short, it's far more than 10 rounds. Not only was he beaten, Gojo Satoru himself must have been confused, right? The real ruthless person in the college might be this seemingly harmless Xia Liu. On the battlefield, Gojo Satoru stared at the enemy who was blown into the sky. He did not choose to continue the pursuit, but his calm expression contained an extreme killing intent. The mantra in his mouth slowly recited, Phase, Jackfruit, Pillar of Light. As the battle drew to a close, Gojo Satoru once again used the Gojo family's unique blessing spell. After the incantation was finished, Gojo Satoru's momentum surged again, and a visible excitement appeared around him. The so-called Xing simply means adding a layer of buff to one's own spell power output. Sukuna in the air stared vigilantly at the Xing around Gojo Satoru. After making an accurate judgment, Sukuna came to a conclusion in his mind. With the blessing of Xing, Gojo Satoru's reverse curse technique has the power to kill Makoro with one strike. Haha, you're trying to piece together everything, or do you still need to use other methods to kill Natsuliu? At this point in the battle, Sukuna finally understood everything. Gojo Satoru was determined to feed the hollow style to himself this time. However, before he could use Natsuliu, a note of death came to his ears. Reversal of the technique. The crazy Gojo Satoru actually activated the technique ahead of time without any warning. What was even more shocking was that Gojo Satoru didn't shoot the at himself or at Makura. Instead, he pointed his finger above his head, and a red laser cannon was fired instantly. Boom! The terrifying laser cannon broke through the layers of hard ceiling and finally shot straight into the sky. After a brief moment of confusion, Sukuna's pupils suddenly contracted. The breath of death enveloped his entire body, making it difficult for him to breathe. He finally knew what Gojo Satoru was going to do. This madman actually wants to use the virtual form. He will perish together with me. Natsuliu, whether Gojo Satoru wins or Sukuna wins, he will be happy. Hollow style. This may be devastating to others, but can it really kill Sukuna completely? The most exciting ones are Itadori and Okatsu Kosher. He had intentionally shot that blue jade ball, waiting for this moment. He wasn't angry at all because of the successful sneak attack by Jaw Spit. Sukuna stared at the space in the air, his mind tense. It is self-evident what these two things represent. It turns out that all of this was just an act by Gojo Satoru. It is indeed stable, but it is Sukuna who is stable. An extremely tense roar and call came out of Sukuna's mouth. Gojo Satoru's void style. Z is indeed very impressive, but no matter how much you plan, you can't expect Sukuna to take out alone. Xia Liu looked at the picture on the screen and sighed. Shoko, Mei Mei and others also breathed a sigh of relief, with relaxed smiles appearing on their pretty faces. At this time, the Cursed King had long lost his kingly demeanor, and his calm expression was gone. Lu Zion on the side always felt something was wrong. What scares Sukuna the most and excites Kochuin and the others is that. I see, it is said to be completely stable because once, Kang, and he, appear at the same time. In fact, all this is just a trick to deceive Sukuna. Upon hearing the call, Natsuliu broke through the window without any hesitation and chased after the in the air. He received the order from his master, and he had to do everything in his power to prevent the two balls from colliding. The form of is a red energy ball containing violent curse power. The emergence of the world-destroying Hyakushi Z has become inevitable. Floating to the side of is Kang, who survived after killing Jaw Spit. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Everyone stood up excitedly. All this is just a disguise to deceive himself. At this time, Natsuliu had already come between Kang and he. All of Sukuna's actions will be meaningless. Every step that Gojo Satoru took seemed to be random, and he even got angry because of his jaw spitting. It's stable. It's completely stable now. The blue, spins at high speed and the red, Haku, spins slowly. Inside the viewing room, Chapter 203, Improvisational Performance, Self-Destruction Style. Here, however, before Natsuliu could make a move, Gojo Satoru had already used Kang's suction to move in front of Natsuliu at high speed. What do you want to do? Xiao Luo. Although Gojo Satoru had a playful smile on his face, his clenched fists were already filled with magical power, ready to go. How could he let Natsuliu ruin his impromptu performance? Next second, bang, the killing move containing cursed power hit the upper jaw of the demon. In a simple melee, Natsuliu had no chance to fight back. While the two were fighting, the Cursed King appeared from behind and was ready to launch a sneak attack. Sukuna put his hands together and aimed at the Kaku on the other side. He wanted to use the water arrow to detonate He before Kang collided with He. As long as he and Natsuliu destroy any one of them at will, the crisis will be completely resolved. On the side, Gojo Satoru, who was tightly entangled by Mokura, was unable to spare a moment to stop Sukuna's actions. Call out. Sukuna's face showed a triumphant smile, and a laser-like water column shot out towards the slowly rotating He in the air. Bang! Gojo Satoru, who had broken free from Mokura, punched Sukuna in the abdomen. After feeling the pain, Sukuna did not get angry but laughed instead. Sukuna, feeling relieved, laughed and said sarcastically, "Hee, it's too late." Although Gojo Satoru's attack interrupted his continued spellcasting, the arrow that had left the bow could not be changed. At this moment, Gojo Satoru will not be able to use his simultaneous destruction moves. However, the next second, Gojo Satoru's chanting of the incantation reached his ears again. Dusk Phase Eyes of Wisdom. As Gojo Satoru's chanting ended, Sukuna's eyes suddenly widened. The smug expression that had just appeared on his face suddenly disappeared. He knew clearly what this series of spells meant. If the previous spell was to strengthen the power of He, then this time the different spell is to act on Kang. The water arrow that was rapidly shooting towards He suddenly turned around and headed towards Kang. Laugh. The moment the attack removed Dao Kang's outer shell, water splashed everywhere. The Kang, with increased output, actually absorbed all the effects of the water arrows. What? The scene before him left Sukuna dumbfounded. He still didn't expect that Gojo Satoru's ability to respond to the battlefield would be so fast. At the same time, I was also surprised that the spell mastered by the Gojo family had such an unexpected effect. Damn it, how many weird spells does Gojo Satoru know? If it weren't for these spells, he would have won by now. However, the chanting that made Sukuna feel devastated and hopeless happened 3 times. 9 principles, crows and statements, polarization, between the inside and the outside. As Shushizi finished chanting the amplification spell, a violent aura suddenly erupted in the sky. Above the heads of the 3 strong men appeared 2 color balls about to collide. The red, He, and the blue, Kang, were spinning at high speed, as if they were attracting each other. The breath of destruction hangs over the entire Shinjuku. In the viewing room, everyone held their breath and stared at the screen. Here it comes. Gojo Satoru's strongest killer move is finally here. Just as they expected, even if Sukuna and Makuro used all methods, they could not stop the appearance of the hollow style. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the dawn of final victory. As long as this move lands and hits Sukuna firmly, even the thick-skinned Curse King will have no chance of survival. Okatsu the Jew sighed with some fear. Also, you must not rashly join the battlefield. Otherwise, it will definitely become an obstacle for Gojo Satoru to perform the technique. At that time, even if everyone did not pursue the matter, he would never forgive himself. On the battlefield, 2 completely opposite violent spell powers are slowly merging together. From the moment the red and blue balls merged, the dazzling purple light dyed the entire sky. Snap. The world seemed to be in absolute silence at this moment. That was the sound of the screen shattering in the spectator room. I hope my improvisation will satisfy you, Sukuna. In the picture, the area within a radius of 10 kilometers has long been a ruin. The Z that can destroy everything is reflected against the faces of 2 demons and a madman. Sukuna's eyes widened in panic, and he wanted to escape, but he found it was too late. A crisp sound was heard. Today's Falun is in tatters and has lost its former sense of oppression. The arrogant Curse King is not dead yet. The slowly rising white steam is the most powerful killer move of the modern era. The expressions of the 3 people are different and extremely exciting. Natsuliu's ferocious face actually showed a look of fear for the first time. Boom. However, when the smoke and dust completely dissipated, Gojo Satoru's white hair was flying, he went crazy, and laughed non-stop. The most powerful and arrogant Shikigami was reduced to nothing but ashes after the self-destruction of Hollow Shiki. The extremely dazzling light illuminates the entire sky and land of Shinjuku. He still clearly remembers that at the sister exchange meeting, Gojo Satoru's void style was played out with his fingers. A crisp metallic sound was heard. Mei Mei shook her head and laughed. You should know the power of the virtual style. I'm afraid my crow has been reduced to ashes. Have you noticed that there's something wrong with the way Gojo Satoru used the hollow style this time? But this time, he seemed to be close to my face. Okatsu comforted himself. It shouldn't be. At this point, the virtual form has been formed. Bang! A roar 100 times louder than thunder resounded through the sky. There are some broken rubbles under the high-rise buildings in the bustling city. The rest of the screens also went black, and all that could be seen were dense signal snowflakes. A few seconds later, under Mei Mei's control, the screen showed the picture again. Xia Liu took a closer look and saw that this was the Dharma wheel that Natsuliu was so proud of, claiming that it could adapt to everything. At this time, Itadori, who noticed something was wrong, raised his hand and asked. The aftermath of the explosion, like that of little boy, swept across the land, quickly destroying all the surrounding buildings and creatures. Will this really not hurt him? Chapter 204. Sukuna has another killer move. Sukuna leaned against the ruins. Sukuna has been seriously injured after suffering an unprecedented devastating blow. The arms and right leg had been blown to pieces, the wounds were horrific. A breeze blew by. The first time using the self-destruction form hollow style, Gojo Satoru had half of his face destroyed, but compared to Sukuna, this injury was almost negligible. Looking at Sukuna, who was holding on tenaciously, Gojo Satoru muttered to himself. You were really tenacious. I couldn't kill you even with this. But this was probably because I didn't control the direction of the attack well when I used it for the first time. I'm so sorry that I didn't let you die peacefully. I had to beat you to death next. Gojo Satoru stretched his muscles, smiling gently but saying the cruelest words. This was the first time he used the virtual style. He didn't set the direction, and even got himself involved in the aftermath. The power is even higher than the ordinary virtual style. However, due to the lack of experience, the damage deviation cannot be concentrated. However, because they share the same cursed power, he received much less damage than Sukuna and Makora. But it doesn't matter, I am now sure to win against the half-dead Sukuna. Hayakushi. Z can actually be used like this. Watching Gojo Satoru slowly recovering his face using the reverse curse technique on the screen, Kusakabe was amazed. No one could have imagined that Gojo Satoru would be so crazy as to use his hollow style to self-destruct on the spot. Including myself. At first, when everyone realized what was happening, they were all horrified, fearing that Gojo Satoru and Sukuna would die together. If that's the case, it's not worth it. Fortunately, Gojo Satoru didn't seem to be seriously injured, but Sukuna was already a dying candle in the wind. Okatsu suppressed his excitement and analyzed as calmly as possible. Even if Sukuna can continue to fight, he will have no chance of winning. The death of Makuluo has made Sukuna lose his greatest support. At present, he can only use the extension of the domain and the one-body technique to deal with Gojo Satoru's unlimited defense, and the seriously injured Sukuna is unable to resist Gojo Satoru's offensive at all. Itadori couldn't help but yelled, so, Gojo Satoru has already secured victory. After a long silence, everyone in the college finally nodded. They really couldn't think of any other way for Sukuna to defeat Gojo Satoru. Even if he was in the two-faced four-handed state, it would be useless because he still couldn't break the limit in that state. After many twists and turns, Gojo Satoru finally defeated the strongest Curse King. An unprecedented and glorious record will be engraved in Shinjuku. The strongest title, well deserved. I am the only one in the world. Hey, Xia Liu, what are you doing? Itadori turned around and looked at Xia Liu, who was stretching behind him in confusion. Is he warming up? But Gojo Satoru has already won. There's no need for Xia Liu to help in killing Sukuna, right? For a moment, Mei Mei and the others turned their eyes to Xia Liu, who was behaving strangely. In response, Xia Liu chuckled and looked at the screen. Nothing, I just want to sanction that Lone King. Lone King. For a moment, everyone was confused and followed Xia Liu's line of sight to look at the screen. At this moment, Gojo Satoru's white hair was flying and his face was filled with a smile of confidence of victory. The seriously injured Sukuna smiled obscurely, and his devilish eyes swept over Mei Mei's crow and stared at everyone in the viewing room, as if provoking him. Xia Liu's mouth corners were slightly curved, and his eyes were slightly focused. The scarlet and gorgeous blood-red eye pattern rotated rapidly, emitting a blood-red demonic light, and stared at Sukuna across the screen. A second later, Xia Liu closed her eyes with satisfaction. Itadori couldn't help but take a few steps back and said in a trembling voice, wait. Sukuna can actually laugh, could it be? A bad premonition came to my mind. Could it be that Sukuna was going to play some weird tricks on me? Lone, Liu Xian whispered to himself. Although he couldn't understand Xia Liu's meaning, his sixth sense allowed him to feel the potential crisis of death even through the screen. It was an extremely complex aura that could not be avoided no matter what. Facing Liu Xian's sudden crazy laugh, everyone looked at the screen with serious eyes. Then the only explanation is that Gojo Satoru might not be able to handle Sukuna's hidden ultimate move. Everyone who had reacted quickly looked at this sudden scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Without any hesitation, Liu Xian flashed and turned into a purple thunder dragon. Gojo Satoru may not have won yet, but that was because Liu Xian did not use his strongest killer move. A heart-wrenching memory, sizzle. After saying that, Xia Liu turned into a wooden stake and fell to the ground with a bang, accompanied by white smoke rising. A sharp gust of wind blew past. It was Mei Mei's giant axe. Looking at Xia Liu standing there motionless with a dull expression, Liu Xian's face flushed with anger. And it's the lowest level one. Everyone turned their eyes to Liu Xian again. The deep laughter in his mouth gradually turned wilder. Ha 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 ha. In his opinion, although Xia Liu played him around in the Death Return tour, he didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Suddenly, he turned around and shouted unwillingly, didn't we agree that I should go fight Sukuna? Isn't this the same clone technique that made me run around in circles in the Death Return game? Itadori. Fake. What does this mean exactly? Xia Liu, whose heart was pierced, did not shed a single drop of blood. Instead, he laughed and looked at Liu Xian, whose eyes were wide open with anger, and said calmly. The one you want to challenge is never Sukuna, but the strongest. Leave it to the strongest. Why not just say leave it to you, Xia Liu? Not even strong enough to be called the strongest, let alone Gojo Satoru and Sukuna. Xia Liu is such a low-key person, it is obvious that he is not trying to steal the limelight from Gojo Satoru. Mei Mei put away the giant axe and breathed a sigh of relief. It's a substitution technique. Only he and Xia Liu were standing closest, and from Liu Xian's sudden crazy reaction, it could be seen that he should know something. However, the next second, everyone's body froze in place. Okatsu Jewish curiously asked, wait, What about Xia Liu? Especially the words Xia Liu's clone said before it disappeared, asking Lu Zion to leave the Phantom Beast Amber to the right person. Judging from that battle, he thought that Xia Liu had demonstrated his abilities and brought about a sense of oppression. But she still glanced at Lu Zion coldly. They are not fools, they naturally understand that Xia Liu has joined the battle. So I think you should leave the mythical beast Amber to the right person. Quote, Lu Zion's hand knife had already pierced Xia Liu's body. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lu Zion simply lowered his head and staggered backwards. Chapter 205 Lone, Space / Finally, I'm on stage. The four natural disasters that had been standing respectfully behind Xia Liu began to stir. Especially for Lu Hu, the Mount Fuji, above his head was so excited that it spewed out sparks. Hua Yu gently kicked Lu Hu and whispered, Xia Liu is not dead yet, you better hold on. Junren and Tuogan in the back couldn't hide their excitement. They were born between heaven and earth. How can they live under the rule of humans for long? As long as Xia Liu is here, they are always controlled by the reincarnation technique and don't even have freedom. Now, Xia Liu finally goes on stage to fight against Sukuna. If he is ultimately defeated and dies at the hands of Sukuna, then they will be completely out of Xia Liu's control. From now on, do whatever you want. And if Xia Liu really kills the cursed King Sukuna, then they will just have to be bodyguards from now on. Because resistance is useless. The more you resist, the more excited Xia Liu might be. However, they believe that Xia Liu's chances of winning are slim. As natural disasters, they sense the hidden murderous intent in Sukuna's body more clearly than Lu Zion. This is also the reason why Xia Liu left suddenly, but the four natural disasters were not puzzled. Because there is absolutely no way Gojo Satoru could dodge that killer move. Even Gojo Satoru couldn't dodge it, but Xia Liu could. Rika, look at them. Okatsu first summoned the cursed Queen Rika, then glanced at Lu Hu and the others. You'd better behave yourself. There are still plenty of people who can deal with you even though Xia Liu is not here. Lu Hu took a deep breath, his expression remained unchanged, but he cursed in his heart. How long can you be so proud, little devil, whose hair hasn't even grown out yet? Once Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu die, you will all go to annihilate Sukuna. How will you have time to take care of yourself? Cherish your last beautiful moments. Although they certainly cannot defeat Okatsu and others with their current strength, the upper limit of the four calamities is far more than that. If Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu die, the world will fall into complete panic. At that time, the first person to see a sudden increase in strength was the real person. The negative emotions of fear are endless and can never be swallowed up. On the Shinjuku battlefield, Sukuna looked away like a frightened kitten. From the beginning of the battle, he sensed the Shikigami crows observing in the sky. Instead of caring about this, he was somewhat happy about it. It would be great if I could use this medium to let everyone in the high school see with their own eyes how Gojo Satoru was killed by me. Just now, he wanted to announce his victory and Gojo Satoru's death in advance by staring at the crow. But until the crow's dark pupils emitted an enchanting red glow, Sukuna then realized that Xia Liu was trying to use illusion to influence him through crows. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and looked away in time. Haha, annoying little devil, will I fall for your trick a second time? Sukuna, with his upper body naked, looked at Gojo Satoru, who was standing opposite him with a confident look on his face. Do you think you won? I thought you were the only one who could use spells, Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru didn't say anything, but just stood there quietly, and provocatively stretched out his index finger and hooked it at Sukuna. Sukuna Luo's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, his devilish eyes stared at Gojo Satoru, with an evil smile on his lips. The black slash that Moxu Luo had swung before gave him inspiration. And in the explosion of the virtual style, after he stepped half a foot into the gate of hell, he finally understood it. He realized a slashing move that was completely beyond everyone's cognition. Now, activate the binding. That's right, the most powerful killing move in his field needs to be bound before it can be used. Originally, he only needed to form Yama's palm seal to perform it. But now he was hit by the virtual style, Z, leaving only one arm. Therefore, in order to be able to launch the strongest move, the bond he made was. From now on, when you use this move, you must seal enchant, and use the direction of your palm as the release direction. These three conditions are the price. Ah, Sukuna looked up at the sky and sighed in his heart, what a huge price. If you can handle this move, even if you win, I will take the initiative to leave Fushiguro Megumi's body. However, Gojo Satoru on the opposite side still maintained a playful smile, hooked his finger provocatively, and did not finish his words. Sukuna was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, and his eyebrows were twisted into the shape of the Huxia character, Chuan. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did he always feel that something was wrong with Gojo Satoru? But I couldn't tell what was wrong. But at this moment, the bondage has been broken, and I can't care so much. I hope you can still laugh later. Sukuna's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he said hoarsely and viciously. Dragon scales, counterattack, twin meteors. Space slash, swish, a mediocre slash came in. No one could catch its trajectory, not even Sukuna himself could see it clearly. Because, this slash came from cutting through space. With a plop, the body that was cut in half was lying flat on the ground, blood constantly flowing from the corners of its mouth, and it looked at the lower half of its body that was still standing on the ground with disbelief. However, this shocking and unacceptable scene did not arouse any emotion among the people at the college. Hey, what happened? What's wrong with Sukuna? Why is he talking to himself all the time? Something seemed to flash by just now. Did anyone notice it? Itadori scratched his head in confusion, his eyes full of doubt. It's really strange. With Liu's teleportation ability, he should have reached the battlefield long ago, but why hasn't he appeared yet? Moreover, Gojo Satoru, who was originally standing opposite Sukuna on the battlefield, also disappeared mysteriously. The most outrageous thing is that Sukuna seemed to be mentally disturbed, making hand seals towards the air and talking to himself. Not on the same channel at all. Can anyone explain this to me? Itadori, puzzled, looked back at everyone, trying to get the answer from the teachers and seniors. However, the others also shook their heads, staring at the crazy Sukuna on the screen in confusion. It's okay that guy was just talking to the air, but he also looked so smug and like he had won a victory. Just when everyone was confused, Sukuna on the screen spoke. Sukuna walked closer and looked down at Gojo Satoru, who had only the upper half of his body left. Snap, snap, snap. Sukuna stopped clapping and praised him generously. That's great, Gojo Satoru. I think I will never forget you in my life. The great battle I have been seeking all my life has finally come true in this era, through you. In the past 1,000 years, you are the only one who can force me to this extent. Die with absolute pride, you have burned everything. Chapter 206. Even through the screen. The reason why Sukuna dreamed of Moxu Luo was precisely because of the innovative model that could adapt to the limitless and break the inviolable. He got inspiration from this template and was able to display it himself. Remember, the spell to kill you is called Space Slash. This slash is not just aimed at your body, Gojo Satoru, but expands the target of the technique to the entire space and even the world. In the meeting room, call out. The space twisted, a vortex appeared, and Gojo Satoru walked out of the black hole with a smile on his face. The teasing words came out of his mouth. Hey, why is Sukuna talking to himself in the air? Did he get stunned by my void style? Quote. As the person involved, he naturally knew that all this was Xia Liu's trick. An extremely familiar voice came from behind him. The college students who were staring at the screen suddenly turned around. Gojo Satoru-sensei. The first one to react was Itadori. He immediately took a step forward and punched Gojo Satoru in the chest. Okatsu asked in confusion. Teacher, what is going on? Why are you here all of a sudden? Where is Xia Liu? And what does Sukuna mean by the space slash? Facing all the stares, Gojo Satoru heaved a sigh of relief, but said with lingering fear. Speaking of Xia Liu, I really have to thank him. Not long ago, he was about to take advantage of Sukuna's serious injury, pursue the victory, and kill Sukuna in one fell swoop. Xia Liu suddenly appeared and pulled him into the Shinwei space. He also said that Sukuna's hidden ultimate move was too deep and he couldn't grasp it. At first he was a little bit unconvinced. After all, when he was trapped in a magic meltdown before, he managed to withstand the indiscriminate attack from Sukuna's domain. What's more, Sukuna is seriously injured. But until he saw from a close distance that Sukuna released that instantaneous space slash into the air, his heart could not calm down for a long time. That slash was so fast that even my 6 eyes couldn't catch its trajectory. Not to mention, controlling the body to dodge. Therefore, there is a high probability that I will not be able to dodge this spatial slash. But afterwards, something Xia Liu said left him with a lot of question marks in his mind. What do you mean by not having any psychological burden? Is this what Sukuna got by cheating? Then, Gojo Satoru recounted what had happened. ... What, you mean to say that Sukuna is now under Xia Liu's illusion? Everyone who knew what happened took a deep breath. No wonder Sukuna suddenly showed a victorious smile and talked to the air for a long time. In other words, from Sukuna's perspective, he was most likely looking down at Gojo Satoru's corpse. He was under the illusion, but he thought he had killed Gojo Satoru and won the decisive battle. Everyone looked at Gojo Satoru, who was in good health, and then glanced at Sukuna, who was talking to himself and declaring his victory on the screen. Does this count as being played around? Itadori suddenly raised his hands and asked, isn't that right? Xia Liu was watching the game with us at that time. How did he get Sukuna to fall for it? It can't be through the screen, right? Mei Mei seemed to recall something and smiled slightly. Nothing is impossible. Even if I were to control the crow Shikigami, if I were to be glared at by his eyes from a distance, I would most likely be affected and my mind would be affected. So I guess Xia Liu's illusion is still effective across the electronic screen. And Sukuna, just at that moment, deliberately smiled sinisterly at the screen, which gave Xia Liu the opportunity. After listening to this, Itadori and others swallowed their saliva and fell into deep thought. Across the screen, has Xia Liu's illusion technique reached this level? It's simply impossible to guard against. Liu Xian leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, his expression still cold, but his brows were tightly furrowed. A bewitching illusion. Just by looking at each other through the screen, you can make others fall into illusion. Even the cursed King Sukuna is no exception. Such ability was beyond his understanding. 400 years ago, he traveled around the world and challenged countless strong men, but he had never encountered such a technique. In the death journey, Xia Liu didn't seem to use this trick against me. In other words, it didn't seem like Xia Liu had to put in much effort to defeat me. It seems that my understanding of Xia Liu is far from enough. At this moment, Itadori pointed to the screen excitedly. Xia Liu appears. Everyone focused their attention on the screen. Gojo Satoru also put away his frivolous attitude and watched with a serious look. As for Xia Liu's true strength, he seemed to have never understood it. On the Shinjuku battlefield, a whirlpool appeared and a figure slowly walked out of it. Looking at Sukuna, who was still immersed in the world of illusion, Xia Liu smiled faintly and said, "Look carefully at what is in front of you." After saying this, Sukuna put away his triumphant smile as he looked down at the ground. As his pupils contracted violently, he suddenly turned his head to look at Xia Liu and then looked at the empty ground. Where are the people? What about Gojo Satoru, who was cut in half by himself? At this moment, Sukuna's heart was like a raging sea. After being shocked for a long time, he finally uttered a few words. What on earth is going on? Before he could finish his words, a yellow flash passed by at high speed, and a whisper came to his ear. Just because you are obsessed. Bang! With a dull thud, Sukuna, who looked dazed, was punched and sent flying, like a kite with a broken string. Xia Liu did not chase after him, but turned his head slightly. Whoosh! 3 ice spikes formed from icicles whizzed past my ears. The temperature of the entire Shinjuku battlefield suddenly dropped, and Xia Liu looked up. A huge iceberg appeared in the sky. Mei Mei stared at Xia Liu with cold eyes. It is this hateful guy who has ruined Lord Sukuna's good deeds again. Previously, the master was having a decisive battle with Gojo Satoru, and I didn't dare to disturb him. But now, no matter what, he cannot be allowed to jump around in front of Master Sukuna. Facing Mei Mei's condescending and contemptuous look, Xia Liu laughed. Don't worry, let's fight one-on-one until you beat your Sukuna-sama into a lump. Mei Mei was about to yell when she noticed something unusual happening above her head. Looking sideways, a passionate man who looked a bit like a gangster appeared in front of me. Mei Mei said coldly, "Who is coming?" "Kyojin-ji, you can also call me a desperate gangster." Quote, "Sorry, it's a one-on-one match in the second half. I won't let you disturb Xia Liu's fight with Sukuna. You're looking for death." Mei Mei was extremely angry at the arrogant man's words. Without any hesitation, the effect of the ice condensation spell was maximized. And Hyokinji also sensed the potential threat and immediately launched his sitting and killing gamblers technique. A desperate fight unfolds in the sky above Shinjuku. Although Hyokinji's domain enveloped Mei, it was unable to stop the iceberg from falling. Chapter 207. Evil Ways. Sukuna, who was standing below, slowly raised his right hand and lightly pointed towards the air. In an instant, the rushing iceberg began to melt rapidly. The melted water formed a torrential rain, which poured down, submerging Sukuna in the dense rain. Xia Liu looked at the domain shell in the sky and couldn't help laughing. Unexpectedly, these two people ended up, fighting. It is estimated that as long as Sukuna does not die, the protracted battle between Mei and Hyokinji will never end. 2 minutes later, the iceberg completely melted and the heavy rain slowly stopped. Sukuna's figure gradually came into view. As if after baptism, the shape has changed drastically. Sukuna, who originally had broken arms and legs, not only recovered all his injuries but also grew 2 arms under his armpits. Fushiguro Megumi's face was gone, replaced by a hideous face full of evil and violence, as if a demon had descended. A steady stream of dark cursed power emanates from Sukuna's body. This is the true form of Ryuman Sukuna thousands of years ago. A deep voice with murderous intent rang out. "Very good, you have completely PD'd me off. You are the first person to see my true form after 1,000 years, and you are also the last one. Be prepared to be chopped into tofu cubes." There are 2 reasons why he did this. First, he can use the Shinbukai form to quickly repair the injuries inflicted in the previous battle with Gojo Satoru. Secondly, in this form, he can allow Fushiguro Megumi to resist Xia Liu's illusion. In his opinion, as long as he could solve Xia Liu's illusion, he could easily kill him. And now, he can look Xia Liu in the face without restraint, even if Xia Liu uses illusions crazily. The only one who will be tortured and even go crazy is Fushiguro Megumi. Inside the viewing room, 2-faced, 4-handed, can't be wrong. This should be Sukuna's final form. Okatsu Jews have some concerns. It's unknown what kind of killer moves Sukuna has hidden in this form. Can Xia Liu handle it? The unprecedented feeling of oppression made it difficult for everyone to breathe even through the screen. 4 words involuntarily emerged in their minds. Perfect. I can vaguely feel that Sukuna in this state is probably even more difficult to deal with. Xia Liu might face a battle no less fierce than the one Gojo Satoru had before. Itadori couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is this the Shinwu Jia? What an evil aura." Quote, Gojo Satoru propped his chin up and stared at the screen with interest. "I didn't expect Sukuna to have so many hidden cards, but he doesn't seem to be any different in this state. Isn't it just 2 more hands? You still have to get beaten if you deserve it." Liu Zion stared at the screen intently, he was so excited at the moment. An absolutely strong person, feeling lonely at the top. This is what he felt from Sukuna. He was completely mesmerized by Sukuna's ultimate form of body. There was such a perfect thing in the world. How I wish I could go fight Sukuna right now, immediately, right away. Even death doesn't matter. Sukuna's aura is clearly even stronger now. Xia Liu, you'd better not let me down. Sukuna's eyes flashed with a fierce red light, and his 2 hands were ready to make seals, and the other hand held the special cursed tool, Shinwu Jia. There was another hand, pointing at Xia Liu on the opposite side. the terrifying mouth growing out of the belly kept chanting curses. This image may be a monster in the eyes of ordinary people. But in this world of spells, he has an incomparable innate advantage. The extra arm allows him to perform hand seals and stretch techniques while also using his free hand to attack the enemy. Now he has reached perfection. Sukuna put the weapon in his hand into his mouth, and looked at the little devil who had ruined his good deeds many times with contempt. From now on, I won't give you any chance to play tricks. As soon as the words fell, Sukuna suddenly crushed the ground beneath his feet, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Xia Liu with madness. The forearms launched attacks indiscriminately, smashing down with fists like a crazy rainstorm, at such a fast speed that only afterimages could be seen. Boom boom boom. The attack carried the power of the curse, causing sand and rocks to fly all over the sky. However, all of this will be meaningless in the face of virtualization. All the attacks passed through Xia Liu's body. However, Sukuna had already anticipated this situation, and instead of stopping his useless attacks, he increased the frequency of his attacks. Sukuna grinned. You can only maintain this invincible state for 5 minutes, right? With his current strength, it is not difficult to maintain such a high frequency of attacks. 5 minutes later, Xia Liu's strange ability was broken. At that time, he would immediately open his domain and cut him into pieces. You don't have to wait 5 minutes. Xia Liu suddenly found the right opportunity and grabbed Sukuna's forearms. How dare you? Bang! An uppercut hit Sukuna's chin, causing his head to tilt back. After coming to his senses, Sukuna clearly knew that once Xia Liu took the initiative to attack, he would automatically exit this state. Shoko pushed Mei Mei's shoulder and said with a smile, Sister Mei Mei, you seem to be very confident about Xia Liu. Normally, you should be very nervous at this time. Obviously, Itadori was shocked by Xia Liu's superb operation. As expected, there was a bang. Crooked ways. What a coincidence, I know quite a lot of them. The others also looked puzzled. This kind of operation is simply impossible to defend against. Xia Liu did not pursue, but continued to form seals. Inside the viewing room. In other words, now is the best time to kill Xia Liu. Sukuna, who was flying in the air, suddenly felt a warning in his heart. When he looked up suddenly, it was too late. It always feels more practical. From what he just saw, he felt that the mechanism of Xia Liu's technique seemed to be a little different. The entire building behind him was cut in half. Xia Liu was also cut in half. Sukuna couldn't stop flying forward. Swish. The unique special effects of the substitution technique appeared, the white smoke dissipated, and 2 wooden stakes fell to the ground. The dagger flew through the air and came behind Sukuna, accompanied by the low hum of the Rasengan. A small typhoon passed behind Sukuna. Why is it that when I watch Xia Liu fight Sukuna, I don't feel that kind of tension? Tisk. These are the same crooked tricks again. The invisible slash swept across. Could it be that Xia Liu's technique is extremely powerful in terms of life-saving ability in combat? A familiar and strong pushing feeling came from behind. Liu Xian analyzed for himself. Even though he has the initiative now, this attack is no different from tickling to Sukuna. This attack hit Sukuna's abdomen solidly, knocking him downwards. Mei Mei smiled mysteriously. It's not confidence, but absolute trust. Amaterasu. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the screen. Rasengan. The parting suddenly appeared and pressed down the Rasengan in his hand. Boom. He had never carefully observed Xia Liu before, but now was the perfect opportunity. Gojo Satoru used 6 eyes to carefully observe Xia Liu's every move. Wow, the clone technique can actually be used like this, Sukuna said with great disdain. Chapter 208 Earth-Shattering Star. The black flames burned without warning. Under the strong sense of crisis, Sukuna decisively gave up the attack and moved at high speed to escape from Xia Liu's sight. Even so, one of his arms was stained with a small flame. Raging, the black flame spread rapidly, and soon engulfed the entire arm. Untie. Without any hesitation, Sukuna released the slash. However, this time the target of the attack was not Xia Liu, but his own burning arm. After cutting off his arm, Sukuna heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of death completely disappeared. The 4 cursed eyes locked onto Xia Liu in horror. This guy, why are all these unpredictable spells? There are no seals, no traces before the technique takes effect. Even if it was Gojo Satoru before, he could still capture the trajectory of the other party's cursed energy. And Xia Liu's actions were completely without any signs. If it weren't for his years of fighting instinct, he would have chosen to dodge at the first moment, thus avoiding fatal damage. If this fire ignites on his head, the consequences will be disastrous. After some observation, Sukuna came to a conclusion. That is, eyes. Xia Liu's strange spells were all activated through those scarlet eyes. This saved him the time of forming seals, making it impossible to defend against the attack. In the next battle, he must focus on Xia Liu's eyes and take action. With his rich combat experience, Sukuna's brain worked at high speed, and he quickly found a solution. Thinking of this, Sukuna smiled evilly. Kid, you have a lot of tricks, but they are far from enough. Come on, use all your strength to please me. As he spoke, Sukuna's lost arm had recovered, and the fighting spirit in his eyes burned. You want to dance? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xia Liu gently stroked his left eye and switched the eternal kaleidoscope to the Rinnegan. To fight against Sukuna in his prime, a hollow ability that greatly increases the tolerance is essential. The left eye's space distortion attack has a short pre-swing, and Sukuna will definitely focus on dodging, so the hit rate is not high. In this case, why not use the power of the Rinnegan to make Sukuna dance on the spot? Xia Liu clapped his hands and grinned. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Roar. A giant dragon made entirely of giant trees and vines broke out of the ground. After looking around in the sky, it opened its mouth and pounced towards Sukuna below. Haha, this trick again. Facing the swooping wooden dragon, Sukuna's expression was extremely contemptuous. In the battle at Shibuya, he was able to handle it with his 15-finger strength, but now that he has the full strength, it will be even easier. Boom. The wooden dragon was extremely fast. It swept over in the blink of an eye and bit Sukuna. The huge body was so powerful that it crushed the already dilapidated buildings around it. Ryomen Sukuna used his forearms to support the wooden dragon's mouth, but his eyes were always fixed on Xia Liu below. It's just a trifle. Untie. Oink oink. As Sukuna finished speaking, countless cursed slashes flew out from his palms. In an instant, the wooden dragon was cut into raw materials, turning into thin and brittle wooden strips that scattered all over the sky. Bang! Sukuna High School suddenly fell, creating a dent in the ground. Just as he was about to say this sarcastic remark, he found Xia Liu pointing at the top of his head. Sukuna frowned slightly. You think I will be fooled? Before he could finish his words, a huge shadow enveloped him and the surrounding ground. Looking up, a huge meteorite composed of rocks, houses, cars and other materials forcibly fused together appeared above my head. Xia Liu, I'll give you a star-studded star. Have a nice meal. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky. A huge meteorite is falling rapidly. Sukuna's pupils contracted violently, and he ran away without saying a word. With his current speed, he has a chance to escape the attack range before the meteorite lands. Xia Liu's move seemed powerful, but it posed no threat to him at all. Did you get away? Sukuna was running at full speed when he suddenly heard Xia Liu's voice behind his ear. All things are attracted by the sky. Xia Liu stretched out his right palm calmly, pointed it at Sukuna's back, and sucked it in suddenly. The irresistible force of gravity, like an invisible iron hand, pulled Sukuna back. Just at this moment, the meteorite fell. Boom. At the last moment, he activated the divine power void, and there was no other effect except the darkness in front of his eyes. It's okay if it's just a wooden dragon, but now even a meteorite is coming. There was total silence in the viewing room. The most important thing is Xia Liu's last-minute move, Wanshang Tian Yin. The most terrifying thing is that Sukuna, who could fight Gojo Satoru to the death, was suppressed by Xia Liu in just a few rounds of fighting. At the conference room table, Gojo Satoru, who was sitting aimlessly, suddenly had his eyes light up. Moreover, he could feel that this form of Sukuna was not as weak as before. Dust rose up in a 10-mile radius, sweeping all around like a tidal wave. The techniques were perfectly connected, as if all this was within his expectations. Lu Ziyan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, only to feel that the strong man's Dao heart was slightly shaken. I hope he won't be crushed into a cursed meat pie. During the Shibuya incident, he was locked up in a small dark room, so it was the first time he saw Xia Liu's Chibaku Tensei move. Xia Liu walked out unharmed. Could it be that Sukuna in the two-faced and four-armed state is not as strong as Sukuna in the ten-shadow state? At some point, the object of his concern changed from Xia Liu to Sukuna. It was clearly a battle of spells, so how come a meteorite appeared out of nowhere? Soon after, the space on the surface of the meteorite fluctuated. If Xia Liu uses this move in the death return, can he escape? But Xia Liu seemed to play much more easily than me. Xia Liu, how many tricks does she have? Everyone was shocked by the scene before their eyes. Just as he finished asking the question, Gojo Satoru suddenly sat up straight, his deep six eyes staring at the screen solemnly. Itadori swallowed and said, this meteorite seems to be bigger than the one from the Shibuya incident. Seeing that the meteorite had not made any movement for a long time, Itadori could no longer bear it and asked, Teacher Gojo Satoru, Sukuna is gone just like that. First, he used the wooden dragon to attract Sukuna's attention, and then quickly condensed a meteorite. The others also nodded dumbly. But what surprised him most was not the Chibaku Tensei, but Xia Liu's perfect combination of techniques. Sukuna, please don't die like this. Lu Ziyan, leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest and a proud look on his face, was maintaining this posture without moving. Like Mars hitting the earth, the ground shook violently, and the whole of Shinjuku was shaken. Things are getting weird. The huge meteorite smashed a deep crater in the ground, and also swallowed Xia Liu and Sukuna. But those wide-open purple pupils betrayed the shock in his heart at the moment. How about Sukuna? Chapter 209, Field Expansion. Black Flash Octagonal Cage. Everyone followed Gojo Satoru's line of sight, and then their pupils suddenly contracted. I saw the meteorite explode with a bang. The densely packed slashing grid rushed towards Xia Liu like an overwhelming tidal wave. Row after row, nowhere to hide. Everything along the way is cut into tiny noodles by the chopping grid, without any obstruction at all. This is the slash 8 of Sukuna's perfect form. Xia Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. Isn't this the move that killed Lu Ziyan instantly? There is no place to hide, the slashing grid seems to sweep away everything. It was because of this move that Lu Ziyan couldn't even last 5 minutes. In addition, he had boasted too much before, which led to Mr. Lu's downfall and he became a clown. But now I have experienced it myself, and I am deeply touched. The net of heaven is vast and wide, and nothing can escape it. The same is true for Sukuna's move of cutting the net. If you try to pass through the gap, you will end up dead. Faced with such indiscriminate attacks, Lu Xian really couldn't be blamed. Because there is no place to hide. But these are not problems for him. Sukuna's intention in using this move was clear, wasn't it just to break his perfect hollowness? I'm sorry, he needs to crush his opponent in this battle, and the void cannot be broken at all. Xia Liu's mouth corners raised, his choice was to avoid the limelight for the time being. After raising his middle finger to show respect to Sukuna, who was smiling evilly in the distance. Call out. A vortex appeared and Xia Liu disappeared into darkness. The slashing grid then swept across, but to no avail. Sukuna's face was distorted, and black energy was emanating from his body. Is it still possible? This is too bad. The purpose of using this move is to use the slashing grid to seal Xia Liu, thus breaking Xia Liu's virtualization. But who would have thought that Xia Liu would just disappear? A very difficult guy. At this moment, he even felt that Xia Liu's ability to become a virtual being was more difficult to deal with than Gojo Satoru's invulnerable and limitless ability. If it's so difficult, don't do it. If you want to kill Xia Liu, you have to expand your domain and wrap him up. Then, he used an overwhelming and indiscriminate attack to kill Xia Liu. Now, it is easy for him to maintain a high-intensity field slash for 5 minutes. Thinking of this, he removed the slashing grid that had lost its meaning, then formed seals with his hands, looked towards the empty space ahead, and said coldly. How long are you going to hide? Mr. Sukuna, are you suffering from presbyopia? Xia Liu's voice came from behind. Sukuna knew that this was his magical ability, so he was not too surprised, but turned around. You know, I never talk nonsense to a dying person. The field is expanded. Subdue the demons and control the chef. In an instant, the terrifying curse spread out, covering Xia Liu. The demon-suppressing shrine rises from the ground and stands in the center of the area. The overwhelming domain slash swept in. Without any hesitation, Sukuna directly controlled all the slashes in the area and surrounded Xia Liu. Looking at Xia Liu, who was being drowned by countless slashes after activating his hollow transformation, Sukuna couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you remember this familiar scene? That was the first time we fought. At that time, I only had the strength of 3 fingers on my hand, and I made you jump in front of me once. Xia Liu pretended to think about it and jokingly said, is it Yingji Juvenile Yard? Of course I remember. That was the first time I beat you up. Now that I think about it, I still miss it a little. Upon hearing this, the frequency of slashing in the area went up to a new level. If Xia Liu could be seen through the gaps between the slashes before, now he is completely covered by the slashes. The murderous intent in Sukuna's eyes was about to overflow, and the curse aura completely erupted. He spoke viciously, word for word. You are about to die, yet you still have the mind to be stubborn. If I'm not mistaken, you don't have a domain, right? The countdown starts now. You have 5 minutes left to live. ... At the same time, in the viewing room, Sukuna's words made everyone nervous. They knew how powerful Fumo Yuchuzi was. Moreover, Sukuna's intention of opening the domain is obvious. The purpose is to kill Xia Liu. The showdown between top powers is often a confrontation between domains. It would be best if they could die in Sukuna's territory, so that they can be free. The field is unfolding. Black Flash Octagonal Cage. If this is true, then the battle situation is likely to be reversed. The others also nodded in approval. Some of these people had never seen Xia Liu's technique before, let alone his domain. Xia Liu's control over the technique is already terrifyingly high. It's impossible that he hasn't even mastered the domain. Everyone, including Gojo Satoru, shook their heads decisively. After a moment of silence, Gojo Satoru said, generally, after reaching the special level, sorcerers will open their own domain. However, just as Itadori finished speaking, a voice that shocked everyone came from the screen. Wouldn't that really be crazy? Perhaps it is this price that prevents him from mastering the domain. In this regard, Lu Hu and others dared to be angry but not to speak out. Thinking back carefully, Xia Liu's technique was indeed too abnormal. There are too many types and the attributes are complicated. Although it is not inevitable, I think that Xia Liu's current strength will definitely open up a new field. Itadori said worriedly. Teacher Gojo Satoru, just in case, go help Xia Liu. It's just that the opponents he met before were not qualified for him to use it. Lu Hu's words made everyone in the college choke for a moment. Now that Sukuna has opened his domain, Xia Liu can only passively bear the inevitable effects of the domain. Whoever has a stronger domain will have the initiative. How is it possible for one person's brain to carry so many different techniques at the same time? Lu Hu was not convinced and said, I admit that Xia Liu is very strong, but what if he really has no domain? Itadori seemed to have thought of something. Have any of you seen Xia Liu's domain? As he spoke, Gojo Satoru turned his gaze towards the 4 great natural disasters behind him and gave a sly smile. Itadori retorted, you are talking nonsense. If Xia Liu can't master the domain, then few people in the world of magic can have the domain. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Hu seemed to have thought of something and continued. No matter how he suppressed Sukuna before, having a domain and not having a domain are 2 different concepts. If this is true, then among them, except for Gojo Satoru, aren't they all unworthy of mastering the domain? Haha, don't rush to refute. You should know the strangeness of Xia Liu's technique foundation. Many of them are completely irrelevant. What is inexplicable is that the surgical procedures are usually engraved on the human cerebral cortex. After saying this, I wanted to retort to annoy these senior specialists, but I felt more and more that Xia Liu had no domain. How dare they openly insult the 4 great natural disasters? Think about it, let alone a domain, he has never even used a simple domain, right? Damn it, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Chapter 210 Maki, he is better than me. In Sukuna's domain, Xia Liu laughed and said, who said I don't have a domain? After saying this, he put his hands together and formed a strange hand seal. The field is unfolding. Black Flash Octagonal Cage. In an instant, within Sukuna's territory, a closed iron octagonal cage was spread out, covering Xia Liu and Sukuna. The octagonal cage was sealed with iron nets, the ground was stained with dark red blood, and a faint smell of blood could be smelled. Suddenly, there was a sound from the big screen above, and cheers from the audience could be heard from the empty space. Under the colorful lights, the surrounding area was filled with audience seats, but there was no one there. Bang! On the dark stage, the spotlights were focused on Xia Liu and Sukuna. Without the domain shell, you actually control the open domain. Sukuna looked around the arena with a serious look. What puzzled him most was that Xia Liu's domain was directly developed within his domain. The moment the domain was unfolded, all the guaranteed hits within his domain disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Instead, he was blocked outside the iron net by his domain. Everyone in the viewing room was stunned. 8. Octagonal Basket. Is this Xia Liu's territory? Itadori stared at the screen. Gojo Satoru smiled crookedly. I told you, how could Xia Liu not be able to master the domain? I don't know which one is stronger, his domain or Sukuna's demon subduing cook. Mei Mei looked at Lu Hu and said coldly, who said Xia Liu didn't have a domain just now? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Hu. At this moment, Lu Hu just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Not buddy, if you have a field, you should have started it earlier. Why wait until now? It now seriously doubts whether Xia Liu did it on purpose. He had just finished speaking when Lu opened his domain. And it's not just an ordinary field, but an open field. Although the range is not large, it can be seen from the fact that it can isolate Sukuna's sure hit attack outside the iron net. Xia Liu's domain strength is no less than Sukuna's. Shoko touched her white chin and said without thinking, can any of you tell that Xia Liu's domain has an effect? It's impossible that the name is as good as it sounds, and let the two of them fight. That shouldn't be possible, right? At this moment, a cold voice echoed throughout the entire area. Field rules. 1. Duelists can only use techniques related to physical skills. 2. Only by using Black Flash can you cause damage to the opponent. As soon as this voice came out, everyone fell silent. Shoko covered her red lips with her beautiful eyes wide open in shock. Really, I really got it right. If you can only use physical skills, what's the difference between that and boxing? The most outrageous thing is the second point. You have to use Black Flash to cause damage to the opponent. Is this field too unreliable? Black Flash is not that easy to hit. Even Gojo Satoru can't guarantee that every punch is a Black Flash. This is all about chance. This. Itadori scratched the back of his head, looked at Gojo Satoru and asked, Gojo Satoru, how many Black Flashes can you cast in succession? Gojo Satoru thought for a moment and replied, if I'm in good condition, shooting 10 times in a row shouldn't be a problem. If we go any higher, we can't guarantee continuous Black Flashes. There was no other way. Black Flash was too demanding. Even for masters like him and Sukuna, there was no way they could guarantee that every punch would be a Black Flash. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lu Hu. Panshin Road, do you remember that time? How many Black Flashes did Xia Liu hit you in the face? I want an exact number, otherwise I'll treat you like a fool. Here, Lu Hu's body involuntarily took 2 steps back, sweat breaking out on his forehead. What a joke, it was it that was beaten. As a person watching the show, do you have the nerve to ask yourself? Are all the college graduates so shameless? Although he cursed in his heart, Lu Hu still made up a number at random. I forgot the exact number, and I won't be able to remember it even if you kill me. But what is certain is that Xia Liu fired at least 20 Black Flashes at my face. Moreover, it could even vaguely feel that if it had not been knocked into the ground from the air at that time. I'm afraid Xia Liu will continue to fight. In other words, 20 consecutive Black Flashes is probably far from the limit for that pervert. Hiss, everyone gasped. Is this still a human? 20 consecutive Black Flashes. How did Xia Liu do it? They can now imagine how Lu Hu felt at that time. Thinking of this, everyone stopped pursuing the matter and instead cast pitying glances at Lu Hu. 1 Black Flash hits the body and it hurts like hell, let alone 20 punches. The real person didn't know whether it was naive or deliberate and suddenly realized. I see, no wonder you came back with a bruised face. You didn't tell me what happened when I asked you. It turns out you were beaten by Black Flash. Lu Hu frowned and said, Master, you are still so annoying. Wait, Itadori seemed to have thought of something important. Teacher Gojo Satoru, how is Xia Liu's taijutsu? This is a crucial point. It is even more important than the probability of hitting a Black Flash. Even though Gojo Satoru can suppress Sukuna in physical skills, the Curse King's physical skills are still top-notch. Xia Liu seemed to only use techniques to defeat his opponents, without any need for physical techniques. If physical skills are his weakness, then wouldn't this domain harm Xia Liu? Better than me. Maki, who was leaning in the corner, with short neat hair and aloof look, suddenly spoke. What? Hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. I was a little confused, but I didn't dare to ask. The heartless Gojo Satoru asked with a silly smile. Excuse me, which period of yourself are you referring to? He already knew about Maki's transformation. But her transformation was too sudden. It would be more appropriate to call it an awakening rather than a transformation. If Maki meant that before the massacre of the Zenin family, it was normal for Xia Liu's physical skills to be stronger than hers. But if it was after Maki became the Sky and Tyrant, then Xia Liu will really become a hexagonal warrior. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. Itadori Okatsu and others laughed and tried to ease the embarrassment. Shoko and others glared at Gojo Satoru. How can you ask that? But Maki didn't seem to care at all, and said decisively, in the past, and now, you are better than me. Others may not know, but she knows it very well. Ever since she awakened the Heaven and Tyrant system, she could increasingly feel the horror of the 8 gates. If Xia Liu can open the 8th gate, he might even be able to kill Susanoo with just his physical skills. Chapter 211. Punches with black flashes. Is he a human? Stronger than the current Maki? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Within the area, Sukuna naturally also heard the sound of rules. From the initial surprise to the current disdain. Sukuna. Haha, this is ridiculous. Even the field likes to do some fancy things. He was not at all nervous when it came to physical combat, let alone in this state. Don't forget, he has 4 arms. From the point of view of the probability of hitting Black Flash, he already has the advantage. In fact, what excites Sukuna the most is that neither party can use any techniques except physical techniques within the area. Doesn't that mean Xia Liu's most difficult abyss cannot be used? This will be a great opportunity for him. Xia Liu's domain will become his own grave. Sukuna looked across the ring at Xia Liu, who was exercising, and sneered. Well, let me kill you in your territory. At that time, don't be unwilling to accept the loss. Not fair. In the viewing room, Itadori clenched his fists. We should cut off Sukuna's other 2 hands. The others also looked solemn. They actually overlooked this. Sukuna in the Shinbukai state has 4 arms. Doesn't that mean that in a bloody fight, Sukuna's chances of using Black Flash will greatly increase? Gojo Satoru's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought in his heart. In the previous battle with Sukuna, the opponent did not use Black Flash. But it doesn't mean that Sukuna can't use Black Flash. On the contrary, the Cursed King, who has lived for thousands of years, may not be weaker than himself in the use of Black Flash. Plus the 3 extra arms. The outcome of this battle has turned from a confrontation between domains into a life and death battle between Black Flashes. Whoever can cast Black Flash faster and more efficiently will win. The scene changes, and the impatient Sukuna has already launched an attack. He quickly leapt in front of Xia Liu, and his 4 arms simultaneously struck at different parts of Xia Liu's body. The rules of the field are clearly stated. Only by hitting the Black Flash can the opponent be harmed. Then he attacked from 4 different angles. Xia Liu couldn't defend himself. Facing Sukuna's tactics, Xia Liu sighed in his heart. The Cursed King is indeed cunning, and it is indeed difficult to defend against this. But unfortunately, this is a field tailor-made for him. However, Sharingan and 100% Black Flash are not techniques, but his passive skills. Bang! A punch suddenly blasted out, colliding with Sukuna's 3rd arm. Black lightning exploded in the center of the ring. The Sharingan's keen observation ability allowed Xia Liu to easily catch the Black Flash from Sukuna's fist. After a dull sound, the 2 exchanged punches. The other 3 fists of Sukuna that did not emit Black Flashes automatically stopped centimeters in front of Xia Liu. Both of them fired Black Flash. Itadori stood up excitedly. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, Sukuna's use of Black Flash is no less than his own. Xia Liu's perception was also extremely sharp, and he immediately noticed the Black Flash punch thrown by Sukuna. But what he is worried about now is, what if Sukuna is lucky and 2 or more of the 4 fists attacking from different angles produce Black Flashes? This possibility is not impossible. At that time, Xia Liu will be defenseless. However, Xia Liu's actions soon dispelled Gojo Satoru's worries. Because he didn't intend to defend at all. In the arena where the domain was materialized, the dull sound of fists colliding continued. During the bombardment, there was also a black lightning snake entangled. Sukuna, who originally looked like he was sure of victory, became more and more frightened as the fight went on. In the first 10 punches, both sides blasted out Black Flashes. But after 10 punches, Sukuna could no longer guarantee that he could continue to send out Black Flashes. But Xia Liu always maintained the posture of being able to throw a Black Flash with every punch. Even a random kick could carry Black Lightning. Impossible, he must be lucky. Even I, who has lived for 1,000 years, can't always use Black Flash, so how can Xia Liu, a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair, do it? However, a few minutes later, Sukuna has been beaten back step by step. A liver-blasting punch with Black Lightning knocked Sukuna away. At this moment, the Cursed King's body was covered with scars and Black Flashes. His eyes were full of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How many Black Flashes have occurred in succession? It was not until now that Sukuna realized that Xia Liu was not just luck. In the viewing room, everyone's mouths opened wider and wider. Itadori widened his eyes and silently counted the number of times Xia Liu used Black Flash. 28, 29, 30. Are you kidding? From the beginning till now, Xia Liu has already fired 30 Black Flashes in a row. There was no interruption in between. It seemed like a random punch, but it was as simple as the truth. The black lightning never stopped. Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched wildly. This guy is really a pervert, using that Black Flash as a normal attack. At first, he was a little worried that Xia Liu would suffer a loss in front of Sukuna, who had 4 arms. But who knew that Xia Liu was so outrageous? He wouldn't really use Black Flash to beat the Cursed King to death, would he? Shoko also changed from being nervous at the beginning to being relaxed, and even dozed off on Mei Mei's shoulder, feeling a little tired. Although she was not the one who participated in the battle, a day of high-intensity combat made the dark circles under her eyes even darker. What a pervert, his punches are black and flashy, is he a human? Mei Mei opened her red lips and smiled. It seems that the record for the highest Black Flash in the college has been completely broken by Rocket Style. I'm afraid no one will ever be able to break Xia Liu's Black Flash record. Everyone nodded in approval. Now their concern has changed from whether Xia Liu can defeat Sukuna to how many Black Flashes Xia Liu can cast in succession. Gudong. Liu Xian, the strongest man 400 years ago, who was leaning against the wall, no longer had the arrogance in his eyes. What does it mean to have 30 consecutive Black Flashes? Should he be thankful that he was not in the same era as Xia Liu? If Xia Liu had lived 400 years ago, he probably wouldn't have been given the title of the strongest martial arts fanatic. Junrin whispered, Luhu, is there any chance of a reversal? If this continues, we will have no hope of escaping Xia Liu's control. Luhu blinked, remained silent for a long time, and exhaled a puff of smoke. I was thinking, if Xia Liu was born a few years earlier. The title of the strongest of the contemporary era may not belong to Gojo Satoru. So are we still going to turn against them? Asked the real person in a low voice. What the hell are you doing? Can't you see that Sukuna is almost beaten to death? Shoko sniffed and said dissatisfiedly. The viewing room is a closed space, smoking is not allowed. Luhu glanced at Shoko, and rarely refuted, but silently looked at the screen, thinking to himself. Curse King, work harder. Chapter 212 is only the 6th door. In the area, Sukuna seemed to have heard Luhu's inner voice and suppressed the shock in his heart. 4 arms with clenched fists blasted out at the same time. Sizzle, 2 black flashes suddenly appeared. The Curse King, who was at a disadvantage, unexpectedly exploded with amazing potential at this moment. All 4 fists emitted black flashes. Moreover, they attacked in 4 different directions, blocking Xia Liu's escape route. See how you defend. Sukuna couldn't help but grin as if he saw victory, although he still couldn't understand why Xia Liu could do Black Flash with every punch. In line with the rules of the field, I was once at a disadvantage. But as my fist falls, everything will be over. He can make many mistakes, but Xia Liu can only make one mistake. This scene also made everyone in the viewing room hold their breath. 4 fists simultaneously emitted black flashes. What are the odds? What kind of shitty luck is this, Sukuna? They stared at the screen closely, and couldn't help but worry about Xia Liu. The cunning Sukuna used the advantage of having many arms to block all the evasive routes. Xia Liu might just have to take it head on. Although this area is tailor-made for Xia Liu, it cannot be blurred. There is no way to avoid it. Gojo Satoru's eyes are solemn. If it were him, he would choose to block the punch that Nuo threw at his vital points at the last moment, causing the most damage to his body. I just don't know, faced with this situation, what choice will Xia Liu make? However, the next second, Maki, who was leaning against the wall with an indifferent look, suddenly discovered something and was shocked. He flashed in front of the screen and almost put his face on it. Although she also knows how to do it, this is the first time she has seen Xia Liu use this physical technique. At this moment, Maki's face was flushed, and her body was shaking slightly because of excessive excitement. Everyone looked at Maki, who was acting abnormally, somewhat puzzled. Is it because of worrying about Xia Liu? But no matter how you look at her, she seems excited now. Maki said in a trembling voice, it's coming. Itadori tensed up and was totally on different wavelengths. Yes, Sukuna's attack is about to touch Xia Liu. The next second, on screen, a familiar voice sounded. Open the door. Boom. A terrifying wave of air burst out from Xia Liu. Deflect all of Sukuna's punches that are about to hit you. Xia Liu's hair fluttered, and her aura surged. When he saw black lightning coming out of Sukuna's 4 fists in a row, he was indeed a little surprised. Although he could easily perform Black Flash whenever he wanted, it did not mean that he would ignore the difficulty of Black Flash. Now he even suspected that Sukuna had taken out another loan. Being forced into a desperate situation, he had to skip breakfast tomorrow in exchange for Black Flash's favor for a short period of time. But there is nothing to be sad about, he is still strong, the breeze blows over the hills. He didn't even plan to hide. The moment the Duman opens, a strong airflow will burst out. It is possible to knock people away or cause internal injuries. He seized the opportunity, opened the gate at that moment, and shook off all of Sukuna's fists. This operation completely stunned everyone in the college. I never expected that Xia Liu could resolve the crisis in this way. The panda, who had long coveted the 8 gates of Dunjia, had his eyes sparkling. That's right, that's it, the enhanced taijutsu that Maki used in the Zenin clan. This is also the secret to quickly transforming it into a kung fu panda. After everything is over, it must find a way to learn this physical skill. The expressions of the others were also different. Maki had long lost the indifference of Tien and the tyrant, and did not care about his loss of composure at the moment. She was breathing rapidly, and her eyes were filled with desire. Fushiguro Shinobu, who was also a god and a tyrant, seems to have seen a treasure. He, who had developed his physical skills to the extreme, could see at a glance how powerful Xia Liu's physical skills were. If he could learn it, his strength would definitely double. Martial arts fanatic Lu Ziyan was also extremely shocked. Even 400 years ago, he had never seen such a move. However, the most confused person was Sukuna, who experienced it personally. Sukuna, who staggered back due to the shock, stared in disbelief at Xia Liu, whose momentum had doubled. What's going on? Isn't it said that any techniques other than physical techniques are not allowed in this area? Could it be that Xia Liu just used an amplification technique from the physical technique? Is this even possible? How is it? Are you satisfied with my crooked ways? Mocking words came from behind. Sukuna's pupils contracted and his expression changed drastically. When, bang, black flash, plus the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Duman, the buffs are fully stacked. A solid punch. Sukuna's 4 eyes widened, his body arched into a ball, and he flew out as fast as a cannonball. With a loud bang, it hit the sealed iron net heavily. Almost. It's time to end. Jingmun, open. Boom. The blue flames that had almost condensed into substance were attached to the body, and the powerful air waves swept across the entire area. Feeling the boiling blood in his body and his surging strength, Xia Liu's mouth curled up. Almost instantly, Sukuna, who had just stood up, had his vision completely occupied by a fist as big as a sandbag. Bang! Another punch. This time, even though Sukuna raised his arm to block, he was still knocked away. At this moment, Sukuna was panting heavily, staring at Xia Liu intently. The arrogant Curse King actually felt a little terrified. Impossible. His aura is still rising exponentially. How can this be considered a crooked way? This is clearly cheating. Looking at Sukuna, who was full of shock, Xia Liu did not choose to chase him this time. Instead, he looked at the crow flying in the sky and said with a smile. Want to see it? ... Inside the viewing room, Maki seemed to be electrocuted and nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. After Jingmun, I'm afraid it's Jingmun, right? Itadori couldn't help but ask, Maki-senpai, how many subjects are there? The others also nodded and looked at Maki with curiosity. Even through the screen, one can still feel the powerful aura emanating from Xia Liu. The power of this technique can also be seen from Sukuna's horrified expression. Maki said calmly, there are 8 doors in total, and now we are at the 6th door. As soon as these words came out, what, only the 6th door? Just opening the 6th gate is enough to beat Sukuna like this. And they can see that every time Xia Liu opens a door, his momentum increases several times. That means there are 2 more doors. If the remaining 2 doors are opened, Xia Liu, how strong can he be? Soon, the fatal notes sounded again, making everyone tremble. The door of shock, open. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a terrifying gust of air spreads out. The green flames that were originally burning all over his body had completely solidified into substance, and even had a faint hint of red. The veins on Xia Liu's arms and forehead were already bulging. He clenched his fists and felt the explosive power in his body. Then he grinned and looked at Sukuna opposite him. 7LC. Chapter 213 Death Gate. Open. Sukuna's eyes were extremely solemn. There is no doubt that Xia Liu's aura surged again. What exactly is this physical skill that he has mastered? Even he, the king of curses, had never seen it before. Boom. Xia Liu punched out, and the blue-red flames were mixed with black lightning. Sukuna's expression changed drastically. He knew that he couldn't withstand this move head-on, so he moved quickly and tried his best to dodge. However, Xia Liu's speed at this moment has completely surpassed Sukuna. Although Sukuna tried his best to dodge, one of his arms was still blown off. The black curse aura rises and blood splatters. Looking at the lost finger, Sukuna was completely furious. Little devil, you are looking for death. At this moment, Sukuna adjusted his curse power to the extreme, and the cursed black energy, which was almost thick enough to be tangible, spread out. A crazy rain of fists came crashing down recklessly. He had never felt so aggrieved before and no longer cared about anything else. However, this is the Black Flash Octagon Cage, and no matter how hard you try, it will be in vain if you can't hit the Black Flash. Sukuna is just making his last struggle now. After sending Sukuna flying with a punch, Xia Liu suddenly had an idea. Since he mastered the 8 gates, he has never used the 8th gate. In the past, he didn't dare to use it because the backlash was too great and he hadn't fused it with Hashirama's cells. But with his current physical strength, I wonder if he can open it. It shouldn't be a joke, right? In the distance, Sukuna spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured and had no time to get up before his eyes suddenly widened. He seemed to sense something. The air was filled with the breath of death. The little devil in front of him, whom he had always looked down upon, was now like a deadly demon. At the same time, in the viewing room, Maki, who also felt something strange, took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Is it finally coming? But can he really open the 8th door? No, it's not so much whether he can open the 8th gate, but whether he really dares to open the 8th gate. With her current tyrant physique bound by heaven and curse, she can open the 7th gate of shock. But she never dared to go to the 8th door. He also always remembered what Xia Liu told him when he taught him this physical skill. Unless necessary, you must not forcefully open the last few doors. Otherwise, you might even explode and die. Thinking of this, Maki's eyes began to show worry. She knew clearly that Xia Liu could kill Sukuna right now at Jingmen. But as long as you were a man, you can't resist the stunning beauty of the 8th gate. This guy, does he have to be so angry? Gojo Satoru and the others also noticed the worry in Maki's eyes and couldn't help asking. Maki, the conditions for opening this 8th gate are very harsh. Speaking of which, Senior Maki, the 7th gate is called the Shock Gate, so what is the name of the 8th gate? Maki took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. She understood. Besides the fact that men can't refuse, Xia Liu has two other purposes. One is to give enough respect to the cursed King Sukuna. This is the tacit understanding between the strong. The second is to display it for yourself to see. Thinking of this, Maki looked at the bright screen and said softly, the 8th gate, the Death Gate. As soon as these words came out, everyone present widened their eyes. Death Gate, did I hear that correctly? Itadori rubbed his ears and said in disbelief. Gojo Satoru said in a deep voice, this name sounds a bit too crazy, doesn't it? Could it be the kind that can only be opened once in a lifetime, and will cause sudden death after opening it? Maki nodded, then shook his head. If it was Xia Liu, the backlash might not be so severe. Indeed, Shoko agreed. That guy's physique is very scary. As one of the participants who was responsible for helping Xia Liu fuse Hashirama's cells. She knows Xia Liu's physique very well. That abnormal recovery ability is even comparable to always running the reverse curse technique. Maki recalls, first there was Queen Kai and then there was heaven. All 8 gates opened and kicked the gods. A peacock turns into a tiger during the day, and an elephant dances triumphantly at night. People, I never thought that one day I would hear such a Chunabu word from the aloof Maki. But, it seems to rhyme. Maki didn't feel embarrassed at all, but murmured to himself. This is what Xia Liu told me privately back then. I guess the Emperor Kai mentioned in this passage should be the creator of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. At least his accomplishments in physical skills are very impressive. But no matter what, he is the king of curses, he is the strongest. While thinking, Sukuna's fist was already approaching Xia Liu's chest. Everyone nodded after they realized what was happening. Gudong, Gudong, Gudong. This is the Death Gate. Black lightning entangles the fist. I should have taken him seriously earlier. I was confused by his strange magic ability before. The sense of crisis of death surged into my heart. We must not let him continue to grow stronger. And Xia Liu should have taken over his legacy. This feeling of fear was even stronger than when he faced Gojo Satoru's self-destructive form. Xia Liu's eyes flashed with madness, and he said excitedly, Death Gate. Open. ... Even the senior experts who were watching the game could hear it clearly. At this moment, Sukuna truly realized Xia Liu's strength. What Sukuna couldn't imagine the most was that Xia Liu's ultimate killer move had already brought such a terrifying sense of oppression before it was even launched. Blood-colored steam continued to rise from his head, symbolizing extremely strong vitality. In addition, the chakra will quickly gather towards the acupuncture points of the Death Gate. The beating of the heart sounded like a death knell to Sukuna's ears. But I never expected that Xia Liu actually possessed such abnormal domain and physical skills. This was his full-strength attack. If it hit, it would completely penetrate Xia Liu's heart and kill him instantly. Within the field, there is only one strongest person in this world, and that is me, the Cursed King. Xia Liu's aura has reached its peak. Xia Liu suddenly opened his eyes, and after some breathing exercises, he adjusted his physical condition to the most perfect state. The violent and uncontrollable aura swept over like a strong wind. In this way, you can not only break through your limits and open the Death Gate, but also effectively protect yourself. All attention was focused on his ability to become virtual. And he must be a very low-key strong man, otherwise there would be no record of him in the history of the sorcery world. I think this Emperor Kai must be a very powerful sorcerer. The entire area was filled with the sound of heavy and rapid heartbeats, strong and powerful. The entire field began to shake. In an instant, the original blue chakra instantly turned into a red flame, and even Sha Chang's hair was dyed blood red. Yeah, Chapter 214, a kick that distorts space. Bang! A punch suddenly blasted out, accompanied by a sonic boom. Sukuna was punched into the air with shock in his eyes. He didn't even see clearly when Xia Liu threw the punch. Then, Xia Liu opened the Death Gate like a wild beast, his leg muscles tensed, and instantly came to Sukuna's head. Bang bang bang. For a while, sonic booms continued in the area. The long red rainbow kept flashing and hitting Sukuna continuously. With another punch, Sukuna slammed down hard on the ring floor. However, Sukuna, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, was not afraid at all, but laughed wildly. Ahem, I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be a technique to overdraw vitality. How long can you last in this state? He did not just take the beating, but was always observing Xia Liu's breath. Especially after the red air flow burned on Xia Liu's body, he dared to conclude that Xia Liu would not be able to maintain this state forever. I'm afraid it won't be long before his internal organs reach their limit. At that time, I'm afraid that before I was beaten to death, Xia Liu himself would explode and die due to this huge backlash. Want to kill yourself through the mechanism within the field? What a wild idea. He is the king of curses. How could he be killed so easily? As soon as these words came out, in the conference room, Everyone watching the game had a solemn expression on their faces. Maki calmly analyzed. Sukuna is right, even Xia Liu can't maintain the dead gate state forever. But Sukuna's brain has been completely beaten. Everything is too big, Xia Liu can cancel this state at any time. The only difference is how fast Sukuna is killed. Gojo Satoru seemed to have seen something through Six Eyes and smiled with emotion. I didn't expect Xia Liu to have such a terrifying trump card. Even I don't dare to say he can win in this state. However, I always feel that this so-called death gate is more than just that. More than that, everyone's mouth twitched. Isn't it enough to beat Sukuna like this? Could it be that there is some other move Xia Liu hasn't used yet? Just when everyone was confused, Xia Chang suddenly squatted down strangely and made a running posture. Seeing this scene, Sukuna, who was laughing crazily, suddenly froze. A strong sense of death crisis surged into my heart. Xia Liu grinned. You are right, I really can't sustain this state for too long. But, from now on, I only need one move. Hearing this, Sukuna's heart was suddenly shocked. His intuition of death told him that Xia Liu was not lying to scare him. Could it be that he has a more powerful move that can kill me in one move? Boom! The fiery blood rushed to the sky, and the arena that materialized the domain actually began to crack. A huge, bloody, illusory red dragon wrapped Xia Liu inside. With a roar, Red swooped down, as if it could destroy everything. Sukuna's pupils shrank violently, and he tried to run away, but found that his feet were like lead, unable to move. Even the air around him was locked. This attack is unavoidable, so fast, even space is distorted. In a split second, the red dragon was in front of him. Xia Liu flew in the air and delivered a pure flying kick from top to bottom. Bang! There was a loud bang. Sukuna's eyes widened in horror, and he vomited blood. Then, the red dragon pierced through Sukuna's heart, swept across his body, pressed him to the ground, and rubbed him all the way. Crack! The sound of the sternum breaking reached the eardrum. Sukuna could no longer see clearly in front of him at this moment, and could only hear the violent roar in his ears. There is absolutely no room for resistance. ... Wait until the aftermath dissipates. The venue was already in tatters, and the solid octagonal cage was removed by Xia Liu because it could not withstand the powerful force. There was total silence in the viewing room. Maki's clenched fists finally loosened. It's over. There is no doubt that Sukuna has no chance of surviving such a horrific blow. But she guessed that Xia Liu should spare Sukuna's life because it involved Fushiguro Megumi. Itadori stared at the screen with dull eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. Did you see that? The kick Xia Liu just made even distorted the surrounding space. Gojo Satoru shook his head and laughed. Is this the pinnacle of taijutsu? No, this can't be classified as a physical skill at all, right? What kind of physical skill can even distort space? Sukuna lost. Hearing this, Sukuna smiled with relief. He naturally couldn't believe it and just thought Xia Liu was joking. This kick is called youth. When he opened his eyes again, Sukuna had arrived at a white pure land. Sukuna. Haha, I've always been the only one who entered B Rang's flashback before death, but I didn't expect it to be the other way around this time. After all, the backlash is too great, and keeping it open for one more second would be irresponsible to your own body. His pupils were dilated and his eyes were staring blankly into the sky. But now, in comparison, the ultimate move, Phantom Beast Amber, that I have saved for 400 years is probably not as good as Xia Liu's random punch in the dead gate state. Cheating. The reason why he didn't kick Sukuna's head was naturally because he took Fushiguro Megumi into consideration. If he had not seen the death gate, he might have arrived at the battlefield. I just hope that a strong person who interests me will be born in the world 1,000 years from now. In addition to being covered in blood, half of his upper body was already missing. Sukuna's weak voice sounded, and he seemed to be extremely disgusted with these two words. In other words, Sukuna doesn't need these things at all. Overall it's pretty good, but it's all white. You'll go crazy if you stay there for too long. I have long forgotten what his youth was like. Liu Xian's heart was churning. The sight in front of me gradually changes. But is there still a need for a challenge? Xia Liu looked down at Sukuna, who had already exited the Death Gate state at this moment. Having been the cursed king for 1,000 years, he had also fought and killed countless people 1,000 years ago, leaving countless souls at his mercy. At first, most of my goals were focused on Gojo Satoru. I thought that only he could make me fight him with all my strength. But now, Sukuna looked at Liu deeply. Everyone, including me, has greatly underestimated your strength. 1,000 years ago, I killed almost all the cursed families and became truly invincible. Hearing this, Xia Liu waved his hand and smiled casually. Don't blame yourself too much. After all, I was cheating, so it's normal to lose. The loneliness I felt afterwards made me willing to cut off my soul and cross the shackles of time to come to the present world. Although most of the upper body is gone, with Shoko here, it should be possible to save it. All the pain in my body has completely disappeared, and I can no longer sense the existence of any cursed power. In other words, Gojo Satoru and Sukuna fought to the death, but in the end Xia Liu was the strongest. That kick just now was completely beyond his understanding. On the battlefield, Sukuna lay on the ground dying. In other words, he should challenge Xia Liu now. Xia Liu looked around the space and asked curiously, is this the world of revolving lanterns? Youth. Chapter 215. Sukuna, I couldn't satisfy you. Is this your full strength? Tell me, it's very important to me. Xia Liu. No, I still have a lot of abilities that I haven't used yet. He was not exaggerating in order to strike back at Sukuna, but he really had many other means at his disposal. For example, the illusion of the god of illusion. Sukuna was unaware of this information gap. As long as he wanted, he could just use his magic when Sukuna wasn't paying attention. Forcefully change Sukuna's will, and even make him lay down his butcher knife and become a Buddha right away. There is also the divine power head twist, and the ability that will soon be acquired, the heavenly hand power. If the timing of these two spatial abilities is accurate, it is entirely possible to kill Sukuna unexpectedly. Sukuna was not disappointed, but smiled and said, "Really? It seems that I didn't let you have enough fun." As if sensing something, Sukuna suddenly stared at Xia Liu and said with a wicked smile. "But remember this, even if you win, in front of me, your spells will always be crooked and evil. I am the king of curses. I will come to the human world again many years from now. It is uncertain who will win or lose by then." After saying this, Sukuna automatically separated from Fushiguro Megumi's body, and thick black smoke rose from Fushiguro Megumi. Yo, Xia Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. What he didn't expect was that Sukuna would disintegrate so easily and leave Fushiguro Megumi's body. Originally, he thought that given Sukuna's personality, he would never leave Fushiguro Megumi's body even if he died. At that time, he could have used other gods to continue teaching him how to be a good person. But now, it would be a redundant operation. It seems that the other gods will have to be left to the noose. If you want to blame someone, blame Sukuna. The revolving lantern environment disappeared, and Xia Liu's vision returned to reality. Fushiguro Megumi also regained control of his body, but it seemed that he had taken in Gojo Satoru's infinite void and was in a coma. The funniest thing is that the arrogant cursed king turned into a thing similar to slime. Xia Liu knew that it was Sukuna's soul body. Several hurried footsteps came. Great, Xia Liu, I didn't expect you to be so strong. You were really good at hiding it. Gojo Satoru flashed to Xia Liu's side, put his arm around her shoulder and laughed softly. Hey, do you like the tune of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Will you spar with me someday? As if afraid that Xia Liu would refuse, Gojo Satoru added, although you beat Sukuna, you still have to defeat me to be the strongest. Itadori joked. Gojo Satoru, your desire to compete with Xia Liu is written all over your face. Is it that obvious? In response, everyone couldn't help but smile and shook their heads. Not only did I not object, but I even had some expectations. Instead of fighting Sukuna, they want to see Xia Liu versus Gojo Satoru. Moreover, everyone is in the same group and can provide exciting battles for them to watch and learn from without killing them. Best of both worlds, Xia Liu said with a smile. If you lose, I will be the strongest among the contemporary players. Unexpectedly, Gojo Satoru didn't care at all and said, it's just a title, let's go. But the prerequisite is that you have to use all your strength and defeat me. To some extent, Gojo Satoru was actually a fighting maniac who was no less than Liu Xian. But the kindness and responsibility in his heart did not allow him to fight with anyone at will. And he has already seen how powerful Xia Liu is. When truly strong people fight, it is very difficult to control them. It doesn't matter even if I really die. It will take more than time or disease to kill me. So, that was the agreement, and we both gave it our all at that time. Gojo Satoru suddenly said seriously. Everyone, they suddenly didn't want to see the battle between Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu. After all, if anything happens to either side, it will be a huge loss for the Jujutsu High School. Xia Liu smiled at Shoko, then pointed to the unconscious Fushiguro Megumi on the ground. Can he be saved? When these words came out, everyone clapped their heads. What a shame, they forgot about Fushiguro Megumi for a moment. Shoko waved to several assistant supervisors behind her to carry Fushiguro Megumi onto the rescue stretcher. Don't worry, the heart is not damaged, so it's not a big problem. But what about the spirit? She deliberately dragged out the last syllable and looked at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru immediately passed the blame on to him. It's all because Sukuna was too cunning. He actually let Fushiguro Megumi defend him against my infinite space. Kugasaki Nobara looked around. Hey, the one lying on the ground just now was Fushiguro Megumi, where is Sukuna? Everyone also reacted. Right, where's Sukuna? Even if you're dead, there has to be a body, right? Hearing this, Xia Liu pointed to the strangely shaped object on the ground. What? Everyone looked at Sukuna's soul on the ground in shock. You tell me, is this the strongest person from 1,000 years ago, Sukuna? Has your kick been so outrageous? Did Sukuna kick you like this? No, tell me, what did you do to Sukuna? In a good mood, Nobara Kugasaki suddenly said something funny. Shoko and the others stared at Sukuna in his spirit state with curiosity. Gojo Satoru even picked up a branch and poked Sukuna. He would never have thought that the strong man who had been fighting with him before was the source of all evil. But now it has become like this. Xia Liu explained. It has nothing to do with my kick. Sukuna's body is dead. This should be his soul form. Soul form. Is there still such a saying in the world of spells? Then, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, he is the cursed king who has lived for 1,000 years, so it is normal for him to have one more form than ordinary people. However, he should not pose a threat now. Zhang Shang, who had been silent the whole time, whispered, Sukuna looks a bit like my brothers who were abandoned by Nosuke. Gojo Satoru. You mean, Sukuna is related to the cursed embryo 9-phase diagram? Zhongshang shook his head. It has nothing to do with the 9 phases diagram, but I always feel that it has some connection with Itadori. Yuji, I guess you feel it too, right? Itadori stared at Sukuna intently. Although he hated Sukuna the most, he wanted to kill him 100 times. But now, seeing Sukuna like this, I can no longer hate him. But it was not because he felt sorry for Sukuna, but because he indeed sensed an aura related to himself. Although it is very faint, it is real. Otherwise, he would have stepped forward and crushed Sukuna to the ground. After a careful observation, Itadori quickly stepped forward, squatted down, looked down at the source of all this evil, and said calmly. I didn't expect you to become like this. It seems like you can't do evil anymore. What are you going to do, Sukuna? However, Sukuna in his spirit state did not respond, but simply glanced at Itadori with his only remaining eye. Itadori, who received no response, suddenly squatted down and held Sukuna's soul in his hands. Chapter 216 Loyal Servant Li Mei. In a way, you or me, Ryuman Sukuna. We are all born with a curse. We have no choice. What kind of monster we become depends entirely on luck. I am lucky. I have a grandfather, a teacher, and reliable partners. That's why I didn't become a demon like you who kills people without blinking an eye. Itadori's words came so suddenly that everyone was stunned. Xia Liu was moved. Could this be the protagonist's line at the crucial moment? Itadori's words continued. The crimes you have committed are simply unforgivable. Don't show up as a curse in your next life. The soul lying in the palm of his hand could no longer express joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, and Sukuna gradually began to dissipate. A faint and extremely disdainful word came out of his mouth. What an ignorant kid. How could he do such a stupid thing? Don't look down on me, Itadori Yuji, and all of you high school people. I am cursed. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Several years later, I will continue to be born as a curse. Will the curse be able to stop me? After saying this, Sukuna in soul form completely dissipated. All the grudges and entanglements turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated with the wind. The arrogant king of curses, his soul returned to hell. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Hyokonji and Rai Mei are having a hot fight. The fierce and evenly matched battle left both men's clothes in tatters. There were countless injuries of varying sizes on his body. Suddenly, both of them stopped at the same time. Obviously, they all felt the abnormality outside the area. Li Mei suddenly lost all his will to fight, and slowly looked up at the snowflakes falling on his palm. It's all over. Hyokonji knew that Sukuna was dead, but he did not laugh at her. Yeah, it seems to be over. Your master is dead, what are you going to do? The two people who fought desperately seemed to have become close friends who could talk about anything at this moment. Although the two fought for a very short time, but Hyojinshi still had respect for this loyal and powerful man in front of him. In the face of what Hyojinshi heard, Rai Mei remained indifferent, but a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Plans. No plans at all, but you all should remember that Sukuna-sama was defeated because he was a submissive. Instead of you actually defeating him. In the final analysis, it's just luck. You should be thankful that you were born 1,000 years later and managed to save your life. As he spoke, a unique trace of frost appeared on Li Mei's face. However, Hyokonji did not care about Rai Mei's final stubbornness and ridicule. Instead, he laughed. Just good luck. That's a really great answer. For me, good luck is the best compliment in the world. More and more frost covered Mei's face, and the smile on her lips was full of relief. Haha, I almost forgot that you were a gambler. Since Lord Sukuna has disappeared, it is naturally impossible for her to survive. All the ice freezing spells that he was so proud of were used on himself. Li Mei turned into snowflakes all over the sky. The servant who had followed Sukuna for 1,000 years did not hesitate at all. She expressed her absolute loyalty with her life. Chang Jinshi slowly looked up at the flying snowflakes in the sky and laughed. You said I was a gambling dog. You, Rai Mei, are no exception. You have staked your life entirely on Sukuna's victory or defeat. He only gambles money most of the time, but Li Mei gambles his life all the time. By the way, I'd better tell you one more thing. That cunning old fox Nozomi is hiding in Shibuya. Don't you high commissioners like to get rid of harm for the people? Get rid of him. The snowflakes completely dissipated into the sky and earth, leaving only Li Mei's voice echoing. The Shibuya Incident site. A group of sorcerers are conducting a carpet search. After the last Shibuya battle, this place has been completely reduced to ruins. All the houses and buildings were demolished, especially the big pits in the central city, which are completely deserted. Who could have imagined that before this was one of the most prosperous cities in the whole of Tokyo? Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched. Xia Liu, I may know why the top leaders wanted to issue a kill order against you. Hearing this, Xia Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. Naturally, he didn't dare to let out even a trace of his breath. In this way, almost the entire Shibuya has been searched. After all, the location provided by Li Mei was just a rough direction, not detailed. By the way, let me remind you that I don't help for free. I pay you based on your time. But where is the noose hidden? Sukuna is dead, and the last thing he has to do now is to free his deceased best friend Xia Yuji. But it's also good for disgusting those old corrupt people in the upper echelons. Chang Jinshi said indifferently. I'm not sure, but I can feel that she is not lying. The most important thing is that I am afraid of that guy, who uses ordinary people as hostages. After hearing this, Gojo Satoru slapped his brain. You know, besides being a teacher at Jujutsu High School, he is also the head of the Gojo family. As a result, although they are happy, the top management will probably face huge economic losses. Shibuya is so big that it would be hard to find that old BCH Nozomi if he wanted to hide. Xia Liu thought that Li Mei was most likely telling the truth. After all the experts in sorcery have come out in full force, and without any protection, Noose must be trembling in fear. The corner of Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched, but he still smiled and said, "Don't worry, you won't lose a penny." Gojo Satoru, is there anything else you haven't searched yet? After thinking for a moment, Xia Liu said, actually, there is a place we haven't searched yet. In a way, she and Nozomi are in a cooperative relationship, right? Gojo Satoru asked urgently. Scale, is what Mei Mei said true or false? He can have as much money as he wants. Xia Liu. Subway station. No one can guarantee that the rope will not start another trick similar to the death-destroying return tour. At this time, Gojo Satoru turned on his cell phone and saw a message from Okatsu Judia. The others also agreed with this. At that time, in order to complete the task, I was inspired and launched a super god Luo Tianzheng. Mei Mei carried the battle axe and slowly opened her eyes covered by her hair. After a carpet search, no noose was found on the left side. So no matter what, we must find him as soon as possible. How could I forget about this? After reading it, Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't find the location of the noose in the right half of the area either. This would be quite troublesome. Maybe this is really possible. It is not impossible to sell a batch of noose before dying. Because she has always hated noose. Could it be that after learning that his only protector, Sukuna, had died, Nozomi hid in some corner? Chapter 217, Heavenly Hand Power. Defeat the noose. After the last Shibuya incident, both the north and south entrances of the subway station had completely collapsed. In this case, it is possible that the noose is hiding there. It just so happens that at a different time and at the same place, we went to settle the score with Nose. Soon after, Xia Liu and his companions arrived at the subway station entrance that was blocked by huge rocks. Gojo Satoru decisively raised his hand. Ha! Boom! After a loud explosion, the boulder exploded and the entrance to the stairs appeared. Because it was built underground, it was not greatly affected by the Shinra Tensei. Gojo Satoru waved his hand and said, let's go directly to the 5th underground floor. Mei Mei was puzzled. Why not let my crow go and find out first? Are you so sure that the noose must be hidden on the -5th floor? Gojo Satoru confirmed. Intuition. It was on the 5th floor below ground that he was framed by the lasso using the prison gate. So in Mei Mei, Six Eyes told him that the noose was most likely on the -5th floor. After making the decision, Gojo Satoru walked in first. Xia Liu followed at the back, closely behind. Just then, ding, congratulations on completing the task. Tiansha will give it to you. Do you want to sign for it? Xia Liu silently said in his heart, sign for it. A cool feeling came from his Rinnegan. After a few seconds, Xia Liu blinked. Is that all? No, it is necessary to inspect the goods. He did what he said, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his samsara eye emitted a purple light. Xia Liu looked towards Mei Mei who had already walked several dozen meters ahead. Mei Mei, holding the battle axe, seemed to sense something and turned around and asked in confusion. What are you thinking about? Come on, the words have not been finished yet. Swish, almost instantly, Xia Liu's position had been swapped with Mei Mei's. Mei Mei returned to the subway station entrance, and Xia Liu appeared at the place where Mei Mei was just now. Why am I behind you? Looking at Xia Liu who appeared in front of her, Mei Mei's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Swish. After another moment, the two people's positions returned to their original positions. It's back again. Mei Mei looked at Xia Liu who appeared behind her again with a puzzled look on her face, totally puzzled. One thing is certain, this must be Xia Liu's doing. Wait, swap positions. Isn't this the technique of Tuto Aoi from the neighboring school? How can you do that? Xia Liu was about to explain, but Mei Mei overturned everything she had just said. No, Dongtang's technique has long been no secret. He can indeed switch places with others, but he needs to complete the prerequisite of clapping. And she saw everything Xia Liu did just now clearly. Apart from standing there stupidly, there was no action. The only explanation is that he silently activated the spell through his own eyes. I have to say, Xia Liu's eyes are really weird. Swish. In another moment, Xia Liu appeared beside Mei Mei. He reached out and patted Mei Mei's shoulder, and said with a smile, let's go and find the noose. Mei Mei's delicate body shuddered, and she looked left and right, but found that nothing had been swapped. Even Gojo Satoru, Hyokinji and others who were walking in front did not become victims. Wait, how did you get here? Xia Liu naturally knew what she wanted to ask, and chuckled, the air can also be changed. Hearing this, Mei Mei's breath stagnated. What? Even the air can be changed. What kind of perverted technique is this? She could already imagine the scene when Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu would fight. Gojo Goku is afraid that he will be ruined. Thinking of this, Mei Mei chuckled, leaned over and whispered, you are worthy of being the man I want to support. Xia Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. Keep me, it seems pretty good. After all, Mei Mei should have saved a lot of money by completing missions, right? It is not an exaggeration to describe her as a rich woman. Xia Liu joked. First be me 50 to see if you are sincere. Go to hell. Mei Mei rolled her eyes at him and walked forward. Xia Liu followed closely behind. Gojo Satoru was right, there was a high possibility that the noose was hidden on the 5th floor below ground in the subway station. His Rinnegan can clearly see the direction of the remaining cursed energy in the air. The deeper you go, the thicker the concentration of cursed energy becomes. And it is obvious that this cursed power is unique to the noose. There will never be any mistakes in reading the Rinnegan. Under 6 eyes, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, it will be of no use. However, under the temptation of high remuneration, there are also many workers who are willing to take risks in pursuit of wealth and fame. Nozomi chuckled and continued in a gentle voice, this time I want to use you to attract a demon named Gojo Satoru. I don't know if the popular saying of, heavenly hand power changing head, can really be realized. Either be rich or die, but not poor. It can be said that without him, Shibuya would not have become so miserable. You may not have heard of Gojo Satoru, but he was the initiator of the Shibuya Incident. Now that Sukuna is dead, Gojo Satoru will definitely look for him as soon as possible. I have old people and young children to take care of. Please let me go, Lord Luosuo. Even most construction workers don't dare to come here. You are right, and we trust you immensely. Instead, it was as if he had deliberately left traces of his cursed power in the air. This is why, after so long, Shibuya is still in ruins, and no one dares to build, for fear that disaster will happen again. Several workers with good sense quickly agreed. It was a good opportunity to use the supernatural power that I had just acquired to experiment with the noose. But just as they were about to start construction, they were caught by the noose and taken hostage. At the same time, there are 10 summoned cursed spirits guarding one by one. Luosuo framed the person without blushing or beating his heart. Woo, someone come save me, I don't want to die yet. But it seems that the lasso has no intention of hiding. So how could I bear to kill you? It is my mission to subdue the devil and save all living beings. The cold voice of the lasso came out. Don't worry, my name is Lasso, and I represent the lasso of mercy and the rope of salvation. Nozomu smiled gently, completely lacking the temperament of a villain. Ever since the last Shibuya incident, this city has been on everyone's blacklist. But it doesn't matter. Sukuna is dead, and even if Nozomi uses all his tricks, it will be useless. Dozens of construction workers were tied up in a row. Yes, we are just ordinary people. We will not affect you and will never disclose any of your information. Yes, Lord Nozomi, we are just ordinary people, and have nothing to do with demons. It would be better to just set up a simple trap and wait for Gojo Satoru to come. He stretched out his hands and gently touched the face of a worker, causing the latter to tremble with fear. Before that, you'll have to bear with it for a while. He must be planning some conspiracy. The subway station is on the 5th floor below ground. Chapter 218 Community. Crazy news. Subway station, 5th floor below ground. The lasso seemed to sense something, looked back, and then smiled. It's coming faster than I thought. Standing opposite were Gojo Satoru and his group. Looking at the dozen workers who were gagged and tied to death behind the noose, everyone's expression changed slightly. Sure enough, this 1,000-year-old fox, Zuosuo, will never surrender. Juju Yuki was a little surprised and asked, the black hole didn't swallow you. Koso chuckled and said, it is my honor to be remembered like this by Miss Yuki. But my grand plan has not yet been completed. How can I die so easily? Then, Nozomi turned his gaze to Gojo Satoru and asked, how do you feel in the prison gate? Or, don't you have anything to say to me? In his opinion, he occupied the body of his best friend Geto Suguru and used a trick to seal him into the prison gate. Gojo Satoru should hate himself to the extreme. But now, he seems too calm. Facing the provocation of the noose, Gojo Satoru smiled casually, it feels good. Inside the prison gate, I don't have to get up early, I don't have to go to work, I'm free, it's just like a vacation. The only downside is that it's a bit boring, but that's it. As for what I want to say to you, sorry, there is nothing much to say to a parasite like you who occupies another person's body. Ha. Facing the siege of the high school students, Luosuo was not panicked at all. He pointed at his head. You are obviously in great pain, but you have to pretend to be relaxed. In this respect, you are really similar to Geto Suguru. Itadori angrily shouted. Stop talking nonsense, now that Sukuna is dead, your biggest protector is gone. Release these innocent workers, how can that be possible? I will die if I let them go. Having said this, Luosuo turned around and glanced at the dozen or so shivering workers behind him, and smiled sinisterly. So, I had no choice but to become a community with these ants. Long before the decisive battle in Shinjuku, he had already prepared for the worst. The death of Sukuna meant that Gojo Satoru and even the entire Jujutsu high school would come out to kill him as soon as possible. At that time, no matter how many tents I set up or how many strategies I devised, it would be of no avail. Therefore, he immediately captured these workers and bound their lives to them. As soon as these words came out, Gojo Satoru and the others' expressions changed drastically, and a bad premonition began to emerge in their hearts. Community. What do you mean? But Shusuo smiled casually and said, why are you so excited? Of course, I mean it literally. I have completed a deep bond with these people through the technique. If they die, I will die too. Conversely, if you kill me, these innocent workers will not be able to escape the same fate. I understand your hatred for me, but Gojo Satoru, do you really have the heart to implicate these dozens of hardworking workers? Just a reminder, all of their blood relatives will also be implicated. What? Itadori and others were shocked. Damn the noose, it's so sinister. He has completely tied his life to that of an ordinary person. He will do anything to achieve his goal. He is a complete lunatic. However, these also indirectly indicate that Noose has run out of options and this is his last resort. But in this case, how should they choose? Should we sacrifice these people, and their families, and kill Nozomi? Or should we save their lives and let the Noose escape so that they can continue to cause chaos in the future? But if we let Nosuo go, he might use this shameless method to bind more people to the community in the future. Seeing the hesitation of the senior officials, Lusuo looked at the dozen or so terrified workers behind him and said with a smile. If you don't want to die, beg for mercy from them. All of a sudden, the workers began to desperately plead with Gojo Satoru and others. They were all words like I don't want to die, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. Gojo Satoru narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, do you think I will let you go if you do this? He will never make the same mistake he made in the Shibuya incident again. When it's time to act, you must be decisive. Otherwise, if he is allowed to leave, who knows what trouble he will cause in the future. At that time, more people will be implicated. But he actually has another way, and if possible, he would like to try it. The plan had just come to his mind when Koso guessed Gojo Satoru's idea. You're not planning to use the 0.2 second field expansion again, are you? I recommend you not to do this. I'm not like those guys like Luhu. You can't kill me instantly even if it's a 0.2 second range. And I only need a thought to bury these people. Upon hearing this, Gojo Satoru was shocked. It seems that the rope has taken all the variables into consideration. In this case, we have no choice but to use these people's lives to exchange for the noose. Just when everyone in the college was at a loss, Luosuo suddenly stopped smiling and said in a deep voice. Is there someone missing, Xia Liu? He also did a deep investigation into Xia Liu's abilities, but there were still many unknowns. Although Sukuna died, who would have thought that it was not Gojo Satoru who killed Sukuna, but Xia Liu? Both Sukuna and my previous self greatly underestimated his strength. Now he still hasn't shown up. Is he hiding in the dark, planning to give me a fatal blow? Wasn't Xia Liu following behind just now? Even the people in the college were somewhat puzzled. Mei Mei smiled and said, there's nothing to be prepared for. Although Sukuna was killed, Xia Liu himself was also seriously injured and is in the high school hospital. Everyone at the college, Xia Liu was seriously injured. How could they not know? Wasn't he still alive and kicking just now? But soon, some smart sorcerers reacted. Xia Liu must be hiding in the dark, looking for an opportunity. The rope looked around cautiously. Xia Liu was seriously injured, it's not impossible. After all, it is impossible to kill a strong man of Sukuna's level without paying a price. Especially the last technique he used. Even though he was watching from a distance, he could clearly see that the damage to the user's body was extremely serious. But despite this, he will not slack off in the slightest. Don't forget, Xia Liu can hide in space through his strange ability. Speak of the devil, here he comes. Call out. The space twisted and a vortex appeared. Before Xia Liu appeared, Luosuo immediately closed his eyes. I knew it. The reason why I closed my eyes at the first moment was because I was subconsciously afraid of falling into Xia Liu's illusion. But when he thought about it carefully, he had the names of dozens of workers behind him as leverage, so he had nothing to worry about. No matter how outrageous Xia Liu's illusion is, can he control himself to actively cancel the ties with the workers? Chapter 219 Noose Must Die. When he opened his eyes again, he found that all the hostages behind him had been rescued. The cursed spirits who were in charge of guarding the hostages all died in the blink of an eye. And all the heads are separated. However, the noose was not panicked at all. As long as the technique still exists, it will be of no use no matter how far away these hostages are. Suture. Long time no see. Facing Xia Liu's ridicule, Shusuo sneered, we are all smart people. It doesn't matter where the hostages are or who holds them. As long as I want, I can drag them to my grave anytime. Facing the threat of the noose, everyone in the college breathed a sigh of relief. We have surrounded him, but we still can't do anything. Tisk, Nozomi's shameless face made Kugasaki Nobara feel a little unhappy. She looked at Xia Liu and whispered, are there no related items about Senior Xia Yuji? Similar to Sukuna's air-dried fingers, I have my rusty nails ready. Kugasaki Nobara's voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone. Xia Liu's mouth twitched, calling him an expert. As expected of a man who plays with hammers and women, he actually wants to use rusty nails. Are you planning to use resonance spell? Tetanus, on Noose's brain. If the cursed power output is maximized, maybe he can really kill Noose instantly. There was not even a chance to release the spell. Unfortunately, I don't. Kugasaki Nobara looked at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru also shook his head helplessly. It was his fault after all. It would have been great if I had taken Suguru Geto's body back with me after I killed him myself. This way there wouldn't be a series of troubles later. Even worse, Geto Suguru's body would be occupied by the noose and he would never be able to rest in peace. On the other side, Nozomi glanced at Kugasaki Nobara and secretly complained in his heart. Rusty iron nails, where did this crazy woman come from? However, he is not a fool like Sukuna who keeps evidence everywhere. He carries everything that Shayuji has with him, and will never give her any chance to perform any magic. He also knew something about Nobara Kugasaki's technique. Although Sukuna recovered all his strength through native Buddha, but that last finger was always hidden deep inside the high school by Gojo Satoru. If he had taken out that finger while Gojo Satoru and Sukuna were fighting, he could have let Kugasaki Nobara cast a resonance spell at the critical moment. I'm afraid there's no need for Xia Liu to come on stage. Therefore, from the very beginning, Sukuna's chances of winning were not great. Shusuo had lost his patience, looked at the senior officers, and said with a smile. So have you made up your mind? Gojo Satoru, you are not the kind of person who hesitates. Your best friend is watching you. I believe your choice will not disappoint him. By the way, I'd like to remind you that once I start the technique, Geto Suguru's body will explode. You don't want to see your former best friend die without even a complete body, right? Upon hearing this, Gojo Satoru's expression changed slightly. Obviously, he was touched by the words of the noose. For a moment, he was actually a little overwhelmed. He couldn't save everyone, but he just didn't want to see that the body of Geto Shiyu couldn't be saved. Master Gojo Satoru, please save us. We don't want to die like this. Yes, just agree to him first, maybe there will be other ways. Wow, I don't want to die yet. I've never even held a woman's hand. Quote. The hostages behind him also wailed. The pleading voice was heard by everyone. Everyone in the academy looked unhappy, but Luosuo curled his lips slightly. This is what he wants. In these 1,000 years, he has already thoroughly studied the weaknesses of human nature. In this way, the chances of Gojo Satoru agreeing to leave would be greatly increased. Damn noose. He knew Gojo Satoru too well, and he actually used Geto Suguru's body as a threat. But this kind of threat is still very effective for Gojo Satoru. At this moment, a voice sounded. Why don't we just do it directly? It seems worthwhile to exchange the lives of more than 10 hostages for the noose. If we let him go, he will definitely continue to cause trouble in the future, which will be very annoying. The speaker is Xia Liu. Now it was Nosuo's turn to get nervous, and he raised his voice. You are a member of the academy after all. Don't forget your mission as a sorcerer. Every word and action you take determines the lives of dozens of people. Xia Liu. Oh, so what? I didn't expect that the noose would actually resort to moral kidnapping. But these things don't work for him. Seeing that the noose was useless, he aimed at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, is this the student you taught? In that case, let me try and see how you beat Sukuna. Gojo Satoru was stunned at first, then he smiled with relief. He completely calculated all the sorcerers and also controlled Gojo Satoru's heart. Gojo Satoru patted Xia Liu on the shoulder and said expressionlessly, I leave it to you. Xia Liu stretched his arms and legs, walked forward slowly, looked at the noose and said sarcastically. Everyone in the High Commission was silent, and the hostages behind him looked ashen. I think he has the potential to be a curse master. How do you know your own guy so well? Could this guy have the ability to predict the future? A huge pillar of vengeful ghosts suddenly rose from the ground. This is good, I don't have to destroy Geto's body indirectly. As soon as the words fell, I always feel that this guy still has a big trick up his sleeve. Countless cries of pain were heard everywhere, as if they could directly affect the human mind. But they don't want to die. I'll tell you a secret. I was the one who built Hongxing Palace. Seeing this scene, Shusuo's face became extremely ugly. The hand seal of the noose has been completed, the field is unfolding. The womb is everywhere, but how did he bring the 4 great disasters back to life? The plan should have been flawless, but something unexpected happened. If it were them, they would probably give the same answer as Xia Liu. It turned out to be him. Hearing this, Luosuo's face suddenly darkened, the curse power in his body was about to explode, and he was filled with rage. Gojo Satoru had a gloomy face and remained silent, as if he was making some kind of decision. I should have thought of it earlier. Whether it's the Shibuya Incident or the Death Return Tour, this guy always manages to ruin his plans. Mei Mei exchanged a meaningful look with Xia Liu. They knew that Xia Liu would be enough to handle the rest. The ghost pillars, which looked like creatures from hell, were covered with horrible, twisted human faces. Xia Liu smiled and said, I would have done the same thing even if you didn't tell me. I'm going to kill you today. I was the one who called Luhu and the others here. How was it? They must have been beaten pretty badly, right? The other high school sorcerers also followed Gojo Satoru and retreated. They also fully agree with Xia Liu's approach. But he never expected Xia Liu to ignore the hostages he had prepared. A few seconds later, Chapter 220 The Strongest Illusion. B. Tianshan, Exasuo believes that as long as he opens up his own territory, no matter how strong Xia Liu is, it is absolutely impossible for him to kill me instantly. This way, he would have enough time to react and perform the technique. Of course, his ultimate goal is to survive, so he won't use that technique until the last moment. Xia Liu did not open the domain like Nozomi, but used all kinds of ninjutsu to launch a crushing attack. Not long after, Noose was seriously injured and half knelt on the ground. Ahem, sure enough, they are not on the same level at all. Knowing that he had no chance of winning, he slowly stood up, holding dozens of thin silk threads in his bloody hands. The silk thread was pulled so tight that it seemed like it would break if the slightest force was applied. The other end of the thread is exactly those dozens of hostages. At this moment, they only felt a terrifying chill rushing straight to their heads. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were squeezing their hearts tightly, and a strong sense of death swept through their bodies. Everyone in the college looked extremely unhappy. Obviously, the noose was not lying, and the lives of these hostages were completely tied to the noose. As long as the noose is slightly broken, he and the hostages will die together. The hoarse voice of the noose came out. Ultimatum, let me leave, otherwise these people's hearts will explode in the next second. And Geto Shiu's body will be blown to pieces in an instant. Gojo Satoru, you must want to see the body of your former best friend, broken into pieces, right? The noose has completely figured it out. The hostage thread is totally ineffective in front of Xia Liu. This guy looks gentle, but his heart is just as cruel as mine. Therefore, he could only continue to use Geto Shiu's body to stimulate Gojo Satoru. This way, there might still be a chance to escape. Look, you're in a hurry again. However, before Gojo Satoru could answer, Xia Liu interrupted him. He glanced at the hostages behind him who looked as dead as death, closing their eyes and preparing to die, then smiled and glanced at the noose with hideous faces and tightly grasping the silk thread. I was just joking with you. Can you really bear to watch these hostages die? I'm very kind, okay. The sudden change of topic stunned everyone present, and they stared at Xia Liu in confusion. What happened? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Gojo Satoru let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief, with mixed emotions as he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. Mei Mei, with her face covered by her hair, stared at Xia Liu's back through her hair. She knew Xia Liu too well, and it was absolutely impossible for her to change her mind suddenly. So, he must have thought of something. Noose was stunned for a moment, and his ferocious expression calmed down a little, but the silk thread in his hand was still pulled taut. He was increasingly confused about what Xia Liu was trying to do. Could it be that this guy was just pretending to be cruel before? No matter what his plan is, as long as he can let me escape for 10 seconds, no matter who it is, they will not be able to find my trace. Thinking of this, Shusuo's tone gradually became calm. In this case, you and the people from the college should retreat 100 meters first. And let me go for 10 seconds, otherwise I will break the thread without hesitation. While speaking, because he was concerned about Xia Liu's illusion, he kept his eyes on the ground and did not look directly at Xia Liu. But it was precisely because of this short moment that Xia Liu had the opportunity to get close. Swish. Moment. Xia Liu came to 1 meter in front of the noose. This position is just right for him to look into the eyes of the noose. For a moment, their eyes met. Suo realized that he had fallen into a trap. Although he didn't know how Xia Liu teleported here, he was completely enraged. Just as he was about to use force to tear the thread apart, he found that he couldn't move at all. Don't be a god. The dazzling golden light shone, and a huge scarlet eyeball completely occupied his vision. The dart-shaped rotating mark rotates slowly. The lasso looked terrified, his pupils widened and trembling with fear. This is not only physical domination, but also complete control of the mind. Looking at the motionless noose, Xia Liu closed his eyes, regained his samsara eye, and breathed a sigh of relief. The complete control of body and mind made Nozomi completely his puppet. As expected, it is the most powerful illusion, Btn Shen. With just a glance, he forcibly controlled the noose and issued an order to stop all actions. But there is a price to pay, which is the extremely long cooling time. But it doesn't matter, because I will soon be able to complete the last task of winning over and obtain the 9-magnet samsara eye. Itadori asked with a puzzled look on his face, what happened? Seeing that Xia Liu did this and the noose didn't respond, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but ask, Xia Liu, what on earth did you do? Dozens of hostages nodded in unison. Xia Liu walked to the side of the rope, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, you guessed half right. Seeing the hostages, reactions and the obedient behavior of the noose, everyone at the college completely believed Xia Liu's words. Xia Liu waved his hand and said, no, the problem has been completely solved. Why does my waist still hurt? Could it be a sequelae? The crisis is over, you can leave now. Itadori. Wait, can we really leave now? It seems the root of the problem has not been solved yet. However, the next second, the silk thread in his hand slowly disappeared and turned into black curse smoke, drifting across the sky and earth. That's because you have kidney deficiency. Me too. That feeling of dying at any moment seems to have disappeared, as if it had never existed. Or, how did you do it? The noose was motionless at this moment, the silk thread in his hand was still tightly held in his palm, but his eyes were filled with fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia obeyed with an expressionless face. They were totally at a loss as to what to do, but Xia Liu just managed to handle it. Hey, I feel like my breathing has gotten smoother. Shocking words fell into his ears. Mei Mei and Xia Liu looked at each other, then looked at the dozens of hostages behind them who were also confused, and said, cancel the silk thread-related spell. The noose can never be used to perform a spell. This scene made Gojo Satoru and others in the distance completely dumbfounded. The problem seems to have been solved. Although the noose seems to be under control now, what if it suddenly breaks free and breaks the thread, resulting in a life and death struggle with them? Xia Liu's command came out. The dozens of hostages suddenly felt relaxed, as if the invisible hand holding their hearts had disappeared. Is this true? They can believe that he can control the noose temporarily, but isn't it too far-fetched to say that he can control it forever? Forever. Kugasaki Nobara guessed. Could it be that he was hit by Xia Liu's illusion Tsukuyomi and turned into a fool? How did Xia Liu do it? Everyone gasped. It would be useless for them to leave. Everyone. Chapter 221. Cut the brain into slices and have a hot pot. Looking at the noose with a puzzled look on his face, Xia Liu smiled and said, "Do you want to see the noose's true form?" Think. Everyone nodded immediately. As for this cunning and hateful noose, they have long wanted to see what his true form looks like. Although I have seen some of them once, I still want to see the rope reveal its true form. Get out of Geto Suguru's body. As Xia Liu's instructions were conveyed again, the noose began to do as he was told, like a puppet controlled by someone. Tear it up. As the sutures on the forehead were untied, a white brain with 2 rows of teeth was exposed to everyone. Oh, is this the true form of the noose? I didn't expect that this guy's body is actually a brain. Isn't this too bizarre? Yeah, the contrast of this supervillain is too big, isn't it? Itadori and Nobara Kugasaki exclaimed. The others also stared at the noose in surprise. No wonder the Jisuo had to open a suture line on the forehead. It turned out to be to facilitate the entry and exit of the main body. What's the difference between this and controlling a mecha? It's so pitiful for Geto Shiyu to be used like this by Nozomi. This is simply a blasphemy to the dead. It is not too much to hang them to death 100 times. Itadori suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth and said, "This damn brain has also occupied my mother's body." The terrifying murderous intent emanated from Itadori's body. Likewise, Zhang Shang, as the elder brother, wanted to chop Nozomi into pieces. Because, several of his brothers died in the trap set by the noose. Including himself, he was deceived by Nozomi and almost killed his brother Itadori, making a big mistake. Everyone looked at the motionless brain floating in the air with resentful eyes. Gojo Satoru, Itadori, Choso, and even the Aimo family, etc., all seemed to have an irreconcilable feud with Nose. Xia Liu sighed. I have to say, in Jujutsu Kaisen, the most outstanding one has to be Noose. Both Sukuna and Mahito had to stand aside. After all, most of the disasters in the world of sorcery were planned by Nozomi. For example, the Shibuya Incident and the Death and Rebirth Tour. Looking back, how corrupt were those high-ranking members of the Jujutsu department? Instead of trying to remove the noose, you issued a kill order against your own people. Is this what is called being a bully in one's own home? But fortunately, I managed to get rid of the harm for the people. After a long silence, Xia Liu laughed and said, how should I put it? Should I crush it with my foot, or cut the brain into slices and stew it in a hot pot? Everyone was silent. Is it okay to slice and stew in hot pot? As expected of Xia Liu, she could come up with such a cruel method. Kugasaki Nobara felt like vomiting. Forget it. Although it does look edible, I can't help but want to vomit when I think of it as the real body of the Nosuke. Itadori said angrily. In any case, we must not let Nozomi die so easily. At this time, Gojo Satoru spoke up. Take him back to the high school first. I want to take care of Geto Suguru's body first. Everyone nodded in approval. For now, it is better to let Senior Geto Suguru rest in peace. Secondly, you can also think carefully about how to torture the noose. By the way, Xia Liu, Gojo Satoru asked curiously, the noose should only obey your orders, right? That's right, Xia Liu nodded. Can you tell me what the name of the kick technique you just used is? Gojo Satoru seemed very concerned. Illusion, other gods, Otoamaru, and it's a new illusion. And it seems the effect is even more outrageous. Everyone looked at Xia Liu as if he were a monster, and couldn't help but sigh at his abnormality. That illusion called Tsukuyomi is already strong enough. Now this guy called otherworldly god seems even more unreasonable. Especially girls like Kugasaki Nobara, Shoko, Kujuku Yuki, Mei Mei, etc., an idea suddenly came to their minds. If Xia Liu used this trick on them, then aren't they completely controlled by Xia Liu? Whatever Xia Liu wants them to do, they have to do it obediently. No, it's too scary. Seeing the girls' faces flushed, Xia Liu was speechless. He naturally understood what they were thinking. Gojo Satoru leaned over to Xia Liu's ear and smiled. Xia Liu, promise me one thing. When you spar with me, don't use this move. He could accept losing the competition, but he definitely didn't want to be controlled like Nozomi. That would be so embarrassing. Xia Liu told the truth. Actually, my illusion can only be used once, with a cooldown of 10 years. Gojo Satoru immediately looked at him with disdain. Do you think I will believe it? Although Xia Liu's illusion technique was incredible, he had never heard of any technique that required a cooling period of more than 10 years in all his years. Therefore, Xia Liu must be hiding his incompetence. After saying this, he strode away, seemingly in a good mood. Xia Liu smiled bitterly and shook his head. To be honest, no one believes it these days, right? Spell Art High School, Infirmary. The Battle of Shinjuku is over. Fushiguro Megumi is out of danger for the time being, but remains in a coma. With the help of the angel Lacey, he successfully eliminated the ancient sorcerer, Wan, who occupied Miki Fushigiro's body. But Xia Liu did not forget the mission of winning over and establishing the Akatsuki organization. After a few days of hard work, Xia Liu successfully invited many sorcerers, including the principal of Jujutsu High School, Masamiki Yago. Xia Liu's strength has been fully recognized, not to mention that the top leaders have been eliminated. The magic world urgently needs an organization to restrain it. Therefore, the principals of the two schools, Masamike and Leian Temple, expressed their strong support. But the system's mission is to win over all the sorcerers at the Spell Arts High School. Now, there is only one left. That is, Gojo Satoru. These days, Gojo Satoru has been thinking about how to deal with Geto Shiu's funeral, so Xia Liu was not in a hurry to find him. But he was not worried at all that Gojo Satoru would refuse to join Akatsuki. Because he has a bargaining chip that Gojo Satoru cannot refuse. Inside the meeting room, all the sorcerers from both schools are in place. Gojo Satoru pushed the door open, strode to his seat, and then crossed his legs. Masamike, the night goose, with veins popping out on his forehead, said in a deep voice, "Satoru, you are 8 minutes late again." Gojo Satoru waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. Sukuna is dead anyway, so it has nothing to do with me." It seems that Xia Liu has something important to announce this time. "How about it, Xia Liu, are you ready to fight me for the title of the strongest?" Xia Liu shook his head. "We can discuss anytime, but I have other things to talk to you about today." Then, Xia Liu told everyone about the establishment of Akatsuki. The sorcerers from both schools were a little nervous. Although they have agreed, whether Xia Liu's plan to establish the Akatsuki organization can be successful depends on Gojo Satoru's attitude. If two people disagree and start fighting, it will be troublesome. You know, the nature of a simple exchange of ideas in a fight that causes disagreement is completely different. Although Gojo Satoru has a carefree personality, everyone knows that he is extremely proud in his heart. Chapter 222 Resurrecting Geto Suguru. Will he really accept Xia Liu's invitation? The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat quiet. "Invite me to join." Gojo Satoru lowered his head, lost in thought. Why did Xia Liu suddenly want to start an organization? He used to think that Xia Liu was a person who had no desires and was more Buddhist. After a long silence, Gojo Satoru spoke. "Now that the top leaders no longer exist, we really need an organization to take charge of the world of spells. If you, Xia Liu, are in charge, I don't have any objection." It's just that. Gojo Satoru seemed to be thinking about something, and whispered to Xia Liu. "Hey, it's not enough to just invite me, can't you take care of the others? Especially Masamike the Night Goose. You know, although he is the strongest fighter in the technical college, the principal is still a Night Goose after all. Wouldn't it be better to ask him first about this?" But looking at Masamike and the others, they didn't seem to have any surprised expressions on their faces. Xia Liu smiled and said, "Is there a possibility that you are the only one missing?" "Huh." Gojo Satoru's eyes widened. "I'm the only one missing." He looked at everyone in disbelief, and finally stopped at the two principals, Masamike and Leian Temple. Ahem. Masamike and Leian Temple coughed twice symbolically, trying to ease the embarrassment. In fact, when Xia Liu approached them about this matter, they were also surprised at first. But without thinking too much, he agreed to Xia Liu and expressed his support. They have had enough of the corrupt rule of the upper echelons. If Liu were to take over, he would definitely be able to govern the world of magic well. You, all agreed. Gojo Satoru turned his gaze towards Itadori and the others. Hee. Itadori and others smiled awkwardly. Especially Nobara Kugasaki. Even though she has always been a bit narcissistic, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Come to think of it, she was the first one to agree to Xia Liu joining the Akatsuki organization, right? At that time, I was really bewitched by Ghost. I was bewitched by his eyes. I agreed to Xia Liu in a daze. Maybe at that time, Xia Liu used some kind of illusion on himself. Thinking of this, Kugasaki Nobara winked at Xia Liu frantically. It seemed to remind him not to forget his original promise. Xia Liu smiled and nodded in response. He naturally knew that Kugasaki Nobara was reminding him not to forget to give her a position as a senior. Maki was also blushing. Actually, he was the second one to join Akatsuki. At first she was extremely disdainful, but there was nothing she could do. Xia Liu gave her too much. It can be said that the 8 gates of ninjutsu transformed her completely. At first she thought that Xia Liu was just acting on impulse and could only convince someone like her who had a strong need. Because she hadn't awakened her heaven and tyrant physique at that time, her strength had hit a bottleneck, and she wanted to prove herself to the Chanyuan family, so she agreed to Xia Liu. As for the others, Xia Liu was definitely not that easy to deal with. But who would have thought that he would actually poach the entire Jujutsu High School? Should the house number outside Jujutsu High School be renamed Akatsuki? And judging by Gojo Satoru's reaction, he probably won't be able to escape Xia Liu's clutches. Sooner or later, he will join Akatsuki. Xia Liu doesn't seem like the type of person who fights unprepared. If he dares to invite him in public, he must have an offer that Gojo Satoru can't refuse. On the other hand, Hyokanji, Okatsu and others proposed the condition that they hope to have more exchanges and discussions with Xia Liu in the future. After all, having a strong man of the same level as Gojo Satoru as their mentor is a huge temptation for them. How could they refuse? The panda wants to be Kung Fu Panda. When Xia Liu found it, the panda agreed before he could even finish his words. He was also saying something like, "Waving your hand doesn't mean rejection, but there's no need to say more. I can only say that pandas really want to improve." After looking at the different subtle expressions of the crowd, Gojo Satoru's mouth twitched. So he is the only one who has not agreed. Well, let me think about it. After all, you know, I don't like being constrained. After thinking for a while, Gojo Satoru answered seriously. "Xia Liu, don't think about it, what if I can revive Geto Shiu? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. If someone else said this, they would never believe it and would just treat it as a joke. But it happened to be Xia Liu. You know, the 4 great natural disasters that brought the dead back to life are the best proof. Could Xia Liu be able to revive Geto in the same way? But it has been too long since Geto Shiyu died. Can he really do it? It took Gojo Satoru a long time to come back to his senses, but he shook his head. Forget it. If Lu Hu and the others are in the same state, it would be better not to revive them. Through 6 eyes, he could clearly see that the 4 calamities were not a true resurrection, but a special state of life and death. He didn't want his good friend to live in this state after his death. Most importantly, he didn't want Geto Shiyu to be controlled, although Xia Liu would definitely not order Geto Suguru like he did to the 4 natural disasters. But I still feel a little uncomfortable in my heart, and Geto Suguru himself is definitely not willing to do so. Gojo Satoru's answer calmed everyone down. They knew exactly what Gojo Satoru was thinking at this moment. However, the next second, Xia Liu's answer shocked everyone again. I mean the real resurrection, which is naturally different from the 4 great disasters. And after Geto Suguru is resurrected, he doesn't need to be controlled by me. By the way, the astral plasma body of that year, Tianliza, can also be resurrected. What? Everyone opened their mouths in disbelief, as if they could fit a whole apple in them. A true resurrection? Can this really be done? Xia Liu actually possesses the technique to control life and death. Impossible, and it can also revive the astral plasma body from that year. Gojo Satoru's breathing stagnated, and he spoke hurriedly. Is what you said true? If that's the case, he can join Akatsuki right now. However, he was still skeptical about the possibility of complete resurrection. It's not that I don't believe Xia Liu, but this kind of thing is just too outrageous. It was beyond his understanding. Moreover, even the astral plasma can be resurrected. Speaking of Tianliza, it can be regarded as an irreparable regret in his life. Because of my negligence, I failed to protect her, and was shot in the head by Fushiguro Shiga. It's decided, no matter whether Xia can be resurrected or not, I will go to Fushiguro Megumi's father more often in the future to learn from him. Wait, Shoko was puzzled, her beautiful eyes were full of doubts. If I remember correctly, the reason you were able to resurrect the 4 calamities was because you had their mediums during their lifetime, right? For example, hair, bones, etc. Gojo Satoru hasn't cremated Geto Suguru's body yet, but it seems like Satoko has already been cremated by Gojo Satoru. Chapter 223 I ask you to pick up your eyes. The reason I say this is because it was Xia Liu who found her personally. And handed over some media about the 4 major natural disasters to himself. After some effort, she successfully extracted the cells of the 4 disasters from these media. Therefore, she believed that Xia Liu's resurrection technique must be inseparable from the medium. For a moment, everyone fell silent again, even Xia Liu began to ponder. Yes, Shoko is right, how long has it been since Tenriko's body was cremated? There's not even any ashes left. Even if Xia Liu is very powerful, it's impossible to do this, right? Gojo Satoru. Hey, don't look at me, I just did the most normal thing, right? If he had known that there was a man named Xia Liu who mastered the art of resurrection, he would definitely not have done so. Instead, he placed Tianliza's body in an ice coffin and preserved it well. Xia Liu seemed to have thought of a solution. Actually, the problem is not that big. Everyone fell into deep thought again. You call this a small problem? The body has been cremated, can it still be saved? In fact, Xia Liu was not bragging. It is indeed troublesome if the body is gone, but reincarnation is naturally aimed at the soul. All we need to do is prepare a new body for Tianliza. This kind of thing was extremely simple for him. He could just use any wood-release clone for now. I will slowly look for a suitable body later. In a sense, the wood-release clone is completely inferior to a real flesh and blood body. The most confused person here is the professional Dr. Shoko. Xia Liu smiled and explained. My method does not require a physical medium, but targets the soul. You can understand it is snatching people directly from the belly of the god of death. After hearing this, Shoko and the others suddenly understood. This makes sense. Wait, isn't it too far-fetched to snatch someone from the belly of the Grim Reaper? If this is really possible, then what Xia Liu has mastered can no longer be called a technique, right? Gojo Satoru frowned and asked tentatively. Such an anti-rule technique might have some serious side effects, right? It was just like when he was fighting Sukuna and forcibly repairing the fuse of the technique. I would never believe that such anti-rule behavior has no side effects, even if you kill me. Xia Liu smiled and said casually. Of course there will be backlash, and the conditions are extremely harsh. The person who performed the spell probably won't survive. What? Everyone gasped. What's the difference between this and sacrificing one's own life? So you will die after you revive Geto and Satoko. If that's the case, forget it. Gojo Satoru shook his head decisively and refused. Xia Liu continued. I didn't say I would perform it myself. Nosuo has done so many evil things that his death is not a pity. Isn't it the most appropriate thing for him to perform this technique? As for how to perform it, I have my own way. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't they think of it? This method is really amazing. It was the noose that took over Geto Suguru's body back then. It would be perfect for him to resurrect Geto Suguru. As for the noose, if it's dead, it's dead. They don't have time to be happy. Gojo Satoru did not ask any more questions, but turned and left decisively, saying only the following. I'll go get the news from the secret room. As Gojo Satoru left, Xia Liu began to prepare. The art of reincarnation is a real forbidden technique. The caster needs to have the samsara eye to use it. It is no exaggeration to say that the art of reincarnation is a far more ultimate resurrection technique than the impure world reincarnation. The target of the spell is not simply a resurrection of the dead, but a real resurrection. The price for such a heaven-defying ninjutsu is naturally cruel, and it requires the life of the caster. Therefore, it is most appropriate to use Byaetianshin to control the noose and perform the art of reincarnation. Thinking of this, he opened the long missed points mall and spent a lot of points to buy a one-time point. After all, this technique might also cause some damage to the Rinnegan, and he didn't want to use his Rinnegan. Fortunately, there are disposable Rinnegan available for purchase in the system mall. Soon after, all the people from the college gathered in a small forest. Gojo Satoru and others formed a circle, while Xia Liu and Nozomi stood facing each other. Under Xia Liu's control, the nose's body has returned to Geto Shiu's body again. Everyone held their breath and looked at Xia Liu nervously. For fear of disturbing Xia Liu while she was performing the spell, everyone even restrained their breathing for fear of disturbing her. Shoko's face was filled with worry, and she whispered, Xia Liu, is this really okay? Don't make things difficult for yourself. Although she was once known as the high school trio with Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru. But now Xia Liu seems to be even more valuable to the college. Just imagine, if there is someone strong enough to deal with Sukuna's high-end combat power. But because of the backlash of performing the spell, death occurred. Isn't that a pity? Gojo Satoru nodded seriously. Shoko is right. Please put your own safety first. Whether I succeed or not, I will join the Akatsuki organization. Yes. The panda nodded frantically. It had not yet learned Xia Liu's unique skills. If something unexpected happens because of this incident, where can it go to cry? Looking at the tense faces of the crowd, Xia Liu smiled and said there was no need to worry. After all, it was not him who performed the spell, so even if he failed, it would be the noose that would be hit back. As he said this, he spread out his palms. A samsara eye emitting purple light appeared in the palm of his hand. This is the samsara eye, a necessary condition for performing that technique. Samsara eye, it sounds awesome. The eyes of the people behind him gradually widened. If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the same eye as Xia Liu's? Can this thing be sold wholesale? Kugasaki Nobara and the others stared with their eyes wide open, tears unconsciously streaming from the corners of their mouths. They wanted to ask right now, does Xia Liu have any extra eyes? After all, they have seen the ability of this thing. They also want to be able to manipulate gravity at will like Xia Liu, or create a meteorite or something like that. Gojo Satoru suppressed his shock and asked, Xia Liu, how do you plan to use the noose? This question is also a doubt in the minds of other people. Xia Liu thought for a moment and said by analogy. First, install this samsara eye on the eye of the noose, just like inserting a USB drive. After hearing this, Gojo Satoru and the others became even more confused. Same as inserting a USB drive. Can eyes be used like this? I've never seen this before. Xia Liu hooked his finger at the noose and placed the samsara eye in the noose's hand. But who knows, it seems that the willpower of the noose is too strong after living for thousands of years, or there are other reasons. The moment it came into contact with the Rinnegan, Nozomi actually began to tremble, and in resistance, he shook the Rinnegan off to the ground. Xia Liu frowned slightly and said calmly, pick it up, I asked you to pick up your eyes. Chapter 224. Geto Suguru wakes up from his dream. After picking up the Rinnegan, Nozomi installed the eyes according to Xia Liu's request. Then, Xia Liu used Byaetianshin's mind control to force the method of performing samsara tiansheng into the mind of the noose. During this period, the expression on the face of the no-suo was extremely interesting, but he still couldn't put up a single bit of resistance. In these thousands of years, he has been the only one who has occupied or controlled others. But I never thought that one day I would end up being controlled by others. A wood clone formed by chakra appeared beside Xia Liu. Considering that it was prepared for Tenchi no Satoshi, Xia Liu did not shape the facial features for this wood-release clone. Simply put, this is just a human embryo condensed from chakra. After Nozomi uses the art of reincarnation to summon Tenchiriko's soul, this clone should become Tenchiriko's appearance. As for why they are wearing student JK clothes, that was naturally Xia Liu's rough impression of Tiantianliza in her mind, which she created casually. It was definitely not simply for the purpose of watching JK. Everything was ready. Xia Liu took a deep breath and ordered, let's start. Luosuo nodded dully and took 2 steps back under the tense gazes of everyone. Then, he quickly formed a hand seal that no one could understand, and said something shocking. The art of reincarnation. Then, the eyes of the person who was making the rope seal began to tremble wildly. 2 seconds passed, but there was no movement. Shoko was a little nervous and asked, did it fail? Kugasaki Nobara frowned. Or is it that the noose is struggling before death? Everyone looked solemn. After all, Luosuo's hands were shaking wildly, which made them worried. Gojo Satoru said in a deep voice, Xia Liu, don't force it. Xia Liu did not respond to the concerns of the senior college students, but just smiled lightly. Now, change people. As soon as these words came out, the Nosuk Samsara eye suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light. Boom. For a moment, the earth shook. The entire Jujutsu High School began to tremble violently. A tall, hideous-looking statue of the Grim Reaper wearing a lavender robe rose from the ground. Then, the zipper on the belly of the death statue was automatically opened. Two small balls of light, like elves, flew out from the belly of the Grim Reaper. One flew into Xia Yuji's body, and the other drilled into the embryo of the clone. After doing all this, the belly zipper in front of the death statue automatically closed. He stared at the caster's noose with his empty dark eyes, and then looked at Xia Liu, who was smiling. "What are you looking at? Go back to where you came from." Xia Liu immediately controlled the noose to cancel the gesture, and as the seal of samsara was cancelled, the statue of the god of death returned to the abyss. At this point, the art of reincarnation has been completed. The college students came back to their senses stupidly. Shoko blinked. As this, successful, Kugasaki Nobara rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Just now, what was that thing? The moment that thing appeared, I didn't even dare to breathe. Itadori patted his chest in fear. Yeah, could that thing be the legendary god of death? In other words, Xia Liu really just snatched someone from the belly of the Grim Reaper. If that's the case, can Xia Liu fish out my soul after I die? Wouldn't it be possible to live forever? Everyone glanced at Itadori in silence. But in a sense, it seems to be possible. Gojo Satoru only cares about whether Geto Suguru has come back. So, who lives in this body now, Nozomi or Geto Suguru? The words have just been spoken. Sudden, a puff of black smoke burst out from Xia Yuji's forehead. It seems that I can still hear the shrill screams. They knew it was the sound of a noose. Soon after, with a click, that was the sound of the Rinnegan shattering. Xia Liu was not surprised. After all, this was a one-time use of the Rinnegan. It is normal for it to be automatically destroyed after use, which is good news from inside perspective. Because doesn't this mean that the reincarnation technique has been successfully performed? Xia Liu can now clearly tell Gojo Satoru that Nozomi is dead, and the person standing in front of everyone is Geto Shiyu. At the same time, as the screams disappeared, Gojo Satoru and others noticed the changes. Although, this body had its eyes closed and did not speak. But the original evil, gloomy atmosphere has dissipated, replaced by the gentleness that belongs only to Geto Shiyu. Well, am I not dead? Hiss. My forehead hurts. Xia Yuji's eyes were not open yet, but he reached out to touch his forehead first. An extremely familiar voice fell into my ears. Gojo Satoru suddenly widened his eyes, and the trembling pupils in his pupils represented his excitement at the moment. He was restrained once again, and his expression was exactly the same as before he was locked up in the prison gate at Shibuya subway station. The only difference is that the person standing in front of him this time is Manatsu Yugetsu. The rest of the people in the academy were also extremely shocked as they looked at this former top-grade sorcerer from the academy again. Even though they were prepared, they still couldn't hide their shock when Geto Shiyu was truly resurrected. You can't go wrong. Although the voice is the same as the appearance of the noose, this unique tone belongs only to the gentle Geto Suguru, and no one can imitate it. Gojo Satoru took a deep breath to calm himself down, then waved his hand and said hello with a trembling voice. Long time no see, Geto. After hearing his best friend's words, Xia Yuji widened his eyes in confusion and said in disbelief, Gojo Satoru. Wait, and Shoko, Mei Mei, why are everyone here? I'm not dreaming, am I? Xia Yuji, who still didn't know the situation, looked at the familiar high school students in front of him with a confused face. He lowered his head and checked his body, trying to see what was going on. Why do I have sutures on my head? Why does my body feel a little strange, as if I haven't used it for a long time? What is going on here? Wasn't he understood by Gojo Satoru himself? But there is no trace of wound on his body. That's right, Geto Suguru's memory still remains at the moment when he was taken away by Gojo Satoru using the hollow style. The final perspective was also frozen at that moment. Gojo Satoru chuckled and said, it's okay, just think of it as a dream. But now I'm awake from the dream. I woke up from the dream. Xia Yuji muttered to himself, and suddenly a stream of memories flooded into his mind like a spring. He held his head with both hands, and there was some pain between his brows. Seeing this scene, everyone was very happy. Unexpectedly, the dead Geto Shiyu really came back. However, now was the time for him and Gojo Satoru to reminisce about the past, and they did not intend to interrupt. Soon after, Geto Shiyu had completely digested the extra memory in his mind. After his death, his body was possessed by Nozomi, and then Nozomi used his appearance to plot against Gojo Satoru in the Shibuya Incident. And later on, he died and returned, fought in Shinjuku, and now he has been brought back to life by Xia Liu using magical techniques. During this period, he felt angry, self-blaming, helpless, and now grateful. Thinking of this, Xia Yuji smiled and looked at Xia Liu. I didn't expect that after my death, the high school would welcome a genius like you. On behalf of myself and the entire Jujutsu High School, I am grateful. Although Noso is completely dead, he can share Noso's memories. In the past, it was this man who brought him back to life who had foiled Noose's schemes many times. At the critical moment of the Jujutsu High School, we turned the tide. Xia Liu waved his hand. If you want to thank me, join the Akatsuki organization. Xia Yuji nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. Although he still didn't know what Akatsuki did, he would not hesitate at all regarding this request made by his savior. The most important thing is, although he just met Xia Liu, he can know through the memory of knows that Xia Liu is definitely from the Jujutsu High School. At this moment, Shoko suddenly exclaimed, "Change, it has changed." Chapter 226 Xia Liu's Wuhou Yu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the long-term mission, winning over all the high-level sorcerers and replacing the corrupt high-level officials. Get reward. 9 Magatama Samsara Eye. As the system's cold voice fell, Xia Liu closed his 2 Samsara eyes uncontrollably. Then, there was a sudden wriggling in the center of the brow, and the skin and flesh began to tear to both sides. Not only was there no pain at all, it was even a little itchy. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light shot out from the center of his eyebrows, instantly turning the originally yellow sky of sunset into an extremely pale color. This magical scene made the people from the college who had just left stand there in a daze, looking up at the sky with solemn expressions. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of fear in their hearts, as if the owner of the white light could control them in an instant if he wanted to. Itadori supported the newly resurrected Geto Suguru, looked at Gojo Satoru and asked, looking at the direction, "It should be Xia Liu who did it, right? Teacher Gojo Satoru, are you sure you still want to spar with Xia Liu? Xia Liu's strength seems to have no limit at all. No one knows how strong he is now." Gojo Satoru removed his solemn gaze, waved his hand, and said with a casual smile, "It doesn't matter, I am the strongest." Soon after, the white light covering the sky dissipated, and a vertical scarlet pupil appeared in the center of Xia Liu's eyebrows. 9 gem-like Magatama are distributed throughout the pupils. This is the 9-jawed Samsara Eye. Xia Liu felt the eye growing from the center of her eyebrows and muttered to herself. Having watched Naruto, he knew very well how perverted these eyes were. In the entire Naruto, only the ancestor of chakra, Weiyu, has this eye. It is truly the most powerful eye, possessing a series of unique and powerful skills such as Tianjiyu. There is no pressure to switch spaces instantly. Most importantly, the 9 Magatama Samsara Eye can release the illusion. Infinite moon reading, that can destroy the world. It can be said that now, as long as Xia Liu wants, he can immediately project his pupil power onto the moon, making the entire magic world sink into a beautiful world of illusion. But of course he wouldn't do that. Now, he has obtained the strongest eye and can walk freely in the world of sorcery. Punching Gojo Satoru and kicking Susanoo are no problem at all. In a very good mood, he decided to find Mei Mei and other girls to discuss the technique in depth. Whoosh! A vortex appeared and Xia Liu disappeared into the darkness. A few days later, the sisters exchanged views in the deep forest battlefield. All the sorcerers from the 2 schools gathered together and sat in a row. All of them looked forward with anticipation. Itadori's neck turned red with excitement, and he shouted loudly, "Go Satoru, come on. Go Xia Liu, come on." Shoko smiled and said, "So, who do you think will win? Raise your hands if you think Gojo Satoru will win." At once, Geto Suguru, Okatsu, Itadori and others raised their hands. Seeing this scene, Shoko's lips curled up in an intriguing arc, and he nodded with satisfaction. It seems that, the recognition of being the strongest in the current era is very high. So, raise your hands if you think Xia Liu will win. In an instant, Mei Mei, Nobara Kugasaki, Itadori and others all raised their hands. Obviously, there are a large number of duplicate people who support Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu. Itadori was a little embarrassed and laughed. It doesn't matter, whoever wins will be a member of the college anyway. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. Itadori is right, first there was Gojo Satoru, then there was Xia Liu. With these 2 strong men in charge, the college has won. Although this was a battle that was far inferior to the Battle of Shinjuku, there was no tense atmosphere at all. Because everyone knows that both of them will stop when they reach the limit. Tisk, Kugasaki Nobara raised her white chin and said proudly, "Just wait and see, Xia Liu will definitely win." That's right, Master Xia Liu will definitely win. Tianyang, who had completely integrated into the life of the technical college, looked at Xia Liu with burning eyes. Xia Liu not only gave me a second life, but also gave me this body. He also promised to take me to find Kuroi Riko afterwards. Therefore, this also led to her current respect and gratitude towards Xia Liu. You know, I have never met him before. At this time, Panda looked at Lu Xian who was standing next to him with a cold face and said with a mean smile. Didn't someone always say that he wanted to challenge the strongest person? What, are you going to let it sit now? You've been holding back on your ultimate move for 400 years and you're not going to show it. The panda, who was beaten up by Lu Xian in the previous death return, naturally would not miss any opportunity to take advantage of him. Faced with the panda's ridicule, Lu Xian's cold expression was completely out of control. That's right, ever since he saw how Xia Liu killed Sukuna, he completely gave up the idea of challenging him. Although he is very arrogant, he is not a fool. The difference in strength between the 2 sides is too great, and the Phantom Beast Amber, that one is so proud of may be a fatal killer move to others. But in front of Xia Liu, it might not even be a threat. Just his ability to evade any harm is enough to make me unable to do anything to him. Therefore, there is no point in challenging Xia Liu now. But this did not make him depressed, but made him even more excited. 400 years ago, he was invincible. 400 years later, a target appeared that he could pursue. This is a great thing for Lu Xian. I believe that with his talent, he will definitely be able to catch up with Xia Liu in the future, or even beat him. But then again, isn't this damn panda too arrogant? Relying on Xia Liu's protection, he almost rode on my head and peed on me. Didn't I just beat it up in the beginning? Why is it holding such a grudge? There was a sound of gnashing teeth. Lu Zi glanced at the people around him and said in a cold voice. It should be okay for me to beat up this panda, right? Okatsu Judas and Kyokanji looked at each other, then smiled and shook their heads without stopping him. They did not see any murderous intent in Lu Zion's eyes. Moreover, Panda is the son of the principal Masamiki Yago, who is also Gojo Satoru's teacher. Therefore, Lu Zion should not dare to take any heavy-handed approach. Okatsu then spoke up, politely saying, I would like to ask you for advice later. Lu Zion raised his eyebrows slightly, weighed the matter in his mind, and nodded calmly. He could feel that Okatsu Jewish was very strong, but, in his opinion, no one in the entire Jujutsu high school could be his opponent except Gojo Satoru and Xia Liu. In the distance, Xia Liu and Gojo Satoru stood facing each other. Gojo Satoru was still stretching his body as usual, with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Xia Liu dozed off listlessly and looked at Mei Mei, who had a rosy complexion, in the crowd with a smile. Let me make the first move. Gojo Satoru stopped stretching, took off the black blindfold, and said with a smile. Xia Liu nodded. Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black hole condensed behind Gojo Satoru. Hypocrisy. Everyone present suddenly widened their eyes. Gojo Satoru goes all out right away. Chapter 227A Full Schedule. This was the first time Gojo Satoru fought against Xia Liu. The battle between the two strong men was not as fierce as everyone imagined, but it was very exciting. Both sides were very martial and used just the right amount of moves. During this period, Gojo Satoru used his special skills. The blue, Kangyu ball, and the red laser package. He covered Xia Liu like they were free. Facing Gojo Satoru's attack, Xia Liu performed many dazzling ninjutsu and easily resolved it. Everyone at the college was stunned and exclaimed it was magical. Half an hour later, Gojo Satoru fell from the sky, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at Xia Liu as if he were a monster, and said, pervert. No more fighting, it's boring. After saying that, he took Xia Yuji away. Everyone, are they in such a hurry to leave? Kugasaki Nobara laughed and gossiped. You think, where can two grown men go? Don't let your imagination run wild. Mei Mei tapped her head gently and smiled. If I'm not mistaken, they have already made an appointment to travel to Malaysia with Nanami. Itadori came back to his senses and said, so, who won this battle? Kugasaki Nobara curled her lips and said, do I even need to ask? Don't forget that Xia Liu still has many spells to perform. After hearing this, everyone thought about it for a while, and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, in this battle, Gojo Satoru has already used all the necessary moves. Xia Liu obviously has a lot of hidden tricks up his sleeve, for example, those too hard to defend against illusions. Such a result is unexpected, but also very reasonable. Mei Mei. Okay, let's all go. The cursed spirits have been scared away from causing trouble these past 2 days, so let's all relax and have a good time. If you need to go shopping, go shopping. If you need to sleep in, sleep in. It doesn't matter what you do. For a moment, everyone in the college cheered and started discussing where to go for fun. The next day, early morning. College boys' dormitory. Xia Liu, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly felt itchy on her face and even wanted to sneeze. In desperation, he had to pry open his eyelids with difficulty. Then he widened his eyes in disbelief. What caught my eye was a pair of fair and tender pet bears, half of which were hidden under the clothes. Moving my gaze upwards, I discovered that Nobara Kugasaki was pinching her hair with her left hand and scratching her nose with a sly look. In his right hand he held a nail containing cursed power, ready to give Xia Liu a crisp resonance wake-up service in her ear at any time. After noticing that Xia Liu opened her eyes, Kugasaki Nobara's body stiffened immediately, her hands stopped moving, and her eyes changed from cunning to panic. Kugasaki Nobara immediately rolled off Xia Liu's body and said with an awkward smile, haha, you're awake. Don't get me wrong, I just wanted to wake you up. As if afraid that Xia Liu wouldn't believe it, he raised his hand and added, Mei Mei and Shoko asked me to do this. Xia Liu glanced at the nail hidden behind her back, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Are you going to use the resonance spell to gently wake up my sleeping mind? It was discovered. Kugasaki Nobara's face turned red and she was speechless for a moment. Tell me, what do you want from me so early in the morning? Xia Liu asked as he put on his coat. Early in the morning, why don't you look at what you are saying? The sun is already shining on your butt, okay. Nobara Kugasaki complained wildly in her heart. Although she was complaining in her heart, she said with an aggrieved look on her face, didn't we agree on this when we got together at the pub yesterday? Everyone is waiting for you outside the door. After these words were spoken, Xia Liu froze in the hand holding the toothbrush, as if he had suddenly realized something. The words slurred out, wait for me 5 minutes. Hee, just don't be lazy. Seeing Xia Liu reminiscing, Kugasaki Nobara breathed a sigh of relief, humming a song as she pushed the door open. 10 minutes later, Xia Liu opened the door. I saw that the door was already crowded with college students. One could also hear people whispering that Xia Liu's alcohol tolerance was poor and that this was his only weakness. Ah, here you are. Kugasaki Nobara came up immediately, put her hand on Xia Liu's shoulder and said with a smile. Come on, help me find Sister Kaori. You said this last night when you were drunk. You were the leader of Akatsuki after all. Don't go back on your word. However, What Xia Liu cared about was the word, drunk. After some recollection, he finally remembered it. It turned out that last night, after I got drunk, these people took the opportunity to make demands on me. And I agreed to all of them. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. No, Wild Rose-san. Shoko walked up quickly, proudly waved the phone in her hand, and said with a smile. The rooms in the pub have been booked, so Xia Liu should belong to me today. Long before, she had wanted to have a drink and talk with Xia Liu alone, but she never had the chance. Now that she had finally gotten this opportunity, she naturally wouldn't let it slip away. But, a delicate voice came out. Tenriko mustered up her courage, put her hands on her hips and retorted, if I remember correctly, Xia Liu promised me to go find Miss Heijing first. Kugasaki Nobara and Shoko were stunned at first, then they all looked at Xia Liu, as if asking him to make the decision. Xia Liu. Is this really what we discussed yesterday? This is too unreasonable, they are all scheduled on the same day. At the moment, they are all top-notch beauties, and I have already agreed, so I can't refuse, right? But I only have one. You can't. The idea had just emerged in his mind when it was simultaneously extinguished by Nobara Kugizaki, Shoko, and Tenchi Satoko. It's absolutely not possible to have a clone, it must be you in person. Humph. That's right, don't try to fool around. At this time, the panda in the crowd couldn't help but speak. Are you still being unreasonable? Xia Liu was the first one to agree to it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned around and stared at the panda with unfriendly eyes. Although it felt very oppressive, the panda still withstood the pressure and showed no intention of backing down. Just kidding, I finally managed to get Xia Liu to promise to teach me the 8 Gates ninjutsu last night when he was drunk. How could it possibly give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Lu Xian, who had remained silent the entire time, also said calmly, you agreed to simply spar with me in physical skills. Xia Liu almost vomited blood. I agreed to you too. Everyone nodded. Zenuanmai took her sister Maki's hand and smiled meaningfully. Xia Liu, how about going shopping with me and my sister? I think you must understand the value of sisters. Maki, who was standing next to her, blushed and pulled her sister's arm, signaling her to shut up. Seeing that the competition was getting more and more intense, Kugasaki Nobara simply said. It's no use fighting to the death, there's only one Xia Liu. In that case, let Mei Mei arrange it. I think everyone has no objection, right? Everyone looked at each other, then nodded helplessly. Hee. Mei Mei crossed her arms and chuckled with dissatisfaction. After a long silence, she finally spoke. How about this, let this guy accompany Kugasaki Nobara to look for her sister during the day. With Lu's current strength, he can turn the entire Tokyo upside down in one day. Finding someone is easy. Classmate Wild Rose, you should have no objection, right? Mei Mei looked at her with a sneer. Kugasaki Nobara felt a chill on her back. Although she was a little dissatisfied, she still nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking at rice. Mei Mei continued. In the evening, I can just go to the izakaya with Shoko. Hearing this, Shoko's eyes flashed with joy and she gave Mei Mei a look of gratitude. Good evening. Evening is a good time to drink. Seeing Shoko's triumphant look, Mei Mei sneered again. It would be better if you two just drank. Xia Liu coughed twice awkwardly, then quickly held Mei Mei's hand to express his feelings. Shoko blinked and pretended to be innocent. Of course I drink, what else can I do? Mei Mei, who was angry, ignored Shoko and continued to make arrangements. Tomorrow during the day, Xia Liu will go to help Tenriko find a babysitter, Kuroi Riko, and go shopping with Maki-mai at night. The day after tomorrow, we'll fight the panda. The day after tomorrow, we'll fight the deer Xianyi. It's arranged. Do you have any comments? Tenriko muttered quietly. Kuroi is not a babysitter, she is a relative. The panda's eyes lit up. No problem. I'll take the beating, as long as I can learn the 8 gates. Lu Xian still feels good about himself. Tisk, just relying on physical skills, it's still unclear who will win. Seeing that everything was arranged, Mei Mei let go of Xia Liu's hand and said with a fake smile. The schedule is quite full, are you satisfied, Chief? Satisfied, of course satisfied. Then, he leaned close to Mei Mei's ear and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, then will you still support me? Mei Mei was stunned at first, then she raised her eyebrows slightly and opened her red lips, of course. The book is finished.